Thanks to Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus for sponsoring this video. And here it is, for all you fellas who like sleeping to long-form content, this video is for you. It is a long time coming, I might add. For those who don't know, an unholy amount of time ago, I started a series discussing in-depth looks at the Primarchs of each legion, in order of the legions, and so on, giving my opinions as well as to ideas on how you can kind of shift your perspective on them. It is something that a lot of people have enjoyed, and I'll be honest, it was probably one of the more emotionally important things I've ever really done. Not to bait the hook a little bit, but I'm gonna get a bit emotional at the end of this video, discussing how it was making the series. But yes, for those who don't know what the hell I'm talking about, this is a compilation of the 20-part Primarch series I started. It has some minor edits here and there for brevity, as well as removing the ads from, I hope, every single one of the videos, and a small transition in between each section in order to let you know when the next video is about to start. There might be an Easter egg here and there for you, just so I don't bore you with no new content whatsoever, but that's enough with the preamble. Before we hop into the video, I do have a quick word from the sponsor of this video. Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus is swiftly taking over my free time, and there isn't really any doubt as to why. With fast-paced tactical gameplay and incredibly iconic champions, this game is actually the best Warhammer mobile game on the market right now. I picked it up a while back to prepare for some long travel times coming up, and I found that it had stuck to me like glue. With so much to do in the game, you'll never really run out of options. Like, say you get stuck on a particularly difficult stage fighting against the Necrons in the campaign. Well, just easily swap over to one of the myriad of other PvP or PvE modes, grind up some levels, or if you're feeling like giving it another go, just retool your team and then hop back in. There's a lot of different options that you can engage in that give you a completely different layer of depth depending on how you tool up your team. I'm a bit of a stickler, so I tend to make sure all of my champions come from the same faction. Aesthetic-wise, it scratches the niche in my brain. Adeptus Mechanicus, by the way. But you can mix and match between different factions with a few restrictions, obviously. With how the game works, the passive stacking in the way they do, and the way that the various abilities of different factions and even different champions interact, it can lead to various different insane interactions that cause weird, overpowered combinations that you can figure out on your own. By clicking my link or scanning my QR code on screen, you can download the game for free. And to sweeten the pot for you, once you download the game, use the code HELLOMAR in the game to get 2,000 gold and 50 Blackstone, which you are going to definitely want, as this game is swiftly going to gobble up your free time. With 16 different factions to choose from, and them constantly rolling out new content, exciting updates, things are almost always fresh and exciting. So, give it a try once again by clicking my link in the description or pinned comment or scanning the QR code on screen. Thanks once again to Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus for sponsoring this video. I'm going to be discussing a bit more in depth about not so much the lore, but the perspective on the characters of the Primarchs themselves. I'll rotate between these two ideas every week, so what is this video about? Jesus, that's dark. Neat! So yeah, I'm covering the First Legion's father, the Primarch of the Dark Angels, Lionel Johnson. The Lion is a character that I have been thinking about a lot. For context, when I first got into Warhammer 40k, I never really cared about the Dark Angels as a legion, or even Lionel Johnson as a Primarch. He was kind of low on my list as just kind of bland. But as I've been reading the Horus Heresy, and more of the up-to-date books on what's going on in the setting, I've been gaining a lot of newfound insight into his character that I think is very fun. Same with all the Primarchs and their individualistic issues. So getting into the Lion, let's not focus as much on what he has done for now. This isn't going to be your typical lore video. I'm more trying to put together a bit of a character study of who the Lion is and how you can exemplify his character arc as a person, and what can be learned from him as a character. So who is this character? A well-oiled machine.
an exacting taskmaster, and a vital component to many different campaigns of war. See, landing on Caliban, the lion was lost to the forest for quite a lot longer than he probably should have been to come out a healthy person, and ended up taking in a very instinctual view of the world. Going through said forest alone, you need to be able to handle the hidden paths or be jumped by one of the great beasts that roam there. You either learn how to survive on your own by being as efficient as humanly possible, or you die. He is a living example of Occam's razor. The path of least resistance is often the best path to go through. At least during the Great Crusade and the Horus Heresy era itself, I should note. He is an exacting Primarch and expects no less than perfection from his troops. It shows in his relationship with those that fail, and those that listen to him 100%. If you follow the letter of his plan, then he will look at you with the utmost respect, similar to that of a man who sees a very good tool in his tool belt. If you do not, then he discards you like you are an unnecessary tool that is going against what he wants. Though I will say it isn't with any malice on his part. A good example from my recollection, and probably one of the better examples to the point that I'm trying to make, is the level of envy his surrogate father felt towards him, leading to Luther, said surrogate father, being banished back to Caliban for almost killing the lion with a stowed nuclear device. Basically, the lion felt something was up, and sent his father home to do a task that he knew his father could do. Disregarding the emotions, concerns, and reasoning behind why Luther would or could do something like that, it's a level of neglect that was very much bred into him from the Emperor and even from the beasts of Caliban. Because the beasts don't care if you live or die, they simply want to consume you, and the Emperor has a very much the ends justify the means mentality for a lot of his life. The Dark Angels are known to be the greatest weapon of mankind. They have access to a bunch of Dark Age of technology level bullshit that honestly frightens me, that it's still around for some reason. Yeah, the plasma burners, the Phosphex weapons, which, side note, Phosphex weapons should probably be a bit stronger than they actually are in the Warhammer universe on the tabletop. Yeah, strength 5 -1, my asshole, dude. Phosphex is so dangerous, it can burn in the vacuum of space that defies logic. And also, additional side note, it's considered so dangerous that it's more or less in the same category as the Life Eater virus, which is used to exterminatus planets. But I digress. You give a man with the mentality of a beast more or less unlimited power, and he is left with simply the task of accomplishing whatever goal you choose for him. He grows cold and even bitter, treating those around him as tools rather than brothers or comrades, even showing a bit of bitterness at his own brother being chosen over him in a leader position, when in fact it doesn't really matter that much. This culminates in when he returns to Caliban during the heresy to find that Luther, the tool he discarded, Luther, his father figure of old, and Luther, the old knight of the order that taught him everything he knew, ended up falling to the influence of his own envy at the level of accomplishment the lion has accomplished. See, in any other generation, Luther would have been one of the most standout human beings in the history of Caliban. But because he existed in the same time period the lion showed up, it's impossible for him to not be overshadowed by that. So he was sent back to Caliban to raise more Dark Angels in a recruitment campaign. And upon the lion returning, he had spread the rumor that the lion had betrayed the Imperium and decided to fire upon them without any recourse or any reason to do so. When the lion showed up, the lion got irritated about his sons becoming traitors, and without a second thought, he fired on Caliban and went to war. Eventually, the planet was destroyed, some of the members of the Dark Angels on the planet fleeing into the warp, some of them hiding amongst regular members of the Dark Angels, but all of them carrying the scar of seeing the lion kill his own sons with the same level of hate and anger he used for anyone who opposed him. It is a kind of generational level of trauma that had long-lasting repercussions, because his sons that stayed loyal ended up going far and above with the idea that he was right. The people who were on Caliban at that time should be hunted out of existence and should be shown no quarter whatsoever. They are traitors and should be tortured for that, not even given a trial. This is all some pretty dark shit, but follow me on this as I ask you all a simple question. Do they deserve it? The answer came in a book that is oddly enough high in my rankings, and I suggest you all read it even if you don't know much about the setting, which is the Son of the Forest book. This book had the lion waking up in a deep forest, likely the place where the Watchers dwell, having to deal with very abstract imagery of what is actually going on. A fisherman in the middle of a dark lake with monsters swimming just below the surface waiting for him to get out. Entities that take the shape of his brothers to accost him and accuse him of the worst behaviors ever. It's very interesting, but he leaves the forest to find one of his sons. One of the sons who lived on Caliban when he bombed it. It is revealed that Zabriel, the person in question, that they were simply defending themselves, and about 70% of the Dark Angels on Caliban didn't know why the lion was attacking them. It was only very evident that their father showed up and was cleaving them in half with a chainsword roughly 10 feet long. It was revealed that the lion didn't even think that was an option. See, to him it was black and white, that he saw them as traitors 100% and deserving of death. Nothing more, nothing less. So he killed them, like he would anything else that would fit that moniker, which let the rest of his legion know to do the same, leading by example. When you take away nuance in terms of that kind of interpretation, it can cause a lot of issues. The entire book, The Son of the Forest, is all about the lion himself coming to terms with the fact that he has started a cycle of abuse and violence that is perpetuating into the modern day of the Warhammer 40k setting, long past when he was thought dead or forever missing. He realizes something that I think we all need to acknowledge. Nobility at the cost of ethics is tyranny no matter how you slice it. And he realizes that he needs to be better. It's something I relate to a lot. Now, I'm not going to get too personally, but I relate to the idea of someone trying to end the cycle of abuse and realizing they were the one to perpetuate it far after it was already done. The lion is a very complicated character and is still prone to bouts of destructive pragmatism, but he is trying his best. If this sounds familiar, it's because it is. The modern-day God of War series, starring Kratos and his son Atreus, is really in the same category in terms of level of growth, where someone who was incredibly destructive and prone to bouts of uncaring for the purpose of accomplishing a bloody goal has to learn to grow and become a better man. And that's what the Lion story is all about. It mirrors Kratos' story relatively closely with his sons and Atreus. I think a small point that is emblematic of this change in his character is that the item he receives from the Emperor is not his sword or even a weapon or his armor. It is a shield. It is symbolically showing that he is no longer someone who is perpetuating this long-standing cycle of violence and wants to be better as a result. It shows that he is no longer as focused on murdering every single person that crosses him or the Imperium, but instead focusing on the protection of the world around him and the protection of those that he's grown to care about. I do think it's really funny for people in the community to ask something akin to, why not give him the sword? He's a sword man and Guilliman needs the shield more because he's more of a logistician, when it defeats the whole purpose of his character arc. In the end, all of that aside, the cycle must be broken, or you could turn it into something far worse. We aren't covering the second Primarch just yet, but I do have a plan for that if you are invested in the entirety of the progression of this series. But for now, we are covering what is probably become one of my favorite case studies for bad brain meat in the entirety of the 40k setting, which is the Primarch of the 3rd Legion, Fulgrim the Phoenician. Fulgrim is a character that I think a lot of people tend to like, though I think it's also fair to say a lot of people really don't like Fulgrim. He's up there as one of the more divisive Primarchs of the 20, 18, 19, 18 and a half? But yeah, Fulgrim is an interesting character, one of vast beauty, but intense envy, jealousy, and incredible potential for both harm and good. With this video, you can tell by the title the tone I'm going to go for here, right? You can tell what I'm going to discuss and have generally put together the theories that I'm going to piece together. So, what really is important for me to cover before we actually get into my main theory here? I find a lot of the Primarch backstories are just set dressings to give you an idea of their identities and their issues. It, in some cases, is actually used as a means to show just how far they have fallen, but in some cases, for a few of the Primarchs, the backstory actually can serve a tangible purpose to show how they have developed as a person. Fulgrim is one of those individuals that encompasses all of these ideas as a whole. He, as a character, prior to the Great Crusade and him being reunited with his legion, is a very complicated character. So I'll hit the basic notes of his backstory before looping back to the point I want to make, which I eventually will make. So like all of his brothers, he was sent to some random, probably shithole planet, though unfortunately, he was sent to one of the bottom-ranked shithole planets named Chemos. Now, he wasn't initially supposed to be there. Thanks, Eldar god of meme and YouTube prankster. Chemos was a terrible planet to live on. To evoke some imagery that you could all probably find relatable to some degree, imagine an old mining town or a steel-producing blue-collar town where the mines dry up and the young laborers move away. The town slowly but surely dies, the foundries losing their product, making the town itself mostly useless to the people who live there. So take that concept and amplify it by a planet and you've got Chemos. It was work or die. They even considered killing Fulgrim rather than having him take up the resources they need to survive. They didn't. Adoptive parents did their best to raise him, but they died relatively early in his development. And here is where we get to one of my points I mentioned earlier, where Primarch backstories are usually used to demonstrate their personalities and the abilities of the individuals themselves. So Fulgrim didn't actually become the forever king of Chemos. He actually worked as hard as possible and ended up aiming with a single-minded goal to just improve the standards of living on the planet itself. Because everyone worked till they died. He wanted something that I think humanizes the character as a character, and it definitely separates him from the rest of his Primarch brothers, where some chose to rule the planet in order to show how smart they were and how good they could run a planet. Some were wanting to rule the planet because that's what they were raised to be like. He simply wanted to elevate the people of this society so that they could have time for recreation. He didn't want to rule these people, he wanted to improve their lives, which I think is a very important note to make about his concerns as a person. Art, hobbies, just being able to do something that isn't work all day or die. So, with widespread changes to the world of Chemos, it wasn't as much of a shithole as it was anymore, and we are now going to skip ahead a bit from him being on Chemos, with a few notable things that we need to tie up before we get to the end point of where I want to go before I make my major point. So for one, it is canon, apparently, that Fulgrim has had wives before. He is canonically a Primarch who has married. He just outlived every single one of his wives because Primarch. But also, next point that I want to bring up is when he showed up to meet his legion, there was only about 200-300 members of the Emperor's children left, and they were decimated, destroyed to maybe a fraction of what they were due to a genetic issue that had cropped up for one of many different reasons, but, you know, I digress. The Great Crusade era of Fulgrim is spotty to say the least, as it leads to the path that would eventually damn and doom the entirety of the Emperor's children. You all knew it was coming, lads and ladesses. The planet of the Lair. It is a planet that had been previously corrupted by the pleasure god Slanesh, and it was the main god they worshipped. The Emperor's children ended up attacking and murdering every single snake man they could find, and eventually they discovered a major fleshy temple where everything kind of felt like they were crawling inside of a big feller. Every person who entered that temple, as I say quite often, was damned from the start. And there was not much else that you could do to prevent it. The air was thick with a purple-pink miasma that, even for Space Marines, acted as a pretty intense soporific. The biggest thing that occurred, and probably the best example of what I want to discuss in this video, is when Fulgrim grabbed a hold of the Lair Blade. From there, it was literally just history as to what happened. The sword itself was magnificent, as if instead of it being crafted from a blacksmith, it was grown to be perfect. The entity inhabiting the sword was a being of pure pleasure and excess, a keeper of secrets, and a greater demon of Slaanesh. While Fulgrim held the sword, he inevitably slowly started to lose his mind, his thoughts growing cloudy with that same kind of soporific effect while the voice whispered to him like it was his own internal monologue. The sword made him strong, it made him feel powerful, more perfect, it made him see the flaws in the world around him, and even gave him the ability to correct a lot of them on his terms, and gave him ideas on how to correct them so that he felt a bit of resolution when they were done, literally making him drunk off the power and the satisfaction the weapon gave him, and made him even worse through his own arrogance. This is the point I want to make. Fulgrim has almost a beat-for-beat feeling to that of someone battling addiction. I don't think it's out there to point this out, as I'm pretty sure it was most likely intentional to portray the character this way, but most people don't tend to acknowledge this. Most people could recognize it, but no one really analyzes the beat for beat of why it has the same steps. Like, I know we make jokes about the Emperor's Children, that they're all like addicts in the modern day, but the come up to that era is a very interesting study upon what it's like to lose a loved one to addiction and to something that you cannot stop. Many people complain that for someone so smart, why did he not notice the voices in his head? Well, that's the point. Addiction and dependency can cause someone to act irrationally and not notice things that are clearly in front of them. And it's already been established that Slaanesh has the ability to slow the mind's thought processes. A demonette alone can corrupt a normal human, and hell, sometimes even just a slightly bigger demonette can corrupt a space marine. A keeper of secrets being at your side can slowly slow your mind's processes and remove that inhibition in your brain to think that something is wrong. So it makes complete sense for him not to have noticed the demon whispering in his head, because he could have just thought it was his own thought processes. And maybe he didn't have that kind of monologue before, but again, Slaanesh can alter your thoughts to make you think things that normally wouldn't, much like a lot of narcotic dependencies out there. Now, I'm not trying to compare Slaanesh sword usage to that of any specific addiction, but it is something to take in mind. It's kind of similar to what I discussed in the Lion video, where everybody complained, why did Lion get the shield? He should have got the sword. And I'm like, it defeats the purpose of the arc they're trying to portray. And while I bring up the Lion, I will add a bit of an anecdote that I hate getting too personal, but I have had past friends and family who ended up battling with serious addictions, and I have lost some friends and family to dependencies on substances. I don't like to give out my personal information, but I used to live in a place where there was a serious painkiller addiction, specifically Oxycontin. And because of that painkiller distribution, and that being the main trade for the kind of impoverished community that I lived in, I had to see a similar downfall to that of Fulgrim. And I know that's kind of comparing a really dark situation to a fictional character, but it's how I can relate to this character, and it's how I can see the beats that the character was going for. The destruction of a person's personality and life through dependency is something that I don't want to say I know very well. I've never battled with it myself, but I have seen friends that have gone through it, and seeing how a lot of his brothers, his best friend, Ferrus Manus, reacted to seeing him the way that he did, I relate. and I understand. And I think a lot of you too, once I've kind of made this analogy. And seeing how addiction can progress throughout the years of abuse, it has really made me appreciate Fulgrim, like I was saying. He lashes out at those around him for the slightest bit of criticism, but those who praise him without thought end up being considered his favorite person for a period. But with most Primarchs, getting their attention can be stressful, and here's the most dangerous part. Fulgrim had a very different aura about him. It's explained that even when Roboute Guilliman, one of the calmest and most rational Primarchs, gives you his full attention, it's like being gazed upon by the full view of the sun. But with Fulgrim, it was similar to how they describe JFK, John F. Kennedy, and how when he gave you his attention, you felt like the single most important person in the universe. So he himself was perpetuating this idea that as long as you agree with Fulgrim, everything is going to be alright, right? He killed people who didn't deserve it, and his dependency on how the Lair Blade spoke with him and warped his mind made it so that he did things that Fulgrim honestly never would have before. The key moment that I see here, and the key moment in most untreated cycles of addiction, is that rock bottom they inevitably hit. You will do more and more to get what you want no matter the cost. And in this case, the cost was the life of his best friend and brother, Ferrus Manus. Now, I critique the book Fulgrim and the Horus Heresy a lot, as it was a lot of information crammed into one space. I honestly still believe that the book should have been divided into 2 to 3 different books, but one of the few moments I think is handled beyond very well is when Fulgrim succumbs to the Blade's influence in its entirety for the second or third time on the battlefield and kills his brother in a fit of petulant rage. He collapses to the ground, sober, and realizes what he has done. This is his rock bottom moment, where the substances wear off and he is left with just this empty feeling of regret, knowing that he has finally done something that he cannot come back from. But unfortunately, they don't ever tell you that when you hit rock bottom, it doesn't necessarily mean you immediately get better. There is this idea that I've seen where if you hit rock bottom, you can seek help and get the support you need. But very often, people don't have those support networks, or they don't see themselves as having those support networks. So they start digging. They go deeper. They go further down than rock bottom, and he succumbed to his demons. Pun intended, of course, and it has led him to nothing more than a slave to his addictions forever. His obsessions, rather, would be a better way to describe it, as that seems to be the main route that they're going with this. So what is there to learn from this incredibly depressing tale? Who really is Fulgrim? And what is the important aspect of this to note? Fulgrim is a complex character who is warped by the losses and indignity of the world around him. I often feel that the most dangerous emotion that a person can feel is boredom. And Fulgrim is a case where when you mix someone who has lost hundreds of loved ones and grown numb to those around you, the simple inclusion of something different can cause a downward spiral that could destroy a star system. He's lost wives, he's lost parents at a young age. He showed up to an army 200 strong while his brothers had more than 1,000 times more than that. And he wanted to be more than he was. The only thing anchoring him was the fact that he finally had someone whom wouldn't die of old age before he did, and that was his best friend and brother, Ferrus Manus. So when you grow numb to the plights of others around you and the only person you have dies, well, you're left with very little decision-making in the process, and so he succumbed to Slaanesh. He is a very sad character that simply wants to be good at what he does, and it's never enough. He is never perfect enough. I do think it's very apropos that most Slaaneshi demons become crabs, or with pincer-like appendages. The needle pricks of a lover's scorn is kind of the key element to the design, with very minute details of scales, because snakes have often been mixed with sin and depravity in terms of the majority of fiction out there, but Fulgrim has mostly become entirely snake. And I think it's very appropriate, as I was saying, because a very common symbol of addiction that I see is the Ouroboros, the snake eating its own tail. And for as long as Slaanesh exists, or the Emperor is a bag of cloth and bones sitting on a golden lawn chair, he will always be a part of that self-gratification cycle of obsession that ends in nothing more than stagnation, depravity, boredom, and seeking the next bit of pleasure. This video was incredibly depressing, and I think it's important to cast aside the jokes from time to time to talk about the serious aspects of the stories.
Of all of the private conversations I've been having with other individuals in the Warhammer sphere, I do find that a common thing that comes up, especially in regards to Primarchs, is my opinion of Perturabo, and my opinions on his Legion as well, as I tend to have complex feelings about the two of them, and just their entire characterization throughout the fiction. There are a lot of things to learn with each of the Primarchs, and it's why I'm going to title each video with the same kind of format that you've been seeing so far, so you can all understand immediately the purpose of the video and what the most key feature of that character's backstory is. I feel the title for Perturabo could actually imply a lot more than what you would think. So what do I mean? Because Perturabo isn't exactly known for being a kind individual, he's actually rather known for being a bit of a meanie poo-poo head at the best of times. The book I'm going to be referencing for the majority of my points is going to be the Perturabo Primarch novel, because it actually covers a lot of the topics I find are most important for him. So a good example as to how much of a meanie poo-poo head he is, in that specific book, a messenger came to tell him that Olympia, the planet, had rebelled, which was his home planet if you're unfamiliar with it. So when he heard about it, he picked up the man and just started squeezing him by the shoulders until you had a nice glass of man juice on the floor right underneath him. The man just crushed him into a pile of goo. It was gross. Yeah, apparently he had never heard about not shooting the messenger, but I digress. Before I get into my thoughts on Perturabo, I just want to thank my channel members for supporting me. With your help, I am able to do this as a job. I have so much actual fun doing these videos, so if you want to support me as well as gain access to additional content, then become a channel member today. So let's just get into it. We can interpret Perturabo as a character from numerous lenses, but the one I find the most humanizing of his entire story is simply put that he was failed by every single person around him in more ways than one. So he treated everybody around him as if they were a failure, like they were treating him. Expanding on that, I think Perturabo is a very complicated and often misunderstood individual. I think he was a kind soul that just wanted to contribute to the world in his own way, but was forced to become a weapon of war by many individuals throughout his life. Let's get into it now. One of the most commonly brought up facts about Perturabo is that he is a shitty dad. Like, how he treats his Legion is probably among the lower ranks of Primarch to Legion relationships I have ever seen in my life. Even Mortarion treats his Legion better than Perturabo did, and that dude looks like the damn Grim Reaper and drinks poison. A good example that a lot of people tend to cite is when he took control of his Legion. Normally, the Legions, once they get their Primarch, get a massive boost in morale and leadership just because they know where they get their traits from, which is cool. But it also has this weird proximity effect where the Space Marines will automatically listen to their Primarch to their own detriment. Now, it's not entirely a 100% level of control. There are quite a few Loyalist Iron Warriors, or, well, there were, but when Perturabo took over the Legion, he saw that they had failed a mission or two recently, and instead of redoubling his efforts to make them a stronger Legion, he simply demanded they decimate themselves, removing 1/10 of the Legion's numbers as punishment to prove they will never fail again. So these are the actions people see. They are the bitter and nasty things that Perturabo has been seen doing, and from a top-down perspective, from some brainlet, they can just say, "Oh, he bitter and mean?" Oh man, straw man arguments are great, but people tend to see this and make the conclusion that he's just a mean, bitter man for the sake of being a mean, bitter person. And loosely they can see that it was a product of his upbringing, but I very rarely see the argument brought up that there is a significant portion of reasoning behind why he does what he does, and it's a lot more tragic and a lot more sad than it is just being frustrated with an angry little man. I can guarantee you it wasn't just he was born this way, baby. Because I find the Primarchs are very much a mixture of nature versus nurture, but nurture does tend to play a bigger part. Perturabo
expects the world around him to perform within a set boundary that is both logical and optimal. Because as a child, when he grew up on Olympia, that is the doctrine that he was set to live under. He was given set rules to operate under, and as long as he performed to the best of his abilities and succeeded at them, which he always did because he was a Primarch, he would be continued to be praised for what he did. Now, let's not confuse praise with kindness, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. He was used by his adoptive dad, the Tyrant of Locus, was shown an almost cold indifference outside of that praise for his fact of just being a Primarch. His needs were only met on the basis of something you would show off as a great treasure. Perturabo was seen by his father as nothing more than a tool for war and conquest once he was of age. But here's the part I find most interesting, and that's that in Perturabo's free time, he actually spent most of his time making advancements in agricultural equipment, things to improve the lives of others around him. See, he had a few Primarch powers that separated him from his brothers, which a lot of Primarchs tend to have multiple, but the one I tend to focus on is, simply put, he can look at most things and immediately know how to make them better in some way, shape, or form. Now, it depends on the situation, because better is often not really defined by any strict means, but he would often try to improve tilling machines, tractors, to help move grains better, and so on and so forth. But his adoptive father kept moving him to focus more on war efforts, and eventually that was all he was going to work on until, well, now, which is a bit of a tragedy. It mirrors a lot of personal accounts of artists growing up in restrictive households that had their parents say that they can't work on this specific project. You need to learn how to be an engineer or a doctor or some shit, when you secretly just wanted to paint or maybe even just raise chickens or some shit. I don't know. But there is one individual that is incredibly important in his story, and it was the only person in his life to ever treat him with unbidden affection. There wasn't a back and forth in the same sense that he had with his stepdad and every other general that he ended up working with, where he would provide his services and they would provide him with praise. The only person who showed him kindness without any strings attached was his adoptive sister. Shit. Hi, this is video editor Arthur. Yeah, I goofed. It's been a while since I've read the Perturabo Primarch novel, and I completely forgot that his sister's name was not actually Calliope, it's Caliphany. I got the two names mixed up because there's a D&D character that I've been interacting with. You know, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I forgot her name was Calliope for the entirety of this recording, and instead of being a competent individual, I'm going to just put this here and tell you all that, hey, while I was editing, I remembered that it's actually Caliphany and not Calliope, so whenever I say Calliope, it's actually Caliphany. Fuck this. Calliope, who treated him like she would any other brother, and was just nice to him. But one drop of clean water in a mire is not going to immediately purify what is brewing. And when he had to leave the planet to join his actual father, that is when things started to worsen further, as he was treated the same, a tool to be used. Now, say what you want about the Emperor, but I will say it is also in Perturabo's hands at this point. When you put up this sort of posture that you can get something done and won't ever complain, you will be sent on the more difficult missions. So, not mentioning that he actually enjoyed being praised for his efforts or shown a bit of kindness, and not being open about how he felt about anything made him almost the perfect silent tool. Most of his brothers knew he was unhappy, but he never truly spoke out about it, or at least outside of his legion. The Emperor, when interacting with his children, tends to be a very force meets force kind of individual. So because of that, he met Perturabo with the same kind of cold indifference that Perturabo puts out there. So in the end, it makes things a bit harder to stomach, or at least incredibly sad, when he returns to his home world of Olympia to find it has rebelled and forgotten why they served him. It ended with him going down to the planet and simply saying, "Burn this whole city to the goddamn ground." And that's what he did. They were a tool that lashed out and didn't fulfill their purpose, and therefore They were discarded like how he felt he would be if he didn't provide a purpose to everyone that asked of him. So he lashed out almost in a childlike rage that if you do not fall in line, you get the stick, forgetting that you also need to put a carrot at the end of it for the whole analogy to work. This all culminates further in the single most tragic part of Perturabo's life, when he accidentally kills his elderly sister Calliope. Now, she had become pretty withered in her old age, since it had been 60-70 years since the original time that Perturabo had been on the planet, but he could still see who she was, and she could never forgive him for what he had become. Upon her death was the final step in his damnation. The road to damnation, in my mind, is like a ladder extending upwards, where every step you take on it causes the step behind you to snap and become unusable. At a certain point, you can still jump off and come back down to a safe level, but the higher you go, the harder it is for you to jump off without harming yourself, and at a certain point, jumping off means certain death. And this step was the final one in his mind. He could never come back. So with all that in mind, I will pose to you a question with this character, being as intense and insane as he is. Why? Why did he do it? And why did he become what he was? Kindness and the lack thereof is my answer. To grow up with indifference is different from growing up with hate. Being hated your entire life can cause you to become gnarled, like an old dried up tree, where you will bend and break with ease. But when you grow up around people who treat you with a passive indifference, you learn to not care about the world around you and see it in only pragmatic and practical terms. Some Primarchs had a naturally kind soul, and I think that Bo is one of them, just on the basis of how he responded to one individual who treated him with genuine compassion. The bitterness, the anger, and the sadness that is permanently affixed to Perturabo is there because every single person along the way failed him, and not even by his standards. They had all the chances in the world to show him genuine compassion when it was the most important lesson to teach him in the world, and they didn't. They either chose not to, and the only person who did died by his hands. It's why Calliope's death hits so hard. She was his only anchor, and now that she's gone, well, he falls down the path of bitterness, where he sees that he is the only one who can get any job done, which, when in close proximity to Fulgrim, is kind of correct, but you get what I mean. I think kindness and showing genuine compassion is both the easiest and the hardest thing to do to someone that you know nothing about or care nothing about. A quote I tend to use is, "We think too much and feel too little." If you're familiar with the film that came from, you're cool, I guess. Thumbs up. But the quote is especially applicable for those we deem as nothing more than a tool, or even someone that we dislike. We tend to find it really easy to latch on negative emotions to individuals that we find it socially acceptable to dislike. So the social standard for someone like Perturabo, who is known for being a grumpy curmudgeon, who's known for being a bitter man, who will do any job you give him, but also complain about it the entire time, makes it a bit of a self-perpetuating cycle where people will treat him like he is that, and therefore he continues to act like that. I find there is a point to be made about how we treat people we don't like, or treat people we see as having permission to treat like we don't like them. And I'm not here to make that point. I just think that it is easier to be kind than it is to be horrible to people. Because if you do not treat people kindly, and you treat them with passive indifference at best, and kind of a malevolence at worst, you get Perturabo. A self-perpetuating cycle, people treating him like garbage, people not seeing the hurt he has, and thus he keeps treating people like garbage himself. He just needed to be proven wrong once, shown that kindness and civility was the proper way of treating people, but he never was. And now he never will be, because if you aren't familiar, Perturabo, Peter Turbo, the man, the myth, the big sad himself, has ascended to demonhood and is angry forever at everyone. everyone. I relate to Perturabo, at least on the apathy thing, not the demon thing. That'd be rad, but like suck, but whatever. Because I moved around a lot as a kid, as my parents tried to find work to sustain their lifestyles as well as mine and my sister's. So when you show up and have obvious psychological problems like I did in childhood, it's easy for people to treat you like garbage simply seeing that you're kind of the outlier, and I was someone who acted out a lot like Perturabo, and no one ever really saw the reason behind it. Now, I don't blame them for it. That's why I relate to Perturabo, where I can see the cycle of apathy and just indignance that comes with his existence, and I relate to that specific part. I don't think I'm alone on that. I think there's a lot of people who can relate to growing up different, growing up weird in a world around them where people don't exactly hate them or show them any kind of malice, but just ignore them and feel left by the wayside. I think that is one of the most emblematic things to describe Perturabo as a whole, and that's what people tend to describe him as. He is bitter, hard to be around, but incredibly competent, and I have so many friends that are like that. They grew up socially awkward. They grew up with this kind of inability to acquiesce to social norms that made it so that it was hard for them to fit in, and they grew up jaded and bitter because of it, which kind of loops back to that analogy that I was giving before, where it can be both incredibly difficult and incredibly easy to be kind. But I am not here to tell you what you are supposed to do. I am just here to tell you my perspective on Perturabo and how I relate to him as a person. Jaghatai Khan is one of the most interesting and non-divisive Primarchs out there, as in general, I think it's actually pretty easy to like the character. Mostly because he's just the most down-to-earth out of all of his brothers. I usually say he's the most non-divisive because there are actually two camps of thought in regards to him, and that is simply you've either read about him or you have. If you've read about Jaghatai Khan, you probably like him because there is a lot to like about him. But if you haven't read about him, you probably think he's either boring, generic, or all that uninteresting. And I think it's kind of unfair for some people to not give him a chance. But before I get into my opinions on Jaghatai Khan, I just want to thank my channel members for supporting me. You guys are the reasons why I can actually do this and keep up making videos like the way that I have been. And with all of you around, I can actually get paid for doing it, not delay any of the content for your consumption. I'm working on like a lot of big background projects, thankfully, and I'm going to be putting out something interesting in the next couple weeks to a couple months. So with your help, I just want to say thank you. If you want to support me as well as gain access to additional content or early content, then become a channel member today. It would definitely mean a lot to me, and it would also help the channel. So, I have a lot to say about Jaghatai Khan, but I also have nothing to say about him. I could go on a filibuster about who he is as a character, but in the same breath, I could sum up his character in about 5 to 10 words, and I think that is probably one of the best ways to see him. The freedom to express yourself and your opinions of this individual is probably the most important aspect of your interpretation of his character. So, like I tend to forget, a lot of you who look at these videos might not know a lot about the individual Primarchs, so where should we start to talk about when it comes to Jaghatai? Well, for one, he was sent to this planet known as Chagoris. Chagoris has probably one of the most strong ties to the local culture of the planet that a planet can have. It's actually one of the biggest defining factors of Jaghatai as a person. He absolutely took to the culture of Chagoris instantly, and actually holds it with pride in his heart, unlike most of his other brothers, whom either gave up their culture that they grew up with for the culture of Terra, or they simply integrated the culture of Terra until it slowly eroded away what they believed from their old planet. I think the culture of Chagoris is often misunderstood. Now, I will say that it's pretty obvious that it's based off of the Mongolian horse riding culture of like the Genghis Khan days and so on and so forth. But I feel like whenever I read about it, I should also note I'm not a history buff, but whenever I read about it, it reminds me a lot of like the mixed cultural influences that inspired the Dothraki from A Song of Ice and Fire. If you haven't read A Song of Ice and Fire, they have a very strong influence from the Mongolian horse archer and horse riding culture, but they also have like a lot of pulls from other areas. A very strong sense of warrior brotherhoodmanship, where they are seen as incredibly brutal, but also incredibly fair. If you challenge someone to a death match for honor, you are going to either die or kill them. They will not give you leeway, as that is the culture, but they won't just kill you without a reason. It's super intricate and very nuanced in the way that it's portrayed, albeit the examples of it are a little bit limited because Jaghatai and the White Scars aren't exactly as popular as I would like them to be, but I digress. As this culture is, as I mentioned, depicted as brutal and fair, it does have this one major overarching theme, which is that if it's viewed by an outsider, the culture itself is seen as savage. It's seen as uncivilized, which I think is one of the most interesting ways to look at Jaghatai, as he sees people looking at his culture as savages, as brutes, and he doesn't care. He simply thinks that that is their misconception, and if they don't want to change their minds, that is perfectly fine. He will simply prove them wrong through his actions, and that's another way to look at him. His actions are definitely more important to him than his words. That being said, he is still a very wise individual as Primarchs go, and even as fictitious characters go. So as the story goes, he was picked up by the Emperor, and he made this actual bargain with the Emperor. To work with him, he was going to state that if I'm going to be a part of your Imperium, you have to let me practice my culture as I see fit, with no restrictions. It doesn't matter if there's a ban on religion, the semi-religious practices of Chagoris need to be upheld, or I will not work with you. The reason he did that was because he understood that if he said no flat out, he was going to be taken by force. He could tell that the Emperor wasn't going to take no, so he might as well get the most out of it, right? So upon being taken by the Emperor to be a part of the Imperium, he was met by a legion that did not understand his ways. The legion he was greeted with did not even care to learn his ways at first, but eventually they fell in line with him, teaching them the ways of brotherhood and greater honor for the Legion, as well as just how to be friends with your fellow man, right? The Star Hunters is what they were called before, but due to Jaghatai incorporating this practice of ritual scarification, they ended up becoming the White Scars. Now, I find the ritual scarification is very telling of Jaghatai's culture and him as a character, as Jaghatai sees the bonds of warriors and brotherhood to be more important than most others. So, the scarring that the White Scars have to go through is a way to show that at base, everybody is on the same level. Sure, there may be rank and status, but we all share the same scar, so it doesn't matter what planet you come from or what culture you come from. We are all brothers in this war, which I always think is kind of interesting. But regardless, thus, the White Scars were born, and this is where I find Jaghatai's character is kind of fleshed out a bit differently from the rest of the other legions in the Primarch, because he grew up on Chagoris and was able to convert over some of his men into half-Astartes. They all considered each other the best of friends, not just warriors that served under the Khan. This comes into conflict later when one of Jaghatai's older friends from Chagoris ended up dying to some massive orc war boss. This didn't just send Jaghatai into a rage about losing one of his best warriors. It caused him to quite literally look at all of his men mid-fight with a bunch of orcs and just say, "Everyone, step back. I'm going to handle this." And thus, he suddenly had access to the fucking Speed Force and killed every one of the orcs with ease. Coming out of the cave to meet his men and then having a bit of a philosophical breakdown of the situation, where he's realizing slowly that he is going to outlive most of the people who cared about him and that he cared about from Chagoris. He doesn't like that, obviously, but he confides his feelings in one of his closest confidants, and they both come to the conclusion that, essentially, yeah, shit sucks, but you're gonna have to deal with it sooner or later, right? It's a really human discussion, and I think it's pretty interesting to see how he handles it. And there are various other conversations that happen like that between Jaghatai and the other Primarchs, Primarchs. One of my favorite interactions was Jaghatai basically feeling out if Sanguinius was on the level the first time that they met. So what is there to say about Jaghatai other than the fact that he's kind of a chill guy? What can I even add to the conversation to change your perspective on the feller like I plan to do with the majority of the Primarchs? Because that's kind of the theme of this series. I like to think I go into the Primarch books and the Primarchs as a whole with a slightly different perspective, because I'm the type of guy who also enjoys the smell of my own farts and thinks I'm significantly smarter than everyone else. But here's the part I think I should fill you in on. I don't need to have some grand truth to tell you about Jaghatai. I think he's a great character, and I think you should read books with him in it. But most people will tell you that. Hell, if I didn't say that in this video at least once, I'm pretty sure the Remembrancer would have probably mailed me an IED of some sort. Honestly, that is kind of in the spirit of Jaghatai, where we can all have a collective opinion on him as a Primarch and agree at the same time, but also have different ways of looking at it. Jaghatai's key defining feature is his ability to just be free, be whatever he wants to be. He is not constrained by the Imperium. In all honesty, probably almost dicked off in the middle of the Horus Heresy several times to just wait for the whole conflict to blow over, just so he could see the whole picture of what was actually happening. Thankfully, he didn't, and he's a true and noble son of the Emperor, but he's also just gonna do what he wants. And what he wants is to be Jaghatai. When told that there was a chance he could die saving civilians, and that it wasn't worth it to lose a Primarch just to save some random people who happened to be on Terra during the siege of Terra, he immediately left to go save as many civilians as possible, and also boot Mortarion in his decrepit nutsack. He can't be tempted by chaos, as, to be honest, anything that would restrict his ability to do as he pleases is probably anathema to his entire existence. It's why he modified his ships to be able to travel significantly faster than other Primarchs' flagships. Well, actually, it was because of several reasons, one of which was to fit the views of his culture from Chagoris, and two was he wanted to be able to, go faster, but, I digress. He is a super self-aware character, and I think that's why so many people have found him to be endearing. I kind of refer to him as the anti-surface level Primarch, where you can look at every Primarch and kind of know their shtick at base just by looking at them and their aesthetics. If you look at Jaghatai, sure, you can see sword, Mongolian warrior king, but that only scratches the surface of the warrior philosophy king he is. The philosopher king that he is. You need to see how he thinks and puts things together. He is the ultimate anti-reactionary character, and I think it's why he deserves to be more respected, and so do the White Scars as a whole. I think the White Scars are one of the most undervalued chapters of Space Marines in the setting, and the same goes for almost all of their successors. I think it's an actual outright travesty that he is so marred and underrepresented by the fact that a lot of people just don't immediately understand the culture of Chagoris that shows up in the aesthetic of all of his Marines. They simply see bikes and swords and think, oh, that's their entire shtick, when it goes a lot deeper than that. I know it's mostly because, again, as I mentioned, you have to understand the warrior culture of Chagoris to understand him and them better, but I promise, if you take the time to learn about Jaghatai Khan and how freedom is the most important aspect of his character, you'll grow to appreciate the Warhawk of Chagoris significantly more. But that's just my opinion. I was nervous about doing this one. With each Primarch, you discover relatively quickly that they are all exemplars of humanity. They represent the best and worst traits of all human beings that we have to offer. Dorn is the fierce adherence to laws and codes. Curze is the unbridled lunacy of an unchecked id. Fulgrim is the love of life and how it can be intoxicating. But I'm a big enough man to admit when I just had no idea how to discuss Leman Russ, other than pointing out the basics that you would know about him. Or at least I didn't. Leman Russ and the Space Wolves are the most unappealing chapter of Space Marines on offer in my opinion. And I don't say that as I don't like them or even dislike them, because there are chapters that I like less than them. There's just nothing about them that triggers any neurons in my brain to fire. I just look at them and their aesthetic is nice, but it's definitely not geared towards something that I would like. Call me a bit of a little whiny bitch, but I just don't really care about Viking aesthetic. I know that's a bit of a hypocritical statement considering I love the Votann, but I don't know. I just don't like the way that the Space Wolves do it most of the times. So to continue on that train of thought, for those who don't know, I tend to read in advance of a few months before I tackle a topic, or at least I try to. I try to at least not even talk about a topic until I'm at least a few months or a few weeks away from the subject material of a specific piece of media so that I can have time to formulate my ideas. I tend to stick to how I feel about things rather than regurgitate what other people on lore to Reddit, so on and so forth like to say. And that gets me into trouble, and that also is kind of the reason why I like to think people stick around. I had been reading books of the Space Wolves predominantly for a while, but my perspective hadn't changed on them for just as long. My opinions of them was the same as in the Space Wolf video, and my opinions of Leman Russ was about the same as well. But that all changed when I read two books. The first one was The Parting of the Ways. I should say it's not really a book, it's an audio drama that follows the life of Bjorn the Fell-Handed as he's recalling him being turned into a dreadnought, and then the Leman Russ Primarch book. These actually put me into a weird headspace, and due to some personal stuff that I've been going through, it started to slowly slide into place how I felt about Leman Russ and how I could relate to him like I had with other Primarchs, and how I can convey the emotions of Leman Russ to all of you so that I can add something to the conversation. The Primarchs of Warhammer 40k are such interesting and nuanced characters that I feel going at them from the same angle over and over again is not going to move the needle at all. And hell, I might be tooting my own horn a little bit too much when I think that just me waxing poetic about some weird wolf man for about 20 minutes of your time is going to do that as well. But I want to be able to add something to the conversation. I want to be able to give you guys a perspective on this character that maybe people haven't discussed as much in the past. Maybe they have, and I'm just uninformed, but we'll see. Before I get into that, I'm going to try and explain him in a way that is understandable to newcomers and old heads alike so that we have a bit of a jumping off point, okay? So starting off, who exactly is Leman Russ? Leman of the Russ is technically his full name, is a Primarch, the sixth to be specific, who was sent to the planet of Fenris at a young age. Because of this, he adopted the culture of the planet in a very weird way. He was legit raised by Fenrisian wolves and had two brothers who were actually wolves that accompanied him into combat pretty far into his adult life, as Fenrisian wolves are particularly long-lived. The difficult life of existing on Fenris is, well, hard to describe, as it's every single apocalypse and doomsday film you've ever seen happening all at once and just shifting the flavor of what color the sky is depending on the time of year. The summers, volcano eruptions and tectonic shifts as well as earthquakes, as well as gigantic predators. The winters, harsh tundras, storms that could freeze you to death, and also still gigantic predators. Did I mention that there's also fucking bears the size of tanks on this planet? You know, the worst kind of stuff. The culture of Fenris is very feral and very tribalistic. Imagine how a lot of people see Vikings of olden times, where they are a bunch of savages living in small huts and trying their best to survive. Leman took to this style of living well, and even found what he would consider the closest friends he has ever made alongside his wolf brothers. As Primarchs go, he rallied entire nations under his banner, or at least what little banner there was to have on that death ball of ice and fire. They all reached adulthood together, which I think is a significant part of Leman Russ's life. And because of this, when the Emperor showed up and engaged in what is likely to be considered the most high-test activities ever in 40k history, he eventually added Leman to the Imperium and gave him a legion of space marines, as well as the scientific ability to add the Canis helix to the gene seed organs of his legion. Not much is known about the Canis helix. I mean, the name implies that it's the wolf Canis gene helix of some sort. It's probably there to allow non-Fenrisian space wolves to feel the berserkerness of the Legion without having to go to Fenris. Logistically, it's a reference to the berserkers of the olden days. Now, I'm not going to be a historian here because I'm not. I'm an idiot, actually, who knows little to anything about history, but I played a lot of D&D, and I've learned where the history of my Barbarian Rage class feature comes from, where Norse barbarians, or at least allegedly barbarians, would take a shitload of psychedelics and then go nuts in the woods for a little bit and pretend to speak with Odin or some shit. You know, killing frenzy and whatnot. And yes, if I've gotten everything I just said 100% wrong, you have complete free reign to just make fun of me. But that's where the reference comes from. That's why the Canis Helix is there. It's also adding a bit of lycanthropy into the mix so that it's, you know, particularly wolfy. But I'm getting off track here. I'll probably talk more about the competitions that Leman and the Emperor went through some other time because they don't matter too much right now, but it was really cool. Basically, it was a drinking and eating and a fighting competition, and Leman won 2 of those, which is kind of crazy to think about. So, once he was brought into the Legion, something interesting happened. See, his shield bearers, the individuals who fought with him, were adults, like I mentioned. Like, full on outside of the range of what a Space Marine should be in order to be accepted into the surgeries to become a full-blown Astartes, but they refused to not fight alongside their leader and even refused to take the half measure becoming a half Astartes like Corferon or Luther from the Dark Angels. They went through the whole implantation process and a lot of them actually survived, which is insane to think about. So you had a bunch of the wisest non-child soldier Space Marines to have ever existed, and they were in the Space Wolves of all places. These individuals were a part of the 13th company of his legion, which was alleged to be his favorite company, as that was the one he would fight alongside the most. So they would fight, they would feel proud, and then the years would do as they do and grind down the hard edges of the enjoyment they would feel at war. I mentioned this before with the Jaghatai video, but you have this moment where he had to come to terms with losing one of his best friends to an orc in combat, which was another individual he grew up with on Jagoras, and he had to make peace with slowly losing all those that he cared about. Leman Russ is that exact idea amplified to a degree that I did not see coming. See, Leman isn't just worried about losing his friends. He's worried about losing everything. See, the tradition of information passing down the lines on Fenris is not one of written paper and books. It is actually of skalds, storytellers, and oral history. Stories passed down at campfires through the years, and there is always going to be this issue that comes with this kind of storytelling where there's a degree of degeneration every time this happens. Even with Space Marines that have an enhanced ability to recall facts and ideas, there's always going to be small elements of the story changed every time the story is told and every time the story is retold. The stories that were being told by the newer inductees were in fact beginning to change. They were becoming a mottled and different version of what the actual truth was. It didn't bother Leman at first because, you know, don't let the truth get in the way of a good yarn. Leman actually enjoyed the deification, this idea of him being raised to the status of some mythical godlike figure to inspire those around him. It didn't bother Leman at first, I should say, but as his brothers of the 13th Company started to die and got replaced, there was this bitter melancholy that stuck to his bones like a fevered chill. The loss of not just people he cared about, but the legacy that they represented, he didn't fully want to be revered anymore as this mythical figure as this started to set in. He wanted the legacy of his legion to simply be that they were the best warriors the Imperium had to offer. He wanted there to be legends, but considering that his deeds were on par with his brothers and nothing more than that, it slowly started to set in that the soul of his legion was decaying into a pantomime of what it once was. People bragging about killing orc war bosses when every other legion was basically doing the exact same. There's nothing more telling of this than this scene after the Siege of Terra, after the Scouring, and after everything, Leman, in one of the novels, was found alone during a night of festival on Fenris. He was in a cavernous spot alone, draped in robes, drinking alone, in a state of mourning. See, tonight was the biggest celebration they had in a while, as it was the first time that new Marines had been raised ever since the Scouring happened, meaning that the Space Wolves were no longer a legion, they were a chapter of Space Marines. So the first Marines who had never seen the Legion were being raised, and Leman could not be sadder about this. He was in such a dour mood when one of these fresh Space Wolves, like the newest one that literally had just been raised today, encountered him by chance as they went off into the woods and found this cave that he just happened to be in, and they found him mourning the loss of one of the last people he cared about. He had ashes pasted onto his face in this kind of death mask, and his movements were haggard, being described as unlike a Primarch and more like a haggard old man. He saw this young wolf and smiled, realizing who it was. Someone who never saw the Legion and never will. He then regaled this new wolf the tales of long-lost glory and why he grieved. All of his men at this point were for the most part either dead, dying, or so old that it didn't even matter. Only a handful of them remained, and it was on this day, after all of these years, that he had finally received the news that the lion, his brother, had died. See, back then we actually thought that, so pay no mind to the fact that the lion pulled a dying in pretend and came back like it wasn't one of the biggest shakeups in the setting. But do keep a pin in this, because we're going to talk about this later. But yeah, he confessed stories of him fighting with his brother, stories that seem harrowing and filled with murder, but to him were just the squabbling of bitter brothers competing for the affections of their father, and is a telltale sign that he missed his brother now more than anything else. He was a warrior who was tasked with winning wars, and he did it. Every time, without distinction, to the point where it got boring for him. His life's meaning began to lose its fun. Now other Primarchs can be satisfied with the idea of the future and getting it done, but Russ lives in the moment and he desires to be satisfied. But in this moment, there's grief. For what he did to his brother Magnus, for the loss of the lion, and for him not being there to help with the Siege of Terra. This year has been unkind to me. I know this is coming out of nowhere, but the further I get into this series, the more I feel a level of some kind of therapeutic release with learning about these characters as in-depth as I am. And I don't care if it's cringe to relate to some 10-foot tall, muscle-bound Viking Hulk, but I do. There is this idea I'm currently battling with. I'm not naturally a depressed person. I'm usually very positive, and I'm pretty much always pretty optimistic. But suffice to say, as I mentioned, it's been a rough year for me, and I won't go into detail because that's my personal information, but this idea that I have been struggling with is that as I grow older, every year that goes by, and every season that passes, I've noticed that the things that have made me happy in the past don't make me as happy as they once did. And it's this year that I've noticed that it's at its worst, where I have to try new things in order to get any kind of excitement, any kind of enjoyment out of my surroundings. I surround myself with people that I care about, and there's just this numbness that comes with it. Now, it might just be my circumstances, but I won't bore you with the details. It's not something I feel any depression about. I'm naturally a sardonic person and enjoy life, especially if it's kind of shitty. I like making jokes about the darkest aspects of living. But when I came to this realization that things I used to love more than anything else are nothing more than a numbing additive to my life to keep myself from being too distracted, it was a bit of a bitter pill to swallow. I change up my life and I try new things. I'm doing some traveling soon, which is definitely exciting. And that's what I meant earlier when something happened in my life that made me realize that I relate to Leman Russ at that point more than any of the other Primarchs. There is this fear I have. I doubt it's going to be any level of legit, and I doubt it's even that uncommon to feel this way, but as I read about Leman Russ and how he feels about being less and less interested in the wars around him and simply wishing to speak with his brother and simply wishing to feel something that isn't just fear of repercussions, I can't help but feel seen. I feel like my struggles to find meaning and something to do to keep myself positive through the torrent of bullshit I gotta put up with is really relatable when I think about this character. And I share the same fears as he does, where in the back of my mind, I worry that it's eventually just all going to go numb, where I just don't care about anything anymore. And I am worried that it will just be this gray melange of just nothing. And I don't think that is uncommon, like I said. Mental health struggles and issues therein are often unreported, and symptomology doesn't necessarily cover everything that can happen. And that's one of the reasons why I relate to these stories of fictitious men. I can see myself in them and gain a greater clarity to how I feel, because there's something there that is a human experience. And that's why I think people like Leman Russ. Sure, you can like the Viking battles, you can like the screaming barbarian who can tank shots and fight other Primarchs and win one-on-one, but he is a human being at his base. You might say, oh, but he's a Primarch, he's better. No, there's nothing more human in my eyes than a man alone on the night of a party who simply wants to remember his brother, his best friends, and the animals that he grew up with. It is super relatable. And I'm uncomfortable sharing these pieces of information, but I want to convey my point better, and that's the only way in my mind to be able to convey this, that I relate to this struggle of loss of purpose. And if you follow the end of the Leman Russ Primarch book and you go into the parting of the ways, you find that he eventually became so frustrated with his guilt, his, I guess, annoyance that he wasn't there during the Siege of Terra, that he left for the Eye of Terror, telling one of his oldest companions, one of the people that grew up with him, Bjorn the Fell-Handed, that you are not coming. And I've always thought about that. I've always thought that maybe he did this as one act of kindness to tell his last remaining brother that I don't want the stories to be overwritten. You're the oldest. You need to tell everybody what actually is happening and what actually happened. I think that's very interesting in terms of a dissection. And I think in that message, 40K has given us the answer to that question of, does it all just go away? Does it all just get numb and nothing will ever return to once it's lost? Because in the modern setting, the answer is no. The lion has returned. Guilliman has returned. What was lost can be reclaimed, and a new, greater war than ever before is being waged in the name of mankind, exactly like Leman would have wanted. I'm a naturally optimistic person, but I love that narrative through line that Leman was worried that everything goes numb at some point due to the losses, and now his losses are slowly being undone. I think it is a bit of noble, bright messaging, and I know that a lot of people probably wouldn't like that. I think it's something that can uplift us all to some degree. I'm probably just waxing poetic about absolutely nothing important, but hey, you chose to watch this video and you got this far. Shut up and enjoy.
The Primarch of the 7th Legion is Rogal Dorn, and I would be hard-pressed to find anybody who actually dislikes Rogal, who isn't an Iron Warriors fan, that is. Rogal Dorn is such an interesting character study in terms of the unyielding might of human willpower, as he obviously represents something like that. Rogal Dorn is definitely one of my favorite characters in the whole setting, but I do understand when people come in saying that he is a smidge boring at times, because he is, at least in comparison to some of his other brothers. I mean, look at this dude, you got schizophrenic Batman over here. But counterpoint, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think Rogal Dorn is as boring as people say he is, especially in comparison to the other members of the Primarchs. I know a lot of people think he is a stick in the mud, but follow me on this as I do a bit of a deep dive into his backstory, but more so into his psychology as I commit to this whole pseudo-intellectual thing a bit more. So where do we start? Well, for one, like all of his brothers before him and after him, he was sent to some random planet in a far-off galaxy that ended up being a frozen wasteland. This planet was known as Inuit. Inuit was known for being mostly a solid block of ice and barely livable, but due to its unlivable circumstances, it was considered to have some of the hardiest people in the history of the Imperium. Think Vestroia, but with a bit more depression. He was raised by an older gentleman who, unlike other Primarchs, Rogal Dorn didn't see him as a father, more a grandfather figure, which might not seem too relevant, but we will circle back to this a little bit later when I get to my points. I'm going to skip past the normal Primarch affairs because there's only so many times you can convey the sentiment of, and through their tactical might and superior mind, they took control of a large swath of humankind, and then the Emperor showed up because, well, Dorn does that like almost every other Primarch on the list. As a side note, during that affair, it was discovered that there was a thing orbiting around the planet that he was on, which was eventually found out to be a massive starship. Rogal Dorn wanted to claim it for himself and spent many years trying to get it to turn on and become usable, but it never did. Well, not until well after his grandfather's death and so on. Oh, and the so on that I just referred to was actually the Emperor showing up and helping Rogal Dorn turn it on, and Rogal Dorn swearing fealty to the Imperium of Mankind. So there was a bit of a cataclysmically large hand wave, but I digress. This does lead me to the next major part, which is that this starship, the Phalanx, would become Rogal Dorn's more or less home, as well as the chapter and legion home for the Imperial Fists for the foreseeable future, even to the modern day setting. The Phalanx is considered the largest vessel under the Imperium's control, but not created by the Imperium. This leads us more or less to the Great Crusade era of Rogal Dorn's gaslight gatekeep girl boss lifestyle. So let's discuss a few key elements I want to focus in on. So when I said it actually mattered that he was raised by an older gentleman, it actually does matter. See, one thing that not a lot of people talk about is that as you age, especially as you get past your 40s, a common thing people state is your sense of ambition begins to decrease. And I don't think that's inherently a bad thing. I am inherently a very ambitious person, as most people are in their 20s and 30s. But as you get older, you begin to realize that slowing down is actually a good thing for you, and it's time for you to focus on what really matters most rather than some fleeting ambitions to accomplish some life goal. When it comes to living on a planet with scarce resources, as well as being an older man, you realize that striving for exceptionalism is like going out into a snowstorm naked just to prove that you're hard as nails, which I guess there are people that can survive super cold temperatures for long periods of time, but in general, it's not really worth it when you've lived for so long. Someone of an older age is likely going to be passing down this kind of wisdom of no wasted movement, no wasted effort, only work in service to the goals that you have set for yourself, and make sure that your ambition is tempered with wisdom. This is some of the things that a lot of the Primarchs never actually got to learn. Most of his brothers were raised by differently aged individuals, and the only individual who was considered to, I guess, technically be older and have kind of a grandfather position is Corferon, and he is just a piece of shit. He does not fit into the analogy of the importance of the wisdom of ages. He fits better into a wood chipper foot first, but that's just my preference. But with Dorn, you see this idea represented in almost all of his actions. He acts in every circumstance with this almost subconscious idea that he doesn't have a lot of time left, meaning he will always complete a task so that it never needs to be done again just in case. I don't think he ever actually thought he was running out of time, but you could see this sort of no loose ends mentality he has throughout his entire crusade. I talked about it before a long ass time ago in a video that I don't even remember the name of, but there was this time that he encountered a massive contingent of human populace that found a way to travel as fast, if not faster, than warp speed through the usage of these massive slipgates. I'm going to go on a brief aside to talk about this instance a little bit more in depth so that you all can understand the point that I'm winding up to, but the idea of Dorn's idea of efficiency and how he reacted to the Capiculu continuum is kind of an interesting cross-section of his personality. The gates themselves would not work if anyone that was psychic or psychically inclined entered them, and the individuals themselves of the Capiculu continuum actually died instantly if there was any kind of psychic interference within their mind.
upon having this kind of protracted and dragged out war with this continuum, he found out that their technology evolved in separate ways than the Imperium. Instead of engaging in heavier armor, they engaged in stealthier tactics, having almost perfect invisibility suits that you could only tell were there simply by a slight shimmer. And because of the weird mutation that we're going to discuss in a second they could not be detected psychically. But after this war was over, it was found out that these humans are a remnant of a long-gone alien empire. This alien empire is actually where they get their name, the Capiculu Continuum. They enslaved this small race of humans that had settled on this planet, and to prevent the horrors of Old Night from overtaking the planet, they forcefully edited their genome to implant what looked like living circuitry in their brain. See, there was a dissection scene earlier in the novel that I'm referring to where they looked into one of their brains and found out that there was this wiring that was almost crystalline going throughout their brain, and they thought it was simply implanted at birth. But no, it turns out this weird parasitic living circuitry in their brain was actually from an edited bit of their DNA, and it grew in naturally. And they referred to it simply as the mind bonds, as it was a symbol of their servitude, but since the alien race is dead, it was a symbol of their solidarity now. These mind bonds prevented all psychic activity in human brains from occurring. So, after finding out all this, what did Dorn do when he found out that this was a naturally occurring thing, and these were alien gene-edited humans rather than just standard stock humans who evolved on a planet? Oh, he killed every last one of them. As in his words, if they rebelled once, they will rebel again, which is incredibly grim. But he did have a point. It was also part of the Imperial Creed to not accept certain breeds of mutants into their hierarchy. See, abhumans are just naturally developed on a planet, but things that have been edited by aliens is kinda, yeah, that's a little out of the realm of possibility here, boyo. Which is interesting, because throughout this war, he made it his goal to bring them to heal and take them into the Imperium of Mankind, even if it meant there was only about a dozen or so left of this entire society to do so. He was going to do so. So him changing his opinion so quickly after being so set in his ways for well over a decade, it was interesting. I would say that that kind of conflict and the ability to change your mentality on something is in stark contrast to Perturabo, and this is where I kind of wanted to lead you all to for some personal wisdom. See, as weird as it is, Rogal Dorn actually reminds me a lot of something my dad used to say when I was a kid. He probably stole it from a movie, I'm not gonna lie, because I vaguely remember hearing it somewhere outside of him. So if you know, let me know. But he said that he got this expression from my grandfather, and knowing my grandfather, he is not that succinct. He's related to me. The phrase is, never use steel when iron would suffice. It's basically a cute way of saying work smarter, not harder. Or at least I thought so. See, as a kid, I never really questioned a lot of what my dad would say. My dad is weirdly smart, and then weirdly dumb in the same breath. I love him for that. When I only found out that there's a lot more of a deeper meaning to it within the last 5 years as he explained it to me. It's not just work smarter, not harder. It has a lot to do with the fundamental properties of iron and steel. See, in short, steel bends, iron breaks. Both are incredibly durable metals to use in the construction of stuff, but iron is heavy and unbending. It, from a scientific standpoint, is actually brittle. It will not bend. It has absolutely no elasticity. It will simply snap under pressure, but due to its heavy weight and its density, it's actually a very useful tool for certain tasks. Steel, on the other hand, is a lot lighter, not as brittle, but it is still more or less the same level of durability, if more durable, because it bends instead of breaking. Both serve kind of different purposes, but steel is the most adaptive and usable in almost every situation. It's why we use steel more than we use iron nowadays. But when it comes to people, sometimes having an entirely unyielding personality and sense of tactics is actually the best way to go. Thus, Perturabo's existence. But this is why Rogal Dorn actually exists, because if you look into his philosophy, it's actually pretty openly stated that he will change and adapt his strategy, as well as his general outlook on life, to change around developing news and ideas. See, even though he had difficulty adapting to the idea that his brother Horus was a traitor, he still eventually bent to understand where, when Perturabo was faced with new circumstances that would cause him to have to change his mind, instead of bending, say with Olympia, and realizing that he had to go back and just simply correct things, he broke and said, no more, kill everything. And I find that such a very interesting contrast. As long as the end result is the victory that the Imperium deems that it needs, Rogal Dorn will do whatever he needs to achieve these results, as long as it's reasonable. He bends but never breaks. Meanwhile, Perturabo is unyielding, yes, but because of that, he has adopted this sort of sink-or-swim mentality, which gives him quite a few weaknesses in the long run, as if you sink, well, we kinda saw how that played out, didn't we? It's why he was not chosen for the Imperial Palace and Dorn was, because although iron has its uses, steel is needed in these areas even though it's more difficult to produce. I relate to that, though I don't think it's any grand philosophical revelation for me to say that the idea of being able to adjust and overcome most circumstances is admirable as a trait, and especially a trait that I want to emulate. The entire point I'm trying to make about Rogal Dorn as a character is exemplified by a single quote he uttered during the Siege of Terra. "My order to you all is simple, yet heed it well and exert yourself to see it done. They are coming. Kill them all." It is succinct, it is malleable, as he is not trying to command an entire army to do a single thing. He tells them what needs to be done and trusts them to see it through however they can. Dorn is a regal figure, Dorn is a stoic figure, and at times he can be unbending like iron, but he still gives way rather than collapsing under the strain of the cruelty of the universe, much like Perturabo did. He's one of the best Primarchs in all facets. He is a duelist, he is a strategist, he is a leader, he is a mechanic, he is a brilliant scientist, and he is truly the Imperium's fist. And I low-key think he is going to be the next Primarch to return. Though if it is Dorn, Chaos better step up its game, dude. They barely stand a chance against the two Primarchs we have right now. If Dorn comes back, it's just game over. And this is going to be one of the most complicated videos I've made in such a long time. I mean this with all the kindness and caring I can muster in my long dead heart, that talking about the Primarchs is usually a mixture of being a little cut and dry, while also being a bit of a deep cut into my own psyche. For those who are new here, hello, I'm Arthur Bones. I talk about stuff in 40k from the perspective of your drunken, possibly degenerate friend, whom also tends to say things a little out of turn while he's around a little too often. And this is part 7 in a 20-part series I am doing, covering all of the Primarchs in order of the legions. No, you don't have to have seen the other parts to understand this one. I mostly just say as such as a guide to go learn about the Primarchs from the perspective of an escaped asylum patient. Speaking of an escaped asylum patient, Konrad Curze, who is responsible for the most typos from my dyslexic ass of any other Primarch. Seriously, I can never remember if it's Konrad with a K or a C or Curze with a K or a C. I know it's one of each. But that's besides the point. So memes aside, I'm going to play my hand a little early. The Night Lords are my favorite legion of Space Marines. Now, it is a bit close from time to time depending on what book I'm reading. The second place could be different depending on the day you ask. I love the Emperor's Spears, I love the Black Templars, but the Night Lords are usually number one. But when it comes to Primarchs, my number one pick is always going to be Konrad Curze, and second place is not even remotely going to be close. I think second place would probably be like the Lion or maybe Roboute Guilliman, again depending on the day, but the gulf of space between first place and second place is the width of the Pacific Ocean from my perspective. Konrad Curze, in my opinion, is one of the most interesting characters in the setting of 30k, and has one of the most interesting legacies of all the Primarchs, who are confirmed to have been dead, but also interesting legacies in terms of what their legion ended up doing afterwards. But out of all of the Primarchs that are dead or alive, Curze is the only Primarch to have canonically... Okay, YouTube, don't demonetize me for this. I'm skirting around this, but everybody here read between the lines. Allowed his death to happen under his own terms, which if you were to throw that idea at any other Primarch and see how they felt about it, they'd probably just laugh in your face. But I am jumping ahead a bit. Let's break this down into a beginning, a middle, and an end. Where at the beginning, we discuss who he is, in the middle, we discuss what he did, and in the end, we discuss how we feel. So who is Konrad Curze? Comically enough, calling him Curze is a bit of a misnomer. See, he was sent to a planet known as Nostromo, which is the shittiest planet to have ever been a shitty planet for very different reasons than other planets can be shitty in this setting. It's not populated by incredibly dangerous animals exclusively, no demon tigers or krakens. It's that special kind of immoral shithole that kind of pops up from time to time. Gang activity and an almost sunless existence bathes the only habitable side of the planet, which, if you don't know anything about human brain chemistry, we kind of need the sun to exist mentally for long periods of time. So with that, mental illness such as depression, anxiety, and weirdly enough schizophrenia are pretty common on Nostromo, which causes it to have the highest crime rate in the entirety of the setting for the time that it existed, which is insane to think about. Curze was sent to this planet, and instead of meeting a loving family or a horrible family, he was forcibly dug deep into the earth by the pod that he was in and had to crawl his child ass out. See, most people saw him as a freak, a monster, and either wanted to exploit him for their own personal gain or kill him. So he just kind of adopted this sort of, fuck 'em all mentality of enforcing justice his own way that is both inherent to the well-intending nature of the Primarchs, which I believe is indicative of every single Primarch, but also through the lens of someone who has only known violence and murder his entire life. So TLDR, he became lawful evil Batman who essentially developed a strong thirst for torture and violence. See, the torturer's knife is a guilt-free blade, meaning you torture one gang member and broadcast their cries to the world around you, and the rest of the gang is probably not going to be so likely to commit said crimes in the future. It's definitely an ends justify the means kind of way of dealing with problems, and I guess from a reductionist point of view, it ends with less bodies being buried in less cemeteries, but I feel if you agree with that mentality that torturing people and public forms of violent and cruel punishments is a good way of warding off criminals, maybe, you know what? Good luck with life. Good luck. I think you're gonna do just fine. But I digress. Curze was an unpredictable curmudgeon at the best of times. He was violent, he was horrible, but the thing I want to highlight here is his name isn't actually Curze. I mentioned this earlier, that it's a misnomer to refer to him as Konrad Curze because that's the name the Emperor gave him. And about 9 times out of 10, the Primarchs will refer to themselves by the name that was given to them by the Emperor. But Curze never had that kind of genetic memory like, say, Perturabo did, where he instinctively knew that his name was Perturabo. Instead, he adopted a title that fit his dramatis personae, if you will, the Night Haunter, which, weirdly enough, is the name he identified with the most. Even weeks before his death, he still referred to himself as the Night Haunter over Curze. It was more a formality to refer to him as Curze than anything else. He was a monster in the night. Alongside that, through his adventures on Nostromo, you find out that he had psychic capabilities that were similar to if you combine Sanguinius' foresight with the sporadic fits and bursts style nature of Lorgar, where his psychic abilities manifested in sporadic explosive bursts, and they presented themselves as very accurate predictions of possible futures, giving him a wide swath of what could possibly happen, which is very interesting. See, the thing is, colored by his perception of the world, especially being raised on Nostromo, he would be presented with multiple options, usually defined by a positive outcome and a negative one. He would always assume that the most horrible outcome was the most likely one to happen. This fatalism basically was what colored Curze's entire experience to a T. He would always assume the worst of people, and because of that, he would always act like an animal, killing and torturing those that would go against his self-perceived idea of justice and whatnot, and even torturing and killing people for the most basic of crimes, such as petty theft or even wanting to go out the way that he he did, which is, again, I can't say much about that topic or even say that funny little S word, or else YouTube will jump down my throat pretty fast. The mentality of the ends justify the means, and fatalism translates pretty hand over fist into the Night Lords as a legion for a time. As with everything involving Primarchs, the troops they ended up governing always are going to fall into this sort of category of the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But basically their entire existence fell into dealing out punishment, and oddly enough, they conquered a bunch of different worlds, and even though they were the least combat effective legion of Marines, they had a pretty decent compliance record due to the fear they would inspire. If the Night Lords were proclaimed to be going to a system, a lot of planets would just immediately give up because they know what would happen. So come the heresy, and Horus would take the Night Haunter onto his side in order to mess around with loyalists, particularly because Curze drew the short straw and thus had to deal with the Lion for a bit, which see the Thramas Crusade to learn about how well that went. But none of this really matters. We know who Curze is, but the point I want to hone in on the most is one that kind of comes as a revelation upon his death. Curze. After all was said and done, the heresy lost, he destroyed his home planet, or rather, the planet he was raised on, Nostromo, a rotten world. I mentioned this before, that the apple didn't fall far from the tree for a certain period of time with Curze's legion, and that is because after he had purged the majority of crime on the planet and made it so that people were too afraid to act, he left and assumed that things would stay the same no matter how long he was away. But since the monster was away, people were not afraid to look under their bed anymore. So eventually, the children he started to recruit into his legion were getting worse. Criminals before they were 13, murderers before they were 13, deviants one and all, and he noticed this a bit too late because Curze doesn't really have many people skills, so he couldn't really talk to any of them. His only real friend was really, I guess, Sevatar, but that's about it. So, in order to stem the flow of poison, the Night Haunter destroyed Nostromo with very little hesitation. He made it so that every single one of his legion, as best they could, would have to see what happened to their home world. None of them stopped him, but every single one of them had a different reaction. And I really find it's a very harrowing scene to see how far Curze had just fallen at that point. As he was one of the Primarchs that had never really fallen to chaos, he just turned full traitor, which is partially due to the insanity of him having to see the worst things happening all the time because of his psychic gifts. And thus, after Nostromo was destroyed, they discovered a far-off world that was incredibly difficult to get to by the name of Seguelsa. A mostly dead world of dust storms and empty nothings, he created a new fortress there, made from stone, but at the center was a room made of still living bodies of people stitched together, with warp sorcery as well as good old ingenuity and surgery. It was simply referred to as the Screaming Gallery. It is often stated that the Screaming Gallery was a reflection of what was happening in Curze's mind, as it was becoming very apparent that he was starting to unravel even to his legion. Constant seizures, his teeth turning black and rotten, him even drooling when in the middle of conversation because of his lack of control over his own body at this point. His psychic visions, in short, were destroying his mind. He was hallucinating and blacking out more and more, and it was destroying him from the inside out. So when he got visions that an assassin was coming to murder him, he took it as a delight to finally prove his point. As in a moment of clarity, he realized that his entire life's mission was 100% justified. That you have to punish people who commit crimes, no matter who they are and no matter what the crime was as well. You have to punish them with death, particularly a painful death, but death nonetheless. And in this moment of clarity, he realized that he had sided with the wrong side, and he believed that with his death, it would prove to the Emperor that he was right, that the ends justify the means. And this is where one of my favorite lines that Curze had ever said came from, and that is, "Death means nothing in comparison to vindication. And so, he allowed himself to die, which proved, to him at least, all of his negative convictions about the world, that it is nothing but crime and punishment. He died believing what he wanted, and nothing would sway him as such. Or nothing ever would, to be honest. And to me, this is one of the most human actions a Primarch has ever committed. It is self-centered, it is incredibly arrogant, it is delusional, it is incredibly flawed, and there isn't even a great degree of intelligence that goes behind it. And I find it deeply relatable that sometimes Primarchs make bad decisions, not even founded on good logic or good intellectual reasoning. They just do it because it fits with their moral compass. We all have self-destructive tendencies, even if we don't acknowledge them. Is that a bad thing? Not necessarily, but is it a good thing? Also, not necessarily. I want to say that when it comes to Curze, I know a lot of people like him. People that will die on this hill of their beliefs, regardless of if they are proven wrong or if they know, morally speaking, that what they are doing is incorrect. Even in moments of extreme clarity, they learn nothing. They simply believe that their ideals just need to be reinforced with whatever behavior they choose to embark upon. And because of that, it's led me to have this kind of observer mentality to these self-destructive behaviors. I have lost many friends to these kinds of ideals that end up getting reinforced by this negative fatalism belief. For those who don't know, I know fatalism is a word that I throw around a lot, and it's not a word that's very commonly used. A lot of people hear the word fatal and assume I mean like death and dying, but no. Fatalism is also basically just predeterminism, that you believe no matter what happens, the result is always going to be the same, no matter how you put it. Now, fatalism is often used in the context of someone believing the worst is always going to happen, and all you can do is mitigate it. You cannot prevent it. I disagree. I am a stark optimist. Even through the worst of times, I am always going to try and strive to have the most positive outlook on life. But I find a lot of people that I've grown to grow attached to just become consumed with this fear, this idea that no matter what happens, the bad thing is always going to happen. It always gets worse. It never gets better. You can never truly recover what you've lost. You can, again, only mitigate what's happened. And that's why I identify with Curze. I have seen people like this. I have friends that are like this right now, that have such fatalistic ideals about the world that they constantly claim realism over, when in fact it's them being incredibly depressed and not understanding that things do get better. I think what makes Curze so especially compelling to me is the fact that he could have been redeemed. I know, hot take, but even the biggest monsters of this setting have a chance at doing the right thing. Even towards the end, when Curze landed on Seguelsa for the first time, he was accompanied by a human slave, someone that he had abducted on a freighter ship that he had ransacked in order to find his way back to Seguelsa. And this human had grown to understand the body language of Curze, and it made it so that he could tell when Curze was to some degree lying. He knew his idiosyncrasies, and when Curze said to his first captain, Sevatar, as well as Talos, Valkyron, and a bunch of other interesting individuals in Night Lord's lore, that things were always going to get worse, or something to that effect, this human slave could tell immediately Curze did not believe that. He was simply riding out the pattern that he had set forth already. And because of that, the human had been killed. Just because Curze did not like being second-guessed and so on and so forth. But I find that very interesting, that even in the eyes of a normal human being, you could tell that there was something there for Curze. And in, I believe, the Curze Primarch book, there is a moment wherein a brief moment of hysteria and hallucination, Curze ends up contacting the Emperor. Now, it's probably a hallucination, or it might just be the Emperor contacting him from the Golden Throne, but he simply states that Curze has light inside of him because all Primarchs do. And I find that very interesting. Pessimistic determinism is one of the most interesting parts of him as a character, because even though that idea has been passed down to the more philosophical members of the currently existing Night Lords Legion, there are still Night Lords that show ambition, that show kindness, that show that there is still good inside them, even if their entire belief system and way of going about combat is evil. Curze is my favorite Primarch, one of the most divisive Primarchs, and one of the Primarchs that will likely go down as having the worst fucking fans in history? I'm sorry, I had to say it. Night Lords fans are all weirdos, including myself in that statistic. There is not a single one of them that is kind of normal. It just comes with the territory, right? Part 8, not accounting for the missing Primarch, leads us to the beautiful Hawkboy Sanguinius, the Blood Angel himself, the one whom could do no wrong, cause no problems, and because of that is often maligned in the eyes of a lot of people, save for some of the more diehard Blangels fans. Yes, I'm saying Blangels, I'm not taking that back. I like Sanguinius, I like what he stands for, but I understand more than anything why people wouldn't like him. He is a bit of a Christ-like figure, I would assume intentionally so, as the iconography of the Blood Angels is very much Catholic core, which is kind of cool. As someone who grew up Catholic, I do find the imagery does tend to go hard as hell from time to time. Like, I'm not much of a religious person by any stretch of the word right now, but I do enjoy studying various religious practices, and the Roman Catholic Church is just so responsible for most of the coolest iconography in 40k. Like, have you guys seen the reliquary of St. Mary? Yeah, that shit is real. Like as real as you can, actually go see it, but you know what I mean. But it contains a black skull and a golden statue preserved as a holy relic. This shit is the most 40k stuff you can get. So the entirety of the Blood Angels and Sanguinius adopted this as kind of their aesthetic, though that isn't without a reason behind it. So like with the other videos about the Primarchs, I have a lot to say about Sanguinius, but I have to narrow things down to only a few core ideas so it's not spread out too much. I could talk about every Primarch in many different ways, as most Primarchs are multifaceted in some way. So because of this, it's actually pretty easy to make a point about pretty much anything they have done. I could have totally just weighed in on Perturabo's weird Reddit-style tendencies to debate scholars about religion when he was a young lad, but I choose not to, as it's really not that big of a deal, and it's not that interesting. With Sanguinius, though, the main thing people tend to focus on is his level of perfection in the eyes of all the Primarchs. Like, he's stronger, better, faster, relatively smart, and most loved amongst the Primarchs, next to, say, maybe Horus before the shenanigans started to happen. But with Horus, he was playing the part of the diplomat, and with Sanguinius, he's just kind of a chill guy. Before we get into the weeds here, let me just break this down how I usually do in these. Give you the beginning, his backstory, the middle, how he is with his legion, and a little bit of his story, and the end, his death and the aftermath of its repercussions and so on and so forth, as well as my conclusions on how I see him as a character. Okay? Cool. Let's go into the beginning. So the first thing that people would notice about Sanguinius... Hold up, Sanguinius? Man, I'm dyslexic on an almost mythical level at this point, bro. This shit isn't even funny anymore. But yeah, the first thing you will notice about Sanguinius... The first thing you notice about this Primarch is the giant-ass angel wings that are protruding from his back. And yeah, that's kind of a weird bit. Basically, as a child, he was sent to the moon of Ball Primus, known as Ball Secondus, because it's the second ball, which is kind of an important detail as it's an irradiated shithole where most things couldn't even live, to be honest. I know most Primarchs were sent to shitty planets, but Ball is definitely up there in the environmental hazards category, which is why he was either genetically programmed to have wings, or he grew them due to radiation, mutation, and warp magic that was likely on Ball. Because, fun fact, there's actually warp-resonant crystals on Ball, which are kinda cool, I guess. So, when you see a blood red gem on a Blood Angel's neck, you know why that shit is kind of important to have. But regardless, he grew to massive proportions and did the whole Primarch thing, where he ended up being a benevolent ruler and uplifted his people out of the strife. He was a kind and gentle soul who knew how to lay a dude low if he needed to. Because, well, you know, Primarchs. Their defining factor is making a decision and sticking to it, even if it means getting into a conflict. They are conquerors by genetics. Comically enough, he was one of the more psychically gifted among the Primarchs, which leads him to be kind of a spoilsport for things like surprises and shit. Like, he legit could tell the Emperor was hiding amongst his people before he announced his presence, which is kind of funny. But yeah, a noble spirit, fair skin, blonde hair, red eyes, and giant wings. The man is an archetypal Catholic angel, which is kinda neat, but regardless, where next do we go from here? The middle. So what part did he play in his Legion and the Horus Heresy? A pretty big one. See, unlike a lot of his other brothers, he himself is a bit of an oddity, where I don't think it would be bold of me to say that he had one of the biggest impacts on his Legion in comparison to other Primarchs. So you know how the Blood Angels are casually just kind of vampire berserkers? Yeah, that was a lot worse before Sanguinius took hold. The Legion prior to Sangi showing up was known as the Revenant Legion for a reason, and that reason was that they were a bunch of monster berserkers who would get the job done, but with no sense of tact or politeness. Bedside manner was never really taught to them, suffice to say. I know that Izander and Coda had a pretty fun way of describing them, so I don't want to steal their thunder. I'd recommend go watching their shorts and their podcasts and their episode about the Blood Angels. It's very fun. But in general, they would get their tasks done with a 100% sense of completion, but the aftermath would be a bit, not pretty. So Sanguinius showed up and actually showed them how to be noble, how to be kind, as well as how to suppress their violent urges. Weirdly enough, through artistic endeavors and also through their ability to learn, they were taught art, they were taught philosophy, they were taught they could engage in other mediums, other than, wanton slaughter, which is really sad. But the Blood Angels came from there, and I think it's a beautiful thing that they did. So they served in glorious combat with Sanguinius for a long-ass time until the Horusy broke out, and the Horus Heresy, as a series, is where you see most of his interactions with his Legion, and why he's one of the greatest men to have ever lived. Every Primarch liked him. Even Curze kind of liked him, which is insane because that freak likes no one, not even his own kids. But regardless, Sanguinius is burdened by the idea of doing what is right even when it isn't something that benefits him. It's kind of the polar opposite of Curze in that matter, where he will see the future and know that something horrible is going to happen, but instead of giving in or giving up, he will commit to it and do it only if it meant that the outcome wouldn't forsake his noble intentions as well as his morals. See, Sanguinius is someone whom I think perfection isn't the right word to describe him. I think loved is better. He is a very loved character, and there are people like him I have met in my life, people who strive to do the most good in their life even if it was at a cost of a very negative outcome. And this is both a good and a horrible thing. There's a book I love reading. I tend to only go through it when I'm having the worst time ever. It's kind of an essay and it's old as dirt, but it's called Happiness by Hugh Black. It's a weird long soliloquy about a bunch of random topics, and the story as to how I ended up getting a copy of it is really funny and also incredibly convoluted. I was 14 and me and my parents moved into this new house, and it was hundreds of years old. It was a massive ancient log cabin that had been refurbished by an elderly couple, and they just had this massive library that had this book in it. It's a part of a series. I don't really touch upon those, but the book itself is kind of an essay about what it means to truly be happy and what are the various means in which people try to become happy. It's helped me through some dark times. And I can't help but think about several sections of the book that are dedicated to the idea of self-sacrifice in order to help others get through hard times. It's the smile that carries a family kind of mentality, which is the idea that I feel Sanguinius exemplifies quite a lot. He's put into this position where his moral compass is the most altruistic by default of all of his brothers, and because of this, he is always making a good impression on his brothers. Each of these individuals are chomping at the bit to impress him. He is a kind soul, but I can always feel that although it isn't performative, as the book I referenced earlier goes on to state, if you sacrifice your own happiness for others for too long, it can cause you to grow bitter. Which later into the heresy, there are several breaking points, several moments that are kind of at the expense of Sanguinius, which causes breaks in his psyche to form. and thus the Black Rage we know the Blood Angels have today begin its inception. It culminates in one of the greatest speeches in the Horus heresy, and that is Sanguinius at the Gates of Eternity simply saying, "I don't want to be here," where he is basically acknowledging that he is at his breaking point, but he had to ride this wave out until its bitter end. And where did that lead him? To his death at the hands of his closest brother, Horus. The death of Sanguinius is one of the most well-known pieces of art from 40k. It's almost up there with the image of the Emperor on the throne. It's incredibly iconic. And because of this, it's one of the most impactful images you could ever see in the setting. His death led to the release of the Black Rage, as the psychic echo of him being murdered created the first Death Company-style Marines, as every single Blood Angel went into a berserking fury, seeing what he saw upon his death, which is a good metaphor for the buildup of anger and resentment being passed down through the generations because you refuse to deal with it yourself. There is this idea of being selfish, this idea of indulging in your own preferences that I find is too often demonized, and we prop up this idea of self-sacrifice to the point where moments like this are rather common in our world. Not like, super vampire angel killed by Mega Satan possessed super Lex Luthor, but refusing to invest in themselves until it's too late and they break down, causing more damage to themselves and others around them than if they would have just said no once or twice, or did something that only benefited them and no one else. The greater good is a good concept in a vacuum, but you can't burn yourself out on the idea of doing good for others for the sake of promoting some greater good. It's a topic I think that a lot of people can relate to, and I know that, especially right now, it's something that I can relate to more than I could ever convey in my words. And it's why so many people are divisive about Sanguinius. They think he is too perfect, when they don't realize that his sacrifice is to bleed out the rage that is built up in him over centuries. It's why, even though I'm not a huge fan of the Blood Angels, I do think that Sanguinius God fucking damn! Ferrus Manus is one of the reasons why I started doing this series. I wasn't going to cover all the Primarchs initially, but a really good friend of mine and fellow content creator, The Gaming Storyteller, which you should subscribe to, by the way. He's been one of the biggest supports for this channel behind the scenes that anybody could ask for. I can't even convey how much he's actually helped me run this channel just through tips and tricks alone. He's a great guy. But I told him I was in a bit of a rut one day and that I needed more ideas to kind of create content, and I mentioned that I had a Primarch idea, and he said, why not cover all 20? So we're here. So one of the other reasons that I wanted to do this was the Lion, which is the video we started this series on, and I'm kind of happy about that video. I'm very proud of it. I have a few other ideas for Primarchs that I want to discuss. I do think that the Angron video is going to be a bit of a doozy, but we will get to them eventually. With Ferrus Manus, there is a lot to be said. There are a lot of ideas to be shared around with Primarchs, but Ferrus, I find the bar for entry is a bit lower for other people to study him. As unlike other Primarchs, he's the first to die in the entire setting. For context, in the 50-plus book series of the Horus Heresy, he dies in Book 5, the one titled Fulgrim, which legit caught me off guard when I was doing my first run-through of the Horus Heresy, because I had no idea he died that early on into it. Now, of course, there are more stories about him throughout the series, but I find that in the chronology of his life in the Horus Heresy, he dies really, really early. And I think that is kind of one of the most singularly important events in the history of 40k and 30k as a whole. I have a lot to say with Ferrus, which is weird because you wouldn't think I would. But who is Ferrus? Let's break this down into my normal 3 parts and go from there. So for one, who is Ferrus Manus and where did he start? He was, like his brothers, sent off in an incubation pod against his will and the Emperor's will that caused a great deal of trauma and trouble to the planet of Medusa. And because of his arrival, the planet actually became a bit unstable. He was jettisoned violently into the, crust of the planet, kind of similar to what Curze did. And after he finally crawled his way out, he was able to accomplish probably some of the biggest things that a Primarch has ever done on his own. To list off a few of his most notable ones, he rallied a lot of people on the planet, got all the clans to work together, allegedly swam to the bottom of the ocean, which is okay. And one of the bigger ones is that he ended up fighting in a head-to-head duel, a war, with the Emperor. And in terms of raw strength, he was kind of top of the heap and genuinely kind of made the Emperor a little nervous. The Emperor was going to win because, it's the Emperor. The only thing that's kind of above him is one of the Chaos Gods or one of the Catan, but even then it's kind of a close bet. So the fact that Ferrus could even put up a fight was kind of impressive. So aside from him fighting the Emperor, the other thing that people know about the most is the fact that he fought some ancient Necron construct that he drowned in a sea of lava that gave him the silver arms that he has that were coated in necrodermis. Allegedly, it also gave him his steely silver eyes, which is kind of an interesting idea that the necrodermis might not just be skin deep. Now that you know kind of a little bit about his backstory, one of the points I tend to enjoy making about him is that he is not really a nice guy. He actually has a lot in common with Perturabo, weirdly enough. I think there is ground for discussion here. I think you can compare Perty and Ferrus and not be completely laughed out of the discussion as long as you kind of have read up about the two of them. They are both stern perfectionists, though they both go at it differently from different angles. They punish severely the act of failure. Albeit with Ferrus, it's less stern in terms of its punishment. There is no decimation, though he does reprimand and discourage weakness with severe punishments. Where Perturabo stands, strength, weakness, it's all the same as long as you get everything completed and he is 100% satisfied. He doesn't care if you are the weakest person on the planet as long as you can accomplish the task that he sets out for you, and whatever task is set before you, you're perfectly fine. With Ferrus, it doesn't matter if you succeed or fail, you must be strong, or rather you must be without weakness. This idea of flawlessness is kind of the obsession that he has. He is seeking perfection, and I think that's very interesting. It's why Ferrus and Fulgrim had such a brotherly bond, as both of them sought out perfection in their own way. Ferrus through being the best at accomplishing the task of war, and Fulgrim through artistic endeavors. Them sharing that little competition upon first meeting each other to form that brotherly bond was very interesting. And for those of you who don't know the story, Ferrus thought Fulgrim was just some foppish idiot who was all style and no substance, and Fulgrim thought that Ferrus Manus was a simpleton, a brute with a club kind of deal. So they challenged each other to see who could make the greatest tool of war, and in sort of a show of I can do your shit better than you, they both decided to make weapons that would suit the other person. So Ferrus Manus obviously made a beautifully ornate eagle-crafted sword by the name of Firebrand, and Fulgrim made a great hammer by the name of Forgebreaker. Through the months of them working on this, they looked at each other and essentially just said, nah, your dick's bigger. Considering they said that at the same time, they just went and finger guns and then hugged and then swapped weapons, and that's kind of their main weapon for the longest time. It's why things became a little bit tragic when we get to part 2 of this discussion, which is why things get a little bit tragic later, but we'll get to that once we hit part 2. So I still want to discuss his impact on his legion, which is the most interesting part that loops back around to my main point of this video. So Ferrus has this idea of purging weakness, and it's such a non-heavy-handed way that his legion wants to emulate that above all else. So they begin to replace pieces of their body, replacing them with cybernetics, with Ferrus Manus leading by example. You got the Legion, the Iron Hands, who is led by the man whose name means Iron Hands, whom has Iron Hands, and the Legion themselves is replacing their hands with Iron Hands.
God, GW can just not write subtly sometimes. But yeah, I think that that's very much an interesting discussion point, because we'll circle back to this later. I think there is this perception people have of him, the idea of him being summed up in two ways only. The first way is in relevance to his death, and the second way is in relevance to the necrodermis on his arms, as well as his stern pragmatism. I tend to take a bit of a unified look that's somewhere in between the two of them as to why he's important. As in, one of them is the cruelest plot twist imaginable. He was beginning to see what was happening to his legion. I firmly believe that the Primarchs themselves are supposed to represent the good of humanity, not just the greatest a person can be without a spirit. I think deep down, no matter how cruel a Primarch is, they are always human. They have this innate kindness to them, this innate sense of justice. It's the environment around them that twists them. Yes, even him, I think he can be a nice guy. I think he could have been a great little meow meow, but we had to ruin it for everyone, okay? Okay. So the plot twist here is that he was seeing that his legion was devolving. He saw that they were becoming more mechanized. The idea of accomplishing a task as simply as a machine, and a machine doesn't care about the people they save, only that they kill who they are sent after. There's, say, a war raging on a planet. They are not there to save the civilians, they are there to kill the aggressors, and that's the key difference. Where the Blood Angels are there to protect the cities, the Iron Hands are there to destroy the people who are attacking. From a reductionist point of view, the same thing, but you can see how that simple change in mindset can lead to a lot of atrocities, which is why when Ferrus started to see that the spirit of his legion, the very soul of what it means to be human and be a warrior, is being eroded away for the sake of efficiency and strength, he, once Fulgrim had betrayed him and he was being lured into the Isstvan 5 Dropsite massacre, there was a moment of understanding that once the war was over, he had claimed to himself that he was going to find a way to remove the necrodermis on his arms, genuinely reducing his level of strength, because with the necrodermis, he was considered one of the strongest, if not the strongest, in close quarters combat Primarchs out there. Even in the final duel with Fulgrim, he was just kicking his ass until the greater demon of Slaanesh gave Fulgrim that supernatural power to overpower Ferrus. So the idea of him taking it off to show that strength of body is not nearly as important as strength of character, I find that shows a great deal of growth in him as a person, in him as a character. I think it shows the tragedy of someone who comes to realize things and the mistakes of their life a bit too late, as he would die before he could even mention this to anyone, and because of this, his legion fell into the cybernetics thing significantly more. They viewed the loss at Isstvan 5 as a weakness on the part of the people who were there and a weakness on the people whom were assisting them. They still hold a grudge against the Salamanders and the Raven Guard for the death of their Primarch, and I think that is such an interesting way of blaming others as opposed to them. This translates to an extreme in the modern day of the setting. Hell, most of their successor chapters have such an obsession with perfection that it's almost a key feature of being an Iron Hand successor. The Brazen Claws alone are so obsessed with removing weakness that they actually go out of their way to murder civilians cold-bloodedly if they think they are being too weak even for humans. And that's kind of why I think Ferrus Manus as a character is so interesting, as he did what he thought was the best way of doing things because it was the most efficient way to fill the progress bar up to 100%. But he was doing this not recognizing that his actions don't exist in a vacuum. He doesn't exist in a vacuum. The perceptions he puts out for others is what inspires others to great deeds and deplorable acts. The Iron Hands are one of the most neutral, if not evil legions that are loyalist in the setting in the modern day, and this is all because of the example that Ferrus Manus set for them. They do things that would be considered genuine villain level in most other settings. The only reason why we don't consider them horrible in the 40k setting is because they are so useful and they're so good at their job and they remain loyal. The idea of self-reflection and refusing to acknowledge your own mistakes having repercussions that live long past you do is a very important aspect of life. It is furthermore important for people to understand that things are almost never black and white. Getting something done does not mean that there is only one good way of getting it done. Things always require a bit of nuance to understand. Sure, you were tasked with annihilating a rebellion force, but blowing up an entire city of civilians and all before leaving without providing aid might be the easiest way of accomplishing that, and sure, eventually things would go back to normal, and oh man, 20 years in the difference doesn't really matter that much, but your actions will have a rippled set of consequences that last for way longer than what you would think. And especially in a continuity that is 30k going into 40k, we still see the repercussions of the scars left by that war in the modern day. Look no further than the Black Legion, as they are just one gaping wound that has never truly healed, which in the end has left the 40k version of the Iron Hands slowly descending into mechanical, heartless cruelty without them being kept in check by Ferrus Manus. And I think that that is such an interesting idea. There is a bit of a change, and we'll cover that in just a second. But I just want to say, I think that's why I like Ferrus Manus. There isn't a lot to know, as he dies quickly, and pre-Great Crusade, we don't know much about him. But because of that, there is such an interesting cross-examination of the idea of even if you succeed in the short term, in the long term, you could still be rendered a failure. You can still be seen as someone whom, although you succeeded in the task, your actions have led to a net negative. And that's why I think that Ferrus Manus is best exemplified by the idea of just always falling short somehow. He's a nuanced character. I think he doesn't get enough in terms of writing and in terms of just people saying things that aren't jokes about him. I understand that a lot of novels that focus on Ferrus Manus are a bit dry and a bit tough to get through, as people don't really understand how to write the Iron Hands, but I think it's very interesting to look at him as someone who failed even if his intentions in the end were good. I forgot who said this, and I'm probably paraphrasing the living shit out of this, so if you know who I'm talking about, feel free to comment it down below and I'll be like, hey, we're best friends now. But regret only forms when you can no longer control what happened. Which is why the Iron Hands, even though they try to remove most sentimentality from their minds, they still hold a love, a sadness, and a grief for the loss of their Primarch. Some even denying it even happened, which is insane because they have the body, which unfortunately, this isn't like with Rogal Dorn or the Khan, where we don't have his body and he is presumed to be dead, but is probably not and is probably coming back. No, we know that Ferrus Manus is dead, and if they're going to bring a Primarch back, it is definitely not going to be him. And I think that that makes the grief and denial of the Iron Hands much more interesting to look at. Regardless, I think there is hope for the Iron Hands. They are slowly learning to accept their emotions as a source of strength, and try to incorporate them into their ways of war around their sense of pragmatism. Though we do get absolutely no novels for them, so maybe that will just go the fuck away, I don't know. Man, this was a stretch, huh? Fun fact, if you look at the time signature, we are not even at the halfway mark yet. It's kind of funny because you can almost see the exact week I started producing longer videos, because while I was editing this video together and making it coherent, I found out that around part 14 is quite literally the halfway mark, which means, roughly speaking, that the last 6 videos take up the majority of the runtime, so that's kind of neat. If you made it this far, God bless you and your family. This video was hellish to make, as the YouTube landscape has weirdly changed since I started doing this. It's a long story, but yeah, I won't bore you with the details. But if you did get this far, somehow incorporate the number 12 into your comments down below. Why? Because 12 is actually my favorite number. It's a long story. It's really dumb. But yeah, I want to confuse people who don't know why there's so many 12s down there and maybe get them to think that my favorite legion is like the World Eaters or something. Anyhow, let's get back to the rest of this. I guess I'll see you in like 2 or 3 hours. Okay, so a few people are going
to ask why I skipped past the second Legion, as well as call this a 20-part series. Because if you do the math and you get rid of the second and the 11th part, that means that at most I'm gonna have 18 parts. Shut up and sit down, and I have a plan. You should trust me more often. It's not good to not trust people. Don't worry, my little lumpies. I have a plan, and you shall all learn it someday, just not today. Cut back at like part 20 and all will make sense. I can guarantee you it's not nearly as complicated as you think it's going to be. If you are a 40k fan of more or less any depth, then at some point in your existence you have thought to yourself, hey yo, what happened to those two Primarchs? And the answer is kind of all over the goddamn place, because the two missing Primarchs as well as the two missing Legions have so many different thought processes around them. So for one, what is the main theory and the information we can confirm? Okay, we know to some degree that they were struck from record, and if anyone brings them up unless they are a Primarch, they usually get dead. Usually pretty quickly and psychically from an unseen force that's been spying on them since the day they were born. I know the general theory is that it's because they are disgraced, but I think it's time to interject a new theory into that. I think it might just be because that's how the Emperor deals with these kinds of things, as the Chaos-corrupted Legions didn't get struck from the record nearly as harshly as the two Lost Primarchs. So it's probably because that's just how the Emperor dealt with traitors, losers, or dead Primarchs, instead of just what we did with the traitor Primarchs and their legions. Likely in a way to show that the Primarchs are invincible to the Great Crusade that he was planning, instead of allowing them to die in front of the people that he's trying to govern, you know? Though there is the betrayal angle that comes with these things, so that still is possible. I'm just saying that it's not nearly as extreme as you think it is. So with some of the information I have read about, there is also the matter of the Rangda Xenocide, which occurred relatively before all of the Primarchs being discovered, and because of this it led to what many people believe is the death of one of these Primarchs. It's heavily implied in the Horus Heresy that that's kind of what happened, but it's not 100% confirmed. I know a lot of people tend to think the Rangda are mind controllers or a massive cover-up, as it was actually just a Primarch rebellion, but we have no way of knowing this, and it's mostly just fan speculation. It does make a little sense, because not only is it inferred to that one of the Primarchs died during the Xenocide, but they might have been killed by Leman Russ, because Leman Russ has stated that he has a bit of history with killing other Primarchs. I will hazard a guess that it was the Primarch of the Second Legion that was killed by Russ. The reason why? Because in the dark cells on Terra, there is a cell labeled Subject 11, which I thought would have been a cheeky way of neither confirming nor denying it was either, because if it was the number 11 written with 2 1s, it could also be interpreted as 2 in Roman numerals, but no, it's actually written as XI, which is 11, and that kind of kills my funny hypothesis. But regardless, there is a cell containing someone who might be the mind-broken Primarch of the 11th Legion, or it could be an attempt to clone the 11th Primarch, and they are just kept in there for unknown purposes. You know, when Terra gets assailed for the final time and there is no hope, you might as well just let everything out and let shit sort itself out, you know? But yeah, there are a lot of theories out there, like the Rangda were the Crave, and they had mind-controlling powers that could control Primarchs if they were like super strong, because there is a precedent in the past of Super Xenos being able to pretty much manhandle normal Space Marines, like the Howling with the Cacodominus and so on. And it had to have been such a severe threat that the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves as an entire legion were sent after them to destroy it. So there are a lot of different ways of looking at it. I know that theoretically how Gene Seed works, there are still elements of the two legions around, as the remnants of their legion were put into, I believe, the Imperial Fists as well as the Ultramarines, which likely means that they had an incredibly stable Gene Seed with very little deviation or mutation to it, so they couldn't really be picked up out of a line. And because of how Space Marines technically reproduce, with the Gene Seed being extracted from a corpse and then being placed into a new Marine, and then upon their death, that Gene Seed is extracted again, that means theoretically the Gene Seed from that legion is still technically around if it has been recovered. Now, they could have been wiped out entirely and then just over the years just never had the Gene Seed be replaced, but it would be interesting to see if Belisarius called it something like that. Like, my headcanon was, like, like possibly the Soul Drinkers were a part of that, where they might have been just the unstable gene seed of a Primarch that no longer really exists and is never really acknowledged. We don't truly know what their progenitor is. I know it's stated in the lore in the Soul Drinkers book that we cannot confirm that it's Imperial Fist because they don't match Rogal Dorn's gene seed, but in the most recent books, in a small short story for the Soul Drinkers, it's confirmed that they were a member of the Imperial Fist as early as like M34, M33, which means they could be a second founding chapter, but we don't know. So that's why I think it's kind of interesting. It's kind of fun to fantasize about, you know, where in general you don't fully know if there is or is not a chapter of Space Marine that has traits that are linked to a progenitor that no one knows about, that are just put into a chapter that makes no sense. I am looking at you, Dark Krakens. A chapter of Salamander's successors obsessed with water? Yeah, okay, that tracks, I guess. But regardless, this is kind of the compendium of all we know. In short, these are all the most obvious theories we have about the Lost Primarchs, and I think that's interesting. Now, I'm gonna give my hot take here, because I know a lot of people would disagree with me, especially because of aspects of this research that I do. I tend to watch a lot of other YouTubers' videos to kind of confirm ideas that I might be shaky on to see if they have found citations and sources that I might not know. And a lot of other lore tubers who play the tabletop agree that the Primarchs that have been lost should come back, and I disagree. I think that the Lost Primarch should stay gone forever. And my answer really isn't that nuanced. It is simply put, just creativity in a box is kind of how 40k has existed and subsisted up to this point. You are given this idea that there are 20 Primarchs and over 1,000 chapters and unfathomable amounts of chaos warbands that you could look into. So with that kind of blueprint of this is how a Space Marine is supposed to be built, you can inject whatever flavor you want into it. Say you don't like any of the chapters or legions on display, you can actually just make your own, and that's kind of the fun part of it. It is the creative aspect of unlimited freedom, but placing it in this kind of open-ended box that is, you can make a Space Marine chapter that has to follow these guidelines. Same with Primarchs. If you want to say that your chapter, your fan chapter, is a successor of the original Lost Primarch, then who's to say no? Except for some nerd that you're playing with who's a bit too sweaty and plays Blood Angels. I swear it's always Blood Angels players. I don't know why. But I don't have a problem with this, and I think even further than that, I think it's a good thing, because having people create more fan content is better than having people create less, you know what I mean? With all that being said, I know a lot of people say that the story of the Primarchs, especially the lost ones, doesn't really fit this criteria anymore, because all the chapters have been discovered. People show that their preferences are, I just want to play the chapters that are on display, and if I want to make something, I'll make something, and whatever. But I disagree. It defeats the purpose of what original Warhammer was, and I'm not someone who's so conservative with my ideals about the hobby that I think that we should always kind of base our template off of Rogue Trader, because after starting reading that book, holy shit, that's wild. But I think that people are too uppity about how things should be creative. I think just the act of being creative in this fan base should be applauded, because I'm kind of an idiot. I just read the lore and explain it off to all of you, and that's how I get my creative expressive needs out. But people being able to creatively express themselves in a way where all of their ideas are put into this chapter that they put all this effort into, I find is way more endearing than anything I could ever put out there. Now, say what you want, I still think that my favorite video I've ever put out was either the Marauders video or the video on the Promethean Kings, where I just gaslight my entire audience into thinking that something's real. By the way, please go watch the Promethean Kings video. That is probably one of my favorite jokes I've ever told before. But I think that creativity and having a creative outlet, especially in this hobby, is a very important aspect to the hobby, as it gives us a place to unite. Everybody can be like, oh yeah, I made a successor chapter of the Imperial Fists, and this successor chapter is based around this gimmick, and then someone else with completely different beliefs and ideals can be like, oh, I did something similar, here's my chapter. And regardless of what your views are above the game, you can unite under that. And I think that solidarity through that kind of creative purpose is one of the most wholesome things about 40k, as weird as it is. is, I think trying to state if the Primarchs should come back or trying to state that the Primarchs shouldn't come back, even though I said where my opinions firmly lie, I think it's just a moot point. It doesn't matter. It's an anachronism. It's not really an important point to make, because if you think so or if you think not, I think that what matters is the discussion and the creative parts of talking about it. And that's where I stand. I think that the Lost Primarchs themselves are a beautiful sentiment of just make whatever, and whatever you think is canon is canon. Might not be correct in the lore, but it's there. I have played against so many friends who have played Angry Marines, which are not a canon chapter, I mean, arguably, but I think that it's cool that people can come together and make these kinds of things, and even if we disagree on how the lore should be done, at the end of the day, roll your dice, move your mice, and as long as the other person on the other end of the table isn't a dickhead, fuck it, right? Just play the game and have fun. A child awakens on a dusty mountain. He doesn't know where he is, and thusly he is confused. He is injured. And because of this, he is greeted by men on horses with weapons that sting and prod and poke. The weapons knock the child out, and he awakens once more in a cavernous pit. Many dirty and vicious-looking men are there, bedecked in tattoos and ritual scarification. The one that seems the most prominent on most of them is a rope of twisting black and red bands, going down the length of their spine and then curving up towards the rest of their body. They are preparing for something, and the child is forced to do so as well. The Devil's Tears is the name of the event, or at least he learns that's what it is called. In this cave-like structure, these warriors gather, and the child follows where he is directed. Knowing no malice to any one of these individuals, he simply obeys to try and understand where he is, and what exactly is going on. Following the marching lines of gladiators, he follows them up worn-down stone stairs and into a sun-soaked, dusty arena flanked by the booming voices of a crowd who is watching from on high. The voices are unknown to the child as he doesn't speak their language, but he follows the other gladiators by example, and they go to this platform. Several large stone blocks stacked increasingly small size to form a small pyramidal structure. Directly in the center of this massive dust-covered arena is in the center. The men begin to pool into the center, and the second the last individual steps onto the bottom rung of this massive pyramid-like platform, the area begins to flood with a brackish green liquid, the same consistency of water but with an ominous shimmer and sizzle to it. The smell is what hits the child first. Acrid, caustic. This isn't just water. As an arena hazard, it's something acidic. This is confirmed once the liquid has started to pool and elevate stage by stage up, and that is when the first of the gladiators is thrown into the pool. The space becomes crowded as the water level rises on the ascending pyramidal steps of the platform, and people begin to fight to keep on to the platform, throwing people into the water, which results in screaming, burning. The smell of singed and rancid meat fills the air as the child looks on nervously. This is when he realizes that not only is he stronger than all of these men, even in his small stature, he is in fact faster and smarter. Recognizing the suffering that these men go through simply by dying in the acid, he breaks the necks of those that try to fight him so they die instantly before throwing them into the acid. One after another, the child ends life after life, trying to make it quick and painless, though showing no fear in the process. Eventually, it is just the child standing atop this mound, the last one of over 3 dozen men that came out there. A drone, mechanical in nature, the shape of a worm with a large eye in the center, flies up to him and asks him a question. He doesn't understand the language of the person speaking, but a decision is made for him. Through context clues, he realizes they are naming him. As the crowd begins to chant this child's name that he has earned in this arena, he realizes that this is hell. a place he should not be. The crowd chants over and over and over again his name, his new name for his new home. Angron is the name they are chanting. Hello everyone, I'm Arthur, and I thought I should introduce this video differently as this topic is a bit serious to me. I know a lot of you have been commenting that I'm ducking the Angron video, but here it is. For those who don't know, this is part 11 in a 20-part series I am doing covering all of the Primarchs, and me breaking down them a bit more in depth than other people usually would, and try to give a different angle as to how you could view them. Do you need to have seen the other parts to understand this one? No, but it would make me happy. There are several reasons as to why I started this specific series covering the Primarchs, but the main one was a conversation I had with a close friend of mine. I mentioned I always was just kind of annoyed with Angron at the time, and he mentioned to me that, and I quote, "Yeah, it's really sad that he's less of a character and more of an allegory for the cycle of physical abuse," to which made my synapses flare like I was about to have a Jimmy Neutron-style brain blast. That, plus me talking about the Lion for a few days straight before this all started, was what made me want to make this list. I want to talk about other Primarchs, but Angron is one that I've been fixating on for months now. Angron took a bit longer for me to research than the research cycle of the other Primarchs, and thus we are here to talk about him and what I think about him, and why I think he deserves a better reputation than he currently has. I mean, he's not a good character, but he is a good event. So to give a shorter synopsis of the rest of Child Angron's childhood, we started earlier. He was forced to fight for years on end for the entertainment of a group known as the High Riders of New Syria. Being raised by a kind and wise older gladiator to be just and noble, which were actually key concepts to Angron as a whole even before then, it seemed that kindness was very natural to him. So basically, after securing nothing but victories, he was eventually told to fight his father figure immediately after the two of them being battered and bruised by two ogrins with the butcher's nails embedded into their brains. He said no, but he also told off the High Riders and their maggots-eyes drones, which led to him being sedated and forced to have the butcher's nails implanted in his brain. So, the interesting part here is that the butcher's nails were made for humans, so they can be used on humans, and you can survive pretty much indefinitely with the butcher's nails in. It won't be an easy life, and you'll probably succumb to madness, but you will be able to survive. Even abhumans can live for quite a long time. But Primarch brains are significantly different from the stock standard human. So because of that, the High Rider surgeon, made it fit, removing sections of Angron's brain and squeezing in as many of the needly dreadlocks as humanly possible to make it work. It did, sorta, turning him into a massive berserking monster that lost all control, and he couldn't think straight, so there really wasn't much in terms of the thinky planny bits that he normally would do going on, so, he did what he could. Just as a heads up, I think this video is going to be a bit longer than normal, so get strapped in, as I have a lot to say. With all that preamble out of the way, there are 3 sections to this video that I want to cover. I've already done technically the first half of part 1, which is I want to cover the backstory of Angron as to why he's an integral figure and who he is as a person. Then, after that, I want to cover how he interacted with his legion and how that led to, the whoopsie-poopsie that was the Horus heresy. And then finally after that, I want to talk about where he is now, what my conclusions are, and the major point that I want to talk about. So strap in, this is going to get incredibly depressing. Angron is a character I think about a lot. I'm gonna say that sentence a lot as we progress because in general I think he is a character worth studying. Now look at me being a pseudo-intellectual and trying my hardest to sound all big and bad, but in the short run of things, I'm literally just an idiot. I am just a faux intellectual who is trying to make my point seem interesting enough that you will possibly go back and look at Angron in a different way, and in the process just making a whole lot of noise. I don't think I'm saying Angron's tale in any way different from how most people would nowadays, but I want to make a video that does him justice. I mean, in a reductive way, it's not really that entertaining for me to just say, yeah, Angron was abused by power-obsessed lunatics, so he abused his sons, and now his sons abuse the universe. It's not really that clever for me to say so, but there are so many elements to break down. So, let's get into it, and start with his Legion. He is probably the only Primarch to have probably most of his Legion fucking hate him. He was a monster of a man, though it isn't without reason. So, once he was out of the High Riders' arena and waged his own personal war with a few slaves he took with him, he ended up basically putting himself into a situation where he was going to be killed. The reasons why are a bit all over the place, but it was a mixture of him feeling constant pain from a partial lobotomy and the butcher's nails being implanted, and him just wanting to die a warrior's death with the people he called his family after the death of his father. So that didn't happen, because as Angron and his men were dying, the Emperor pulled him up into his own ship right before he could fight, and instead of taking time to bring Angron to heal, he just shipped him off to the Conqueror, which was the flagship of the Warhounds at the time, and just kind of hoped the Warhounds would kind of set him straight, because they were his gene children. It kind of did. Well, after sending about half a dozen different delegatory forces to go meet Angron, they started to realize their Primarch shouldn't be turning his sons into a viscous red paste on the ground whenever he sees them, so they ended up sending Karn. And Karn convinces his dad to work with them, almost dying in the process and appealing to his warrior spirit essentially to do so. So this marks where Angron takes control of his Legion, and it leads to one of the key features of his Legion, which is the countdown timer. See, Angron is a slave to the past. He is a slave to Nuceria, the planet he was raised on, especially the traditions he adopted on that planet. So in reference to how him and his escaped slaves would burn High Rider cities to the ground, Angron put in a rule where whenever there was a world that the World Eaters would try to bring into compliance, they would have to do so in a single Nucerian day, which is 31 hours. Failing to do so would lead to punishment before he would take the reins and then start to attack the world himself. These punishments were usually decimation at best, which is insane to think about how cruel Angron truly was because of this, because they can go way worse than that. But Angron didn't care. His Legion began to try to work out where they would get the butcher's nails from and how they could recreate them so that they could be more like their father, in hopes that he would become more lenient with them. He even encouraged them to do so that he could refer to them as his sons. But it was also because the nails that were digging into his brain were actually melting the parts of his brain away that could think of the nails in any negative light. It was also slowly eroding away all of his positive emotions in place of rage. In essence, the creation of the nails was the final nail in the coffin that was the World Eaters, as they became no more than a horde of butchers and monsters afterwards, with I think well over 90% to 99% of the Legion being forced to incorporate them, and with only a few stragglers on the side who are incompatible with the nails alongside the, librarians who can't have them, being the only ones who didn't take them. The Legion afterwards, even with the nails embedded, was still left divided, as it's often reported the Legion with the highest amount of defectors during the Horus Heresy was the World Eaters, because most of them just didn't want to engage in Angron's insanity and decided to defect to the side of the Loyalists. Angron was getting worse. Angron's brain was constantly being pulled on and ripped apart because his Primarch abilities make it so that his brain tissue could just heal over any damage over time, but the nails were constantly there to cause small small tears in the brain. So this mixture of constantly creating open wounds to cause pain and constantly healing faster than the wounds can really be made causes this sort of feedback where the nails have pieces of brain starting to grow onto them and be attached, which causes the wounds that the nails create to become greater and greater and greater, ripping larger and larger holes in Angron's brain, causing blackouts, hallucinations, violent mood swings, and him to become even more of a stark, raving, mad lunatic. He was starting to forget. He was starting to lose himself in those hallucinations to the point where even before the World Eaters had fully incorporated the nails, he had to be knocked unconscious by about a half dozen librarians just because he went into a feral rage as one of the cables snapped on his head. It leads to one of the saddest moments I've ever seen. Just this long-running pathway of Angron's life and his relationship with the nails, where in a stroke of genius writing, Angron is forced to fight Roboute Guilliman, which, if you look into it, there are no two more opposite Primarchs that had a very similar kind of base personality. Both Angron and Guilliman were very noble souls when they were young, but it differentiates when you get to how they were treated. It's very nature versus nurture, where there's this interaction between the two during this fight that highlights something that I kind of want to dig into, so put a pin in this, we'll come back. It's stated in several books, at least in terms of implication rather than directly stating it, that Angron basically doesn't care. He essentially just has, well, not to diagnose as a non-professional, but he has depression. He states openly in, I believe, the short story After Deshea that he left his soul on New Syria. He left himself on New Syria. The person we see throughout the entirety of our acknowledgement of his existence is not Angron, but pieces of Angron appear when he realizes what he is. Angron isn't happy with himself. He doesn't want to be a berserker. He never would. But he has rode out this path for so long that it's all he knows, and all he wants to do is die and have it end. So there is no going back. It's this ladder theory that I bring up, where at a certain point of climbing a ladder, you can't really jump off without hurting yourself. So Angron is so far down this path of bloody destruction that most people know him as a berserker, and he can't stop because, well, how could he? So because of this, we only see glimpses of Angron's true personality when he's allowed to have these moments of lucidity. And there was this moment when Angron was fighting Guilliman where Angron just bellows in envy and resentment towards Guilliman, saying that if the shoe were on the other foot, he would be exactly like Angron. It has nothing to do with nobility. It is just the circumstances of their birth were different. He is upset that the people of Guilliman's world referred to him as the Great One. Meanwhile, the people of Angron's world of New Syria referred to him as slave, referring to the butcher's nails for probably one of the rare few times as one of the most negative things to have ever happened to him by referring to it with such blunt terminology as they carved up his brain with butcher's knives. It's crazy how much you can actually see the hate and resentment in his tone just by reading that small monologue. But with all that being said, these moments of lucidity don't ever give us a perfect picture of what Angron would have looked like without the nails, and we will never know what Angron would have been like, as when we cut to him now, in the present day, due to Lorgar preventing his warrior's death, Angron is now a demon prince of Khorne, a bloody murderer who does nothing but fight, feel rage and pain, and be a slave to his primal instincts. And he can no longer be anything but that. The one thing that he wanted to never be as a child is the one thing that he will always be now. And that's what he is, a slave. He's a slave to Khorne, he's a slave to rage. He is nothing but killing incarnate, and he's the exact opposite of that innocent boy that was on the dusty mountains that was originally the beginning of this story. To get to my conclusion and wrap this up, I like thinking about Angron before he was a murderous gladiator controlled by the nails, because in that you see what he was supposed to be. See, a lot of people think he was supposed to be a healer or a noble warrior, but if you look at the Warhound's combat tactics and a few of the things that they say, you realize that they were still pretty war-obsessed as a legion before he showed up. But to point it out, their combat style lines up with how Angron as a child was. Taciturn and observant, slow and plodding, methodical but without being callous. They have firm beliefs of brotherhood and believe that combat is the best way in order to foster brotherhood. The perfect warrior, the perfect battle brother, but we never got to see much of that as Angron ended up losing himself. Like, a good example of this is one of the most intimidating things during the Great Crusade. It was stated in a few books that it was never the berserking charges of Leman Russ or the fanged angels of the Revenant Legion. It was the silent and moving assault that the Warhounds were known for, where in large and wide formations of soldiers with nothing but melee weapons and small arms would actually make their way forward on a battlefield, moving slowly with shields and swords, grinding their way through individuals, and it's openly stated that they never move faster than a light walk. They would never sprint or run, and I always thought that was super interesting because alongside that, they would never yell. They would never have these berserker charges because they would just simply cut off people and then rip them to pieces like a pack of wild dogs if they ever got close enough. They would never run people down. The Legion, much like Angron, was one of empathy but also stoic defiance, much more so than berserker ragers that they ended up becoming, and we only ever get to see a few scant glimpses of this, but alongside that, we only ever get to see a few scant glimpses of this weird psychic ability that Angron had, his weird Primarch power of supreme empathy, the ability to take away someone's pain and feel it himself. I don't think it's ever fully expressed what this is or what the final part of it is, because the portion of his brain that had it is probably gone now. But alongside that part that's gone, I think that it's more important to point out that Angron, he's no longer here. And I'm not saying that because Demon Prince Angron took his place. No, it goes further back than that. Angron died before any of this, before he was even found by the Emperor. Long before the Horus Heresy even broke out, Angron died after Deshea. It's just his body didn't know. I'll leave you all with one of my favorite facts, and it's not commonly talked about, but did you all know that Angron actually made attempts on his own life? One of the only Primarchs to actually do so, only being beaten out by his brother Konrad. Angron fled his legion relatively short into his tenure as the Primarch to a bunch of random feral worlds with massive dinosaurian-style monsters on it. It took Karn, his equerry, over 18 months to find him, and when he did, he got a glimpse as to what Angron was, as in a moment of lucidity. He could see Angron without the madness, which is kind of bizarre knowing the situation. Angron was found naked in some backwater planet's cave, surrounded by tribal fetishes and offerings from the local populace, as well as massive skulls from monsters that Angron had killed with his bare hands. Karn looked at Angron and simply asked, "Why are you here?" And Angron replied in a way that made me feel a certain way that I can't fully describe. He came here to die because he didn't want to live without his brothers and sisters from New Syria, and his life will never be the same. He described the constant ticking in his brain and the pain he was constantly feeling, but he realized that he would never want to be a coward and take his own life in his own hands. So he wanted to find a monster big enough that could finally destroy him. And he never did. And he never will. Karn talked him off of that ledge, but I think there was honestly no one to talk off. Angron is an empty shell. He is not a person. He is not a character. I think Angron is better looked at as an action. He's a bomb that goes off in a room. He is like a living storm, something that can be observed. I think the best way to see Angron is he is a story. And it's why partially I agree with the kind of shit he takes that Angron is the worst Primarch and he's like a bad character. And yeah, he is genuinely not really a good character in terms of writing and in terms of if you look at him from the perspective of a character, but he is a good story. The title of this video is no mistake. I plan to stake my claim throughout the video, but without mincing words and just getting to my point, I'm gonna say it. Guilliman is the best Primarch. Not my favorite, but he is the best. Okay, I'll take my acclaim and massive amounts of fame now. Thank you very much. Please clap in the comment section if you think I am both stunning, brave, and incredibly cute, because I think so. But it's not enough for me to tell you that Guilliman is the best Primarch. I have to bust my ass and give many different examples as to why he is, and then have you all in the comments argue whether I'm right or affixed with a Wardian curse that causes me to see big blue man with pretty face and clap my meat sticks together until they are raw and red in the palms. Okay, me being cynical aside, Guilliman is the best. I didn't have to tell you that. In fact, it's actually pretty obvious to anyone who actually sees him and has a base understanding of the universe that he is the best. And if you have a head on your shoulders, you're basically going to see him as incomparable to other Primarchs. And the only people who I think could stack up to him would be someone like Horus or maybe even Dorn, and that's about it. Every other Primarch has too many issues to count. Yes, even Sanguinius, shut up, I know. To talk about Roboute Guilliman is very interesting, as in terms of Warhammer as a whole, he kind of has the most complete story out of all the Primarchs, or at least the most up-to-date, as in general, we know what he was doing for the last 10,000 years. We know where he started, and we know where he is now and what he's been doing for the last couple hundred years ever since he woke up. He's a pretty modern guy. But to go back to his roots, you can see exactly why he is the way he is, as unlike the majority of his Primarch brothers, Roboute has a balanced and healthy childhood where he was allowed to grow and nourish a healthy outlook on life, which most of his brothers, if not all of them, would not see completely. He was seen as a great leader, but not propped on a pedestal like Perturabo. He was a great warrior, but not entirely forced to spend his entire life fighting like Angron. He was a skilled diplomat, but was not forced to do it like Fulgrim. He has a strong sense of justice without it being overbearing like Curze. He had literally the best of all worlds at his side, and it led to him having the best outlook on life, more or less possible. He was treated fairly, but firmly. And, you know, the fact that he was in Super Rome, Greece at both. Listen, I don't know anything about Roman and or Greek history. I still get comments giving me shit for not knowing what decimation was, and that was maybe a year ago when I made the original Iron Warriors video. But regardless, he was surrounded and raised by people who cared to teach him the ways of culture, warfare, and life. So as he grew up, he had the support he needed to tackle problems, not just in a Primarch way, but in a human way, dealing with grief and loss, dealing with life, but also death. Dealing with the death of his father and mother was a big deal for him, and it just showed how much of a strong sense of character he was. The ability to deal with tragedy and all that jazz. I do want to cover the deaths of Guilliman's parents very in depth at some point, because it's a very powerful idea in concept, the death of a loved one for a Primarch, but that will have to wait a little bit. Though the deaths of both jumped around a lot in the timeline from early G to later G, I find the next logical step to understand why Guilliman is the best is how he trained and interacted with his men. His interactions with his legion are almost mythical in proportion, teaching them the way he was taught, which is an interesting thought. Let's put a pin in this for later, because I'm going to draw a lot of comparisons about the idea of generational teaching as well as generational abuse, which if you've been watching the series up to this point, especially for the Angron video, you notice that there is a trend of the Primarchs being taught a specific way, and they teach their children, the Space Marines, a certain way, and then the Space Marines teach humanity a certain way to deal with specific problems, which I find is a very interesting topic to delve into, and I think that's kind of fun as it is. So put a pin in this for later, because we're going to be comparing the Word Bearers, the World Eaters, the Ultramarines, and the Sons of Dorn off and on from time to time to see how they all kind of grew up. I think that with Roboute Guilliman, one of the most interesting parts of his teachings was that he taught his legion to be all-rounders, that strategy was the most important aspect to warfare, that if you were to be tricked by someone out-strategizing you, then you must adapt, overcome, and then be better for the next time you go against them, because if you didn't, well, they were going to do it again. So it's very commonly stated in lore that if you got one over Guilliman, you could never do that tactic on him again, because he would immediately compartmentalize it, memorize what you did, and then move on to be stronger and better than before, so that you could not do that specific thing to him. So he imparted this to his legion, where they are adapt and overcome personified. Strategize and be good at everything, but not great at anything. They were basically adopting his entire persona to a T. They may not be able to fight against a World Eater in one-on-one combat and win, but very rarely are they going to be put into a position where they're going to let the World Eater play into his strengths. I think that's one of the most important parts to understand about 40k, that sure, some people might be amazing at one specific talent, but if you have a good head on your shoulders, you'll never let them do that. It's why Karn versus an entire legion of gun-wielding space marines who are hyper-calculating will definitely never win unless Karn has some uber bullshit corn hacks. But you get to the further part of the training that Guilliman implemented into his legion, and you realize more so why he is considered the best, and that is he taught them with an end goal in mind. And what I mean by that is he taught them what to do after the war was over, after the Great Crusade was done. And what was that? Be statesmen, politicians, police officers, things that would support the greater Imperium, and then have them be in emplacements that would help them learn how to be better people as well as better just Marines in general. A good contrast, like I was stating earlier, is with the Warhounds. Not even the World Eaters. Before they became the World Eaters, there were the Warhounds, this legion of warriors who had a warlike culture. It was very much openly stated that the Warhounds in their original texts knew that they had no place in the Imperium after the Great Crusade, as they were not politicians, they were not peacekeepers, they were warriors. They were there to rip apart the enemies of mankind, and that was it. So without that to do, they were going to crumple, and they didn't really have a plan for after that, and it only got worse once Angron showed up, but you catch my drift. So Guilliman had contingencies for his legion. The only other person that I could think of that had that in mind off the top of my head would be, well, Jaghatai Khan, because he at any given moment was ready to just dip. Like, he was just ready to leave his legion behind and then go his separate ways, you know. So that's always been an interesting idea of what to do after the Great Crusade. Unfortunately, Great Crusade never truly ended due to the outset of the Horus heresy. I find comparing other Primarchs to Guilliman is very interesting because you see the flaws in others as opposed to the weaknesses in Guilliman. I know it kind of makes him seem like a Mary Sue, but he's kind of not. We'll talk about it a little bit more later as to his biggest faults and his biggest flaws and the biggest frustrations he has, because I think they're genuinely some of the best pieces of storytelling in 40k as fiction. So I'm going to go through and talk about a lot. And as I look at the timeline and the fact that I'm barely even halfway through the script right now, I think this video is going to be longer than I wanted it to be initially, but apparently I had a lot to say about Roboute Guilliman. So with that all in mind, as sort of an aside to give you an idea of how Roboute Guilliman, even though he is a calm, collected, and level-headed individual, I want to talk about one of my favorite moments that was in the Dark Imperium trilogy. This is a moment that happened, I believe, in book 2, and I'm going to try and describe it to you as best as possible because it's probably one of the best moments of storytelling in the Dark Imperium trilogy, and also some of the more recent 40k books, as it just shows that Guilliman is one of the most dangerous people in the setting for a reason. And it has nothing to do with fights, but yeah, the exact moment I'm talking about is just a simple conversation between him and his head priest, Matthew. So there is this scene in Book 2 of the Dark Imperium trilogy, Plague War, where Guilliman has to deal with his council, a bunch of individuals who were handpicked by Guilliman in order to convene with him and provide ideas on topics he might not be so invested in to know immediately the answer to it. One of which was a priest he picked himself, a man named Militant Apostolic Matthew. Matthew was a man of the people, and because of his humility, Guilliman chose him to represent the ecclesiarchy as a whole. His ideals were basically propped up as the best ones to have, which was both a good thing and a horrible thing. Good, because after all was said and done, Guilliman's life was saved by Matthew, who ended up becoming a living saint for a short period of time. Bad because, well, he ended up deifying Guilliman because in Matthew's eyes, Guilliman was the son of God, and it led to some loss of life that probably could have been avoided, but, you know. Earlier in the books, Matthew basically convinced a few Sisters of Battle to revolt, free this child that was held captive by the Sisters of Silence and the Guard. That was allegedly some kind of saintly living conduit of the Emperor whatsoever. And the Sisters did this with a bit too much gusto, where they ended up killing the guardsmen, a few Sisters of Silence, and it led to the death of a few commanders, a few ranking officers, the child, and, well, the war ended up being kind of swayed in the favor of the Loyalists, but, you know, there's a lot of deaths involved that could have been avoided. So the meeting that I'm talking about, where it's just a conversation between Matthew and Guilliman, is taking place after all of this occurred, and it's when Guilliman is basically trying to berate one of his officials to basically understand that he screwed up and he needs to be held to task to it. So this is where we find out one of Guilliman's greatest weaknesses. See, where Angron and almost every other Primarch is quicker to anger than Guilliman, say for maybe Vulcan, when Guilliman gets angry, it is an explosion, a torrent, a monsoon of rage that even Angron would probably be jealous at. The stuttering and stammering denials that Matthew uses to justify in the small room that the two of them were occupying are cut off one after another by Guilliman, and it results in this explosion that I don't think there are many of its kind from Guilliman in the entirety of Warhammer. But in the process of being interrupted, the priest keeps trying to mount these denials. I didn't do anything. I didn't convince the sister to do something. She was doing it on her own behalf, which is technically true, but he did put the idea in her head. And Guilliman basically just kept calling him a liar for it, and he cannot stand people to be under his command that lie to him. The priest takes a little bit of offense at this, and Matthew simply asks, "My lord, if I may," to which Guilliman cuts him off with this thunderous shout that makes the ground itself shake and Khorne's angry manometer go off for a second longer than it usually does, as Guilliman just says, "You may not," and follows it up with the most fucking brutal takedown of this man ever, which he would also kind of regret later because Matthew ended up saving his life in the third book of the series, but, you know, that's neither here nor there. But this goes to show something that I want to point out, and that is that Guilliman and Angron are incredibly similar. Were that the shoe was on the other foot, Guilliman would have probably turned out the same way as old Angry Ron. And I find that the parallels between the two as brothers, as well as leaders, is incredibly interesting. Like, say you look at how they both treat their legion. They are paralleled in such a way. And I'm also going to throw Lorgar in here, though he doesn't match up just as well as the other two. One being a relationship of stoic resilience being reinforced with rational emotions, as well as making the Marines themselves strive to be the best they can be with plans for every contingency, while the other is a breaking down of that stoicism in place of a more explosive reactionary approach, where there is no plan for the future, only what is in the now to explode, and if you are alive after, do it again and again until the end. You notice that this is also paralleled in Lorgar, where he is similar to Guilliman in a very different way than Angron. He's similar in the sense that he is a natural-born generalist and leader with a strong penchant for his oratory skills, his charisma, his ability to guide the masses is very much one of the most important parts of his relationship with the world around him. And because of that, his legion was taught the same. But because it was based around a flawed fundamental belief, unlike the Ultramarines, where it was more pragmatism than religious fervor, if there is a flaw in that belief, such as, the religious fervor, then the entire belief system and structure that you have based your entire life upon immediately collapses. And thus why when the word bearers fell to chaos, they fell the hardest out of all of them. The next interesting set of similarities that I want to talk about when it comes to Guilliman and Angron specifically is that Guilliman and Angron are probably the best two brothers to pair off if you want to tell a good story. I mean, they both are kind of Greek/Roman and they got that thing going on. But with Angron, it was just he was born on the wrong side of nobility that caused him to turn out so differently from Guilliman. The fact that Angron is actually openly envious of what Guilliman has is also a very interesting fact about him. Well, openly being envious isn't exactly the word I'd use for it, more just when he had a chance to say how pissy he truly was about the state of affairs, he let that shit fly. I know it's a weird aside, but it's why I was low-key disappointed when the Lion was the one who ended up fighting Demon Angron upon his return. It's just kinda dumb. It doesn't make as much sense narrative-wise, though I guess you can't really have the Lion fight Curze, which would have been a good callback, because Curze is kind of, dead. And I guess also Roboute had other things to deal with, like a bunch of angry bugs trying to consume a few million planets in his neck of the woods, which is, kind of an important task. The Ultramarines are a fantastic force of warriors to be reckoned with because of Guilliman doing exactly what he does. So him being on the front lines of the battlefield means shit's really dire. So I have a final few thoughts I want to highlight, and this is the weird tendency that Ultramarine successors tend to have. I had no good segue for this. I just wanted to get into why the Mortifactors and the Iron Snakes are kind of weird, as well as a bunch of other successor chapters to the Ultramarines. For those who don't know, the Mortifactors are cannibal skull collectors, and the Iron Snakes are basically the Death Watch light for a small section of space, and they hunt everything, not just aliens. These guys are a fun thing to highlight, and it highlights a trend of that adaptability that the Ultramarines have, even though it might not look like it from the outset. Where Guilliman's entire idea of learn from the strategy, use it, incorporate it into your tactics, and then make it better, that's how you get things like the Mortifactors and the Iron Snakes, as they take Guilliman's teachings with the Codex Astartes and then just move on with better versions of it. And I guess in their space, collecting skulls was pretty cool. And if you think, hey, maybe collecting skulls and decorating your armor with bones while also collecting the heads of your enemies is a good idea, then go for it. Though, don't wear red in the process. Then you've overcorrected and now need to be hunted like the traitorous dog you are. Guilliman's weird ideas of tactics are so good that the Codex Astartes is still used today to great effect. Unless you're the Black Templars, that is, then it's just toilet paper. But regardless, with Space Marine 2 on the rise, if you're new to 40k and you wanted to know where the blue fellers got their genetic code from, then here you are. Roboute Guilliman is a beautiful man. He is the best of the best of the best. He is the most talented of his brothers. He is the best warrior, the best overall, and I doubt anybody would disagree with me. And if you do, you're probably just talking out your ass because I don't believe you. I'm going to start this off by saying this is probably the most difficult to make video I've ever made. I genuinely spent a lot of time writing and rewriting ideas for how to approach this specific video, as I tend to take the Primarch series a lot more serious than any other video that I do, and I kind of want to have the right narrative to kind of push to you guys so that you can kind of understand what I'm trying to say. It's genuinely such a weird topic, but
You ever notice how the fanbase casually forgets that Mortarion is there? And whenever they remember, it's because they want to bitch and moan about him? Yeah, I only kinda came to the conclusion of that recently when I was describing the Primarchs to a few non-Warhammer friends of mine at my local magic gathering, and each person's reaction was pretty much what you'd expect for someone finding out about this for the first time. And I legit forgot Mortarion existed until we got directly to the end of the list itself. And I didn't really have anything to add other than he hates Psychers and hates the Emperor. After doing some diving into the den of vipers known as Reddit and Twitter, I found out that generally speaking, I think it's fair to say that Mortarion is the worst Primarch on opinion alone. And to be honest, I've come to have that opinion as well after doing my research, which is weird because I love the Death Guard, but I actually think Mortarion as a character is kind of shitty, like far more than any other Primarch in the setting. And I think it's time we acknowledge one simple, meaningful, if not kind of important fact about Morty, and that is the one incredibly basic, if not simple, idea that Mortarion is kind of just fucking lame, bro. Holy shit. Before I get into it, you know the same old biz. Subscribe to avoid the plague, like the videos so that I know you like me bitching, and tell me your favorite poison in the comments. Before I get into it, Mortarion was a Primarch that at the young age of 0 was sent to a hellish shithole of Barbarous, a poison-soaked demon world filled with a toxic atmosphere, rampant disease, and still, somehow, he was able to have a better childhood than goddamn Curze. Jokes aside, he was raised by a warp-tainted, possibly Xeno, but also possibly mutant individual. This entity did not really enjoy having a son, more just saw it as kind of funny that he had someone around that he could torture from time to time, instilling horrible sensibilities in Mortarion at a young age. Once again, still better than Curze, honestly. Most people know how the story goes. Mortarion finds out about humans, finds out he is one of them, or at least, close to being one of them, rallies a small strike force to start raiding the overlords, which are the race his dad was, I don't know if I mentioned that, in an attempt to murder his father and get revenge for lying that Mortarion was one of the overlords rather than one of the humans, which is a very important precedent to establish early. Mortarion is incredibly resentful. Mortarion simply had his father to kill last, but unfortunately his real dad showed up, the Emperor. He challenged Mortarion to kill his adopted father, yada yada yada. See, a lot of people know all this already. The Emperor kills his adopted father for Mortarion, and Mortarion hates the Emperor forever. We know this because it's kind of the only major thing to really bring up about Mortarion. We don't know much in terms of his characterization because no one really talks about it ever. So, what does this all mean in the grand scheme of things? What is the point that I'm going to get with, and why was it so hard for me to discuss this, and why is it making me be so flippant about his backstory? It's because I personally have a set of morals and ideals that basically clash so hard with Mortarion's character that I legit have grown to despise him as a person. A fictional person, of course, I can't hate him like a real person because he's not. But yeah, your background does not dictate who you are. It does not leave you set in stone as to who or what you are for the future. Sure, there are things you can't control, but it's up to you to do the best with the tools that you're given. I think that resentment is one of the worst emotions a person can feel. I think worse than anger, jealousy, and hatred, I think resentment is a bitter poison that erodes away the fabric of what we stand for, and it makes people more likely to see others less as people and more as opposition, nebulous sort of other, which is very common in Mortarion's backstory, where he starts to see others that are not with him as things that are just obstacles for him to get through. I think Mortarion is childish. I think he is a whiny baby bitch who does nothing but hyperfixate on things. And resentment, that right there is what fuels Mortarion. It is nothing but bitter and dry resentment. His entire life is based around how much he resents the Emperor, and because of that, every piece of motivation that could possibly have existed is tainted by that one thing that it always circles back to. And that is, Mortarion hates the Emperor so goddamn much that he could not possibly comprehend moving on from his issues. I think Mortarion is childish. I think he is a whiny baby bitch who takes out his frustrations on his sons and expects them to hate the things that he hates because they are descended from him, and if they do not hate the things he hates, they are not his sons. Case in point, his conversations with Nathaniel Garrow, him abandoning Nathaniel and testing him, and so on and so forth. This is something that kind of defines his character. See, I know a lot more about Mortarion in the modern day than I do in the Horus Heresy. I think that is important to state, as I feel modern Mortarion is a good show of that sort of resentment. Mortarion has fallen to the chaos god Nurgle and become a great demon prince, so powerful that most mortals would choke to death within a 20-kilometer radius of him. And what is he doing? Still doing the same shit he was doing well over 10,000 years ago, trying his best to destroy his father's dreams, to strike back at his dad the same way his dad struck him centuries ago. It has rotted him to the core. His sense of entitlement and resentment has burned away whatever personality he could have had. It's so horrid that it is all we kind of know him for now. Due to Nurgle being the god of stagnancy and slow decay, Mortarion is rewarded for being as horrid as he is. Mortarion as a character outside of that is a horrible hypocrite, hating Psychers so much that he was a key feature at the Council of Nicaea, yet he fell to the Chaos Gods, worshipping warp powers. I know that it was a little bit more complicated than just that, but he was granted warp powers and it caused him to, develop his own psychic abilities that he now uses. The man is a fucking horrible person and a fucking rotten father to his sons, and which, yes, that is a pun. But the part that I can't help but shake is, well, I know actual people like him. No, not like Primarchs, please be realistic. I mean people who drown in their resentment and focus more so on why they hate something than focus on why they like something. Their existence is based around hating other people who have different opinions on them, or people who are enjoying things for reasons that they don't think are the right reasons to enjoy something. Resentment is a poison that infects the brain. It is chemo for the cancer of individuality. It robs you of you. For me, it used to rob me of who I was. I was a hateful kid, angry all the time. I was mean and nasty and lashed out at whatever person I could reach to. I had so many anger issues, and it was always other people's fault for what happened to me, when in general, it was just bad circumstances that I should have moved on from. Was I as bad as other people that I know? Oh god, no, I've met some actual cancers on human society. But I relate to that feeling that I can only describe it as fuck you, watch this. Like, this idea that you are going to be better than the person you hate, and there's always going to be someone you hate, and you can never be better than everyone, so you have to make peace with the issues that you've established with yourself. It's why it's taken years for me to kind of get better, and it's why I've grown to hate the man-child that is fuck-ass Mortarion. He is a rancid man with rancid goals and a horrible sense of direction, and he's let his sense of entitlement and resentment absolutely rob him of what he could be, a better man, and it makes his character in writing so boring. Every time he opens his dumb, stupid mouth, he says shit about why he hates the Imperium. He says shit about why he hates Guilliman and needs to stop all his plans, and that's kind of all he does. Which is wild, because I really like the Death Guard. The Death Guard are such a fun legion. They were my favorite for a long-ass while. Once I started to read about Mortarion's lore, I legit got annoyed about how dumb and stupid he is, as well as how smelly he is. And he's also a fart-sniffing twink that looks like if the Crypt Keeper fell into the Joker acid vat. Bro looks like he slipped and fell out of the ugly tree and hit every ugly branch on the way to the ugly ground. Bro is so shitty that the air quality is permanently ruined whenever he enters a room. Man has such a strong aura of scaring the hoes that I don't even think he knows what they look like. The only people who tolerate him are his own sons, and even then, half of them jumped ship faster than the first white bitch off the Titanic the second the Horus Heresy dropped. That was I have a lot of pent-up frustrations with how boring and bad Mortarion's character is written. Because, at least with someone like Angron, I really like the character potentials, but the current potential of Mortarion is summed up by that one time that Guilliman was possessed by the Emperor, and basically opened up a portal to
the Garden of Nurgle looked at Mortarion and just said, "I'll get you, bitch," and then before Mortarion could respond, albeit significantly confused and frightened now, he was sucked back into the Garden of Nurgle to be imprisoned in a jar on Nurgle's cauldron for a while as punishment for failure on the campaign that he was told not to even engage in, but he couldn't resist doing so because it led to him having the possibility of fucking over Guilliman. God damn. So that got out of hand pretty fast and ended with me just bitching all the time and calling him ugly and smelling in various different shades. But you know what? It's not too bad, I suppose. At least it was kind of funny. At least I think it was kind of funny. It takes a man to admit when they were wrong, and considering I have more in common with a sniveling rat minion character from a late 80s Disney cartoon than that of a normal human being, it should come as no surprise that I am not exactly likely to admit when I'm wrong. But due to the fact that I have been badgered and memed enough across the various different platforms I appear on, I have come to a conclusion to reinvest time into looking into Magnus the Red as well as the Thousand Sons and try to understand specifically why they are so contentious, as well as reevaluate my opinions on him, his legion, and the myriad of fucked up adventures he's gone on. So, what did I learn, and did my opinion change? The answer is I learned a lot, and yeah, I did. My opinion has changed. But we shall address that as we go, as I have much to discuss involving Magnus, and I hope you are all ready to hear about it. Without further ado, you know the basics. Subscribe if you're not, like the video if you like the video, and let's boogie! Much like every other brother he had, Magnus was sent off to some random nowhere planet by his mother during a moment of lacking mental clarity. Magnus was sent to the planet of Prospero, and it was such a beautiful place to be sent to, as well as kind of lucky for him, as it was a place where sorcery and magic was kind of openly accepted. And if you can't tell, when I say sorcery and magic, I mean psychics. And also, it was good for him because Magnus was the most psychically inclined of all the Primarchs. This is a very good spot for him to be, suffice to say. Aside from the weird psychic brain-eating mega-wasps called the Sanguinius, which feast upon the psychic energies of unprotected psychers. And on a planet of psychers, yeah, I kind of take it back. Maybe it was kind of bad for Magnus to be sent here, but like, you know, checks and balances, right? They were kind of a massive problem, I will say. Similar in scale to the great beasts of Caliban, but lacking the sort of taint of chaos, I think. But yeah, with the arrival of Magnus and his adoption by a sorcerer by the name of Amon, Magnus had to basically come into the best possible timeline for him to succeed. Like Guilliman landing on Macragge, Amon taught this red child the ways of the sorcerer, to which Magnus took to it well. See, Magnus, as you could probably tell, is incredibly psychically gifted, and because of that, he learned the ways of the sorcerer very easily, to the point where eventually he had surpassed his adoptive father and started to learn more than what Amon could teach him, which ended up with Amon graciously becoming someone who learned from Magnus as a sort of byproduct, which is cool, as a lot of times you have this father-son interaction between the Primarchs. It leads to either the father becoming jealous once the Primarch supersedes them, a la Luther with the lion, or kind of being like, hey, you're a cool dude, but don't think you're the coolest, and they have kind of this like really healthy relationship, again, like Konrad Guilliman, and as things go with Primarchs, there was a wide-sweeping scale of restoration and salvation on Prospero. The Sanguinius were hunted down and destroyed, with Magnus causing the psychic culture of Prospero to develop as it was refined. The Emperor had found a literal utopia when he arrived, where almost all disease had been cured psychically, and suffice to say, the Emperor was pleased with his son, and once he brought him into the fold of the Imperium, the story progresses in a bit of an interesting way. See, this is kind of where you see the first major issue with Magnus's personality, the main core reason as to his downfall at some point. See, Magnus, due to him more or less being able to do anything he wanted up to this point with a high degree of success, he kind of developed a certain level of misplaced confidence in his own abilities, which led to him half expecting everything to be solvable through his own hands. You learn throughout the stories that he will put himself in danger that is kind of avoidable just because he thought, I could figure it out. I mean, I can figure out anything, right? And it leads to this kind of recklessness where he always thinks he knows better than everyone else. It is definitely not 100% undeserved, as he is a Primarch and also everything he did do kind of succeeded up to a point, but Okay, so if you don't follow, let's break this down a little bit. When he first met his legion, there was this kind of curse that had been affecting the gene stock, similar to something that had been kind of burning away the Emperor's children with their weird genophage kind of deal, where an issue had cropped up in a line of Space Marines that was killing them. This was kind of termed as the flesh change. Okay, it was turning them into chaos spawns. Like, we want to talk about how they were turning into giant weird flesh monsters, but it's just chaos spawns, unfortunately. He showed up, saw this, and thought, yeah, I could fix this quite easily, actually. It's really simple. Meanwhile, the entirety of the Emperor's scientists were like, yeah, we should just probably put these guys down, because if we don't, they're going to, spread and get worse. But Magnus, through a ritual, ended up talking to some warp entity. This warp entity, he alleged, was some kind of warp god that Magnus thought he could overpower. Once he allegedly overpowered this warp entity, the warp entity told him, oh yeah, you just need to go through this archaic and incredibly arcane ritual in order to sacrifice one of your eyes, which will lead to the flesh change being halted, or at least slowed down significantly. Magnus, taking the weird blue mollusk at its word, basically left to go do that, and it worked. It didn't, but it worked, kind of, where Magnus gave up his eye and the flesh change seemingly halted. Now, I don't know if it's ever outright confirmed, but I feel like Tzeentch, which, by the way, that was what the warp entity was, it was Tzeentch. Tzeentch basically just slowed it down manually instead of actually having the ritual do anything. So what he did was he just halted it so that the curse of the flesh change could spread throughout that cursed gene seed throughout the rest of his sons, so that it would kind of, build up till later, and basically made the entirety of the Thousand Sons into a ticking time bomb, which would explode later. And yeah, it did. With an almost fully psychic army after that, Magnus brought many different planets into compliance through means that I think are, of all of them, definitely not the worst, but definitely in the top 5 most suspect of all the legions. He essentially used his psychic abilities to, if not mind control the world's leaders, he used them to influence the conversations he was having with leaders, similar in practice to that of the "these are not the androids you're looking for" type beat from Star Wars, which I think is kind of on par with Curze's methods of fear tactics, as the second they realize that they had been tricked and there is no wizard to fully control them there still, it's probably just all downhill. But we don't have much evidence to the contrary, so what do I know? Along the way, there were a few plants put into the Thousand Sons to kind of keep an eye on their progress psychically, as several Primarchs had kind of gotten a bit nervous as to the level of control and power that Magnus was kind of slinging around. They thought that he was tampering with forces that he did not fully understand, even though he claimed that he did. Now, with that in mind, they found out that he was definitely tampering with shit more so than he definitely should have. So thus, the Council of Nicaea was called in, where essentially a bunch of the anti-psychic Primarchs, or at least the Primarchs that thought that he probably shouldn't be throwing his shit around as much as humanly possible, were meeting together to tell him, hey, cool your jets. It wasn't so much that he needed to stop entirely, it was more just to curtail it to the absolute bare minimum. Because mucking around with the warp it never turns out okay. The individuals who showed up, the various Primarchs, Mortarion, Leman Russ, so on and so forth, they all pled their case in such a way that was both succinct and appropriate, telling about the dangers of the warp, how it can influence people, and how bad it can turn out. This ended with Magnus, in his retort, waxing poetic about a story that he enjoyed that was very appropriate for the conversation and very appropriate to educate them about how he felt about the psychic plight of, natural psychic individuals, is why it's a necessary thing for his legion. And it was very well conveyed, but that's the point. The others were treating this like it was a trial. Magnus was treating this like it was a philosophical debate. He did not understand that there were crimes tasked against him, and that, if he didn't go at this with a clinical measure, he would literally see sanctions. He would be censored. And it happened because they saw that he was arrogant, and they saw that he thought giving that story of, oh, you don't know better than me, I know better than you, and here's why, it's okay, you're just uneducated. He thought that would make them understand, but it didn't. It swayed absolutely none. It did not even reach the Emperor. In fact, it actually galvanized the Emperor into enacting the censors that needed to happen on Magnus for them to pass the Council of Nicaea. This caused what was essentially the first chink in Magnus's armor, as this was the founding principle of his legion, being psychic, and the cracks in the foundation began to splinter and spread out as more and more failures happened. He believed that the Emperor was wrong, and he just needed to show him another side or some other way at some point. But eventually Magnus could convince the Emperor that psychics were pretty good to have, and that his abuse of the warp was not terrible. He didn't even dial back the psychic shit, he just hid it from the other legions so that they couldn't tell on him anymore. Which kind of defeats the purpose, as it proves them all right. He is incredibly arrogant and doesn't understand when to stop. We'll skip ahead a bit, but the burning of Prospero basically happened. This is when everything kind of culminated. Magnus is being brought to task for destroying the Emperor's Webway project, and as the invasion was happening, Tzeentch just flipped that big switch that said activate the flesh change, and then a lot of the Thousand Sons Marines were turning into weird flesh abominations as they were fighting the Space Wolves. This ended with Magnus confronting Leman Russ, one of his most vocal opponents in any sphere of thought, both psychic and philosophical. Leman was just a man. He refused to use psychic abilities. Sure, he was still a Primarch, but he was going to fight Magnus in one-on-one combat. As the planet was being stormed, Magnus, through his own arrogance, decided to accept defeat, and instead of going silently, he just let the entire planet burn around him, which I find is an act of such arrogance that it defies explanation. He did this because he wanted to prove that he was repentant over his behavior and allowed them to do what needed to be done, but he wasn't bold enough to commit that it was his fault. He blamed the entirety of his society for that. So instead of going silently, he let the entirety of the Space Wolves, some of the Custodes, burn Prospero to the ground. Leman, for what it was worth, went up to go fight Magnus, and Magnus fought back, not even committing to him wanting to die and seek repentance for what he had done. But he thought he could beat Leman Russ in one-on-one combat, but Leman wore anti-psyker armor, which again, Magnus thought, oh, I could break through that. It's easy. I could break through that armor completely easily. Magnus kind of did, but it ended kind of poorly for him, because his psychic abilities still didn't have as much of an effect on Leman as he would want them to, which ended up with Magnus, for the price of his arrogance, lying in a broken heap on the ground at the foot of someone that, although he has always detested, he once called a brother. From here, the rubric happened, which turned the less psychically inclined individuals of his legion into dust, and the more psychically inclined individuals into higher-powered sorcerers, and then he sold himself to Tzeentch. And the fun part I like to think about is that as this was going down, there were a lot of different moving parts that I won't cover right now. Maybe I will talk about the shattering of Magnus, but Magnus had his soul shattered into a whole bunch of different shards, each shard having a large section of his psychic power. This psychic power also was ascribed to an emotion that was very well known be possessed by Magnus. Magnus had found a way to capture all of these shards, as he was a demon now, a creature of the ephemeral. He did not really have a body now. He basically could reform himself however he chose. But there was one shard that he could never get a hold of, and this was kind of the most important shards, because as much as we shit on Magnus, we forget that he is known for being one of the most jovial and kind Primarchs before everything went down. Like, arrogance aside, he was genuinely a kind soul. The problem was that the shard of Magnus that contained his soul was basically on Terra. It was left there when Magnus went to go warn his dad about Horus's betrayal and accidentally destroyed the Webway. This shard was captured by Malcador the Sigillite, and in a last-ditch effort to try and make someone to basically light the Astronomicon, he took the shard of Magnus's soul and mixed it with a space marine of the Thousand Sons by the name of Revuel Arvida, who was kind of in the middle of the flesh change. He was kind of a blob, but like they froze him just before he went full blob. So they mixed the two of these individuals together, and with some encouragement and some advice from a librarian from the White Scars, he was allowed to live, the new entity that is. This new entity that was a mixture of the two souls was allowed to set foot on the ground of Terra and allowed to make his own decisions. This individual decided to go by Janus. Janus was one of the most powerful psychers in existence, obviously, as it was the soul bond of a Thousand Sun member and one of the pieces of Magnus. Comically enough, Janus would eventually become the first master of the Grey Knights and be one of the people who established that entire order. But the fact that Magnus was never able to reclaim that portion of his soul is very interesting to me, because the portion of his soul that he never got was the part for humanity. The kindness in him, that jovialness that is known for him. The part that would use Sanguinius and the Khan as a drinking buddy while cheering and talking about how bullshit this Council of Nicaea shit was. I think that it's very important that we recognize those two things, and I think that it's very interesting. So, where does that leave us? Where does that leave me? Where does that leave my opinion after I've been reevaluating my position? Honestly, After reading all of this, I relate to Magnus. I forgot who said this, but the cruelest thing you could ever do to someone is prove to them that they were never the person they thought they were. We've all had those kind of make or break moments where we thought we were in good standing with others, and maybe even professionally thought we were in good standing, only to be struck down either emotionally, professionally, or superficially. And it's that moment where you either have to change your approach to just the world that you're in, or you have to keep going as you are and live in the ignorance of what you were before and assume that that was just a misstep. I find these moments define who we are, and to see Magnus flounder, to see him kind of be hit with a massive failure, and instead of regrouping and learning to be a better person, he decided to double down and be like, no, I am better than them. I just have to prove it. I think that that is such an interesting way for them to represent Magnus as a character, because I know people like that. Hell, I've been people like that. Spiteful and arrogant to the bitter end. Sometimes people refuse to let their ego slip away, and it can destroy what little bonds they have left. You know what they say about the road to hell, it's paved with good intentions, and that's what Magnus is. He couldn't get out of his own goddamn way, and because of that, it left him in this position where he no longer feels the one thing that was kind of indicative of his personality outside of arrogance, which is his kindness, his humanity. He's the most mutant of the Primarchs, but he is still one of the most kind. Up there with Sanguinius. But I think that a lot of us relate to that. I think that I kind of relate to him more. I don't think Magnus is a bad Primarch. I don't even dislike him anymore. To be honest, if I can go full mask off, I never really disliked him that much. I just played into the meme because I thought it was funny. But now that I've actually had to look into it, I think I found another Primarch that I genuinely enjoy the presence of and enjoy the idea of. I think Magnus is someone that we can all learn from, and I think that's a big lesson that we've all learned from a lot of Primarchs as we go through this series, that all of the Primarchs are genuinely just people. They're the personification, the dilution, the concentration of people. These individuals represent the best and worst parts of the people that we know in our lives, and I think that the best kind of writing you can have for a Primarch is when someone who understands that. But the worst kind of writing is when people are just like, no, they're just really cool people.
This is one of the videos I've been kind of excited to get to, as there is an entire series of books named after this Primarch. This man is the most important character likely in the 40k franchise as a whole, next to the Emperor, and because of that he deserves a bit more of a deep-seated dissection. Who else could it be but the bald dickhead himself, Horus the Heresy Lupercal, a man of great internal strength, of great internal resolve, and a man of great insecurity. I have a lot to say about him. Horus is such an enigmatic figure. I find there is a great deal of complexity to his character, and I have been thinking about him quite a lot. He is the first Primarch found. Fuck off, Alpharius. That was a joke. He is the most loved by the Emperor. He is the best in almost all categories. Smarter, stronger, and almost a greater fighter than most of his brothers. The only ones being able to best him are the ones that are hyper-specialized duelists who are the best at dealing with Primarchs, and even then, it is an uphill battle. He is a philosopher, he is a strategist, he is a warrior, but he is also nothing. There's an idea of Horus, some kind of abstraction, but there is no real him, only an entity, something illusory, and though he can hide his cold gaze and you can shake his hand and feel flesh gripping yours, and maybe you could even sense by reading the books that your lifestyles might even be comparable, he simply is not there. Anyhow, Horus is not a real character, and I don't mean that in terms of writing and quality of writing. I mean that in terms of him being genuinely a blank husk of a man who is constantly trying to be whatever he needs to be in order to please those around him. He is a proud individual who believes that he is the best of the best of the best, but he is also someone who is put into a position where he is treated as essentially the king of all middlemen. Horus turns turning into the chaos-corrupted dingleberry that he became, I think was kind of like Perturabo having his legion divided by members who believed in honor and ethics above all, as opposed to those who believed in results being the most important part. Which is to say, it was kind of inevitable. Basically, Horus Lupercal is an entity that was forced into making decisions his entire life that seemed the most logical at the time. And you can only be treated like a tool of war for so long before you snap. The weapon fires back at its owner type beat, you know what I mean? With all that being said, we should start where the story starts, right? I do have a fun rundown, but in short, Horus was scattered with his brothers to a planet relatively close to Terra, relatively speaking, which was Chthoniya. Chthoniya was a mining planet with a lot of cyber-augmented gang warfare thingies going on all the time. And they basically were just doing what you would assume they do best, which is, I guess, killing people. For money and likely rocks, I guess. Horus did likely what most Primarchs do by revolutionizing the planet and so on, but the part I kind of keyed in on is he did so through politics, but also the manipulation of truth. See, the accent that Horus speaks in is apparently very selective. He chose a specific area of Chthoniya to use it from, so as to make him more relatable to the people of the planet. And that kind of accent was kind of a lower middle class equivalent on the planet, which is kind of interesting to think about. It's like if a Primarch tried to unify all of America and the planet we're on, so he chose to speak with an Ohioan accent of all places. But he never learned the accent. He picked it up intentionally as a manipulation tactic. The easiest way to accomplish a goal of some kind was that, and so he did it. As stated, he was the first Primarch discovered by the Emperor. And I'm not acknowledging that it could have been Alpharius, as that is dumb as fuck. But regardless, as the first Primarch to be discovered, there was a steep learning curve. Horus had a lot of expectations placed upon him because, well, that's what the Emperor was planning, right? He wanted to put Horus on the right path, best foot forward type beat, filling Horus's head with dreams and pride before introducing him to his legion, the Luna Wolves. From here, Horus and the Emperor fucked up the universe in the best way possible, claiming planets left and right. As with a Primarch leading a legion, they tend to be invigorated with new tactics and just a zest for life, innovating a type of Space Marine combat tactic known as the Spear Tip Assault. Horus changed the landscape of all tactics the Space Marines should use after that point. Horus was determined and did everything he was told to do by his father, and it was all pretty copacetic until, well, Leman appeared. Yep, for those who didn't know, Leman Russ was the second Primarch that they found after Horus. And because of that, he could not be more different than Horus if he tried. And because of their differences, they both did have a bit of tension to each other, but they did get along eventually, because most people did get along with Horus because, well, Horus was whatever he needed to be to get what he wanted. See, with one Primarch, it's easy to feel like you're the most special guy in the universe, because you kind of are. But now that there are two Primarchs, the specialness was divided in half, and kind of easily breeds insecurity, which, man, wouldn't that suck if it actually ended up fostering a deep-seated hatred of those all around you. But I'm not even going to play this bit out. Yeah, the Horus heresy happened for a reason, and we're getting there. One thing led to another. The third Primarch discovered was, oddly enough, one of the Primarchs that were struck from the record and removed, which is interesting to see the precedent. But regardless, we cut ahead to the future to see 18-ish Primarchs are around, working together to accomplish a goal, and that goal was the Great Crusade. Horus, after killing some big boss orc on Ulanor, was elected the new War Master, a title that the Emperor of Mankind was the only one to hold at that point, where Horus could now speak with the authority of his father. This leads to some complications, as there were a lot of Primarchs that did not respect his authority, as well as a lot of Primarchs who thought they were snubbed for the position of War Master. Now, I think that Horus was obviously the best choice. The only second best choice would have been maybe Rogal Dorn or Roboute Guilliman, because both of them kind of have that wider perspective, but Horus was the best embodiment of it at the time. Furthermore, those complications, and kind of scramble things up a little bit, let's kind of discuss how Horus interacted with his legion as well as his expeditionary fleet, as that's kind of a good microscopic scale to see how he is as a character. As with when he was on Chthonia, Horus was the constant politician. He believed that he had to be this idol, an upstanding individual to impress everyone and not be caught lacking. That isn't to say that he had no morals, because he was a moral individual. There are several instances that when he was impacted by a loss, he showed genuine compassion and attempted to right whatever wrong he committed. But you can see the stress of his existence on him at all times, especially with his constant posturing to not seem weak and meet his brother's standards as his father's favorite. So there was this kind of rank of individual called a remembrancer. Remembrancers were a group of half politicians, half journalists, and half historians that their main goal was to create art and recordings of what was going on during the Great Crusade. But when you were someone like Horus, the level of scrutiny that you were likely under was significantly amplified due to the title of War Master being affixed on you. So that stress to be constantly posturing was very important to him, as he didn't want to seem like he was the wrong choice to his brothers, which I don't think there was anybody who had a bad opinion of Horus. With that came him creating a council, not specifically because of the stress, but just in general, he had this council known as the Mournival. The Mournival, or Mournival, were a group of 4 of his most trusted captains, each one having to have radically different opinions. These opinions had to balance him out, each one of these 4 individuals representing 4 different aspects of the moon. These opinions range from someone who's a staunch, conservative traditionalist to a radical, liberal thinker type beat. They were all basically there to give him as many different perspectives on a matter as humanly possible so that he could always know if he was making an informed decision. He would do speeches to the crew and would always address his Mournival equally. And those Mournival were supposed to be treated as if they were on his level. They were people that were given the rank specifically so that they weren't afraid of him. But alongside that, while he would address other members of the human crew, he would try to treat them as if they were equals to him as well, even though by every right they were not. And this would constantly kind of lead this kind of negative feedback loop of him treating people that were below him as equal to him and thus degrading himself in the matter. Now, I'm not saying that every single Primarch had to be an iron-fisted tyrant and rule over the people that were beneath him and the humans that were in his expeditionary fleet, but there is a healthy balance to kind of work out. His own specific remembrancer kind of got his attention by genuinely attempting to talk down to Horus, screaming at him in one of their interactions, which is what kind of caught his attention. In a weird way, it was the first time that Horus had someone actually talk to him that way that was a human, and it got his attention in a way that made him choose this woman and her weird tongueless bodyguard to be, well, his personal remembrancer. That ended poorly, but we'll get there. Don't worry, we'll get there. We're trying to tell it in as loosely chronologically as possible. But as you could expect, it would lead to an inevitable tragedy, which leads us to the next major part of Horus's tale. With everything sailing well, him as the War Master, him as the Luna Wolves' leader, and eventually transitioning them into the Sons of Horus due to his victory at the Battle of Ulanor, you get to see Horus's descent into being an evil dickhead that has had a long-standing debate whether it was unjustified, incredibly justified, or if your major killed because he was bald. I think it is unjustified, but I think that his reasoning makes sense. He shouldn't have done it because he was basically fighting his own demons made of self-doubt, and then he decided to take that out on the entire universe. But that is kind of the tale that we're about to discuss. So let's kick this section off with the proper question of what the fuck happened to get to where we ended up? Oh, hi. Intermission time, boys, I guess. Just thought I'd put a mid-video break to say, hi, how you doing? Enjoying the longer form videos? I certainly am. It's a lot easier to make and format. Also allows me to be a long-winded bitch whenever I choose to. Just thought I'd put this in to kind of divide up the first and second half of the video, make it easier to digest and give a little break for those who need it. Kind of cool that I got another raid sponsorship. Those guys are always fun to work with. Also, I just wanted to point out that the Horus Lupercal video is going live on Friday the 13th of all times. Yeah, feels almost meant to be, you know? Shit's wild in that way. Side note, it was my birthday yesterday, you know, December 12th, so I feel it's also appropriate that this is the day before before the Horus Lupercal video is going live. I'm actually just gonna gun it through the Primarch series till it's done from now on. It's just gonna be the main thing I go on, and then I'm gonna get back to that other Space Marine chapter series I'm doing. Hope you're okay with that, and if not, you guys are gonna like part 20 of this series. I'm working on something funny in the background. Anyhow, back to the video, I guess. To answer that question is really no simple feat. I know I've been condensing it down a bit at the beginning of this video, but it's really a bit complicated. Though to not mention the fact that there is some inconsistencies in the writing is a little bit lacking in my duty here. As you all know, the Black Library has this kind of problem where for long-running series that are written by multiple people, their books have to employ several different authors at any given point. Especially for the Horus Heresy, which means for Horus specifically, they see Horus through their eyes. Even with a guide, it's going to be different. That both hurts and helps the narrative. It doesn't have much to do with quality, as it does with vision. I mean this with 100% fucking certainty, that Horus is not the same character to someone like Dan Abnett as he is to someone like Gav Thorpe as he is to someone like Graham McNeil. All of these individuals write differently and will see the character differently and thus write him different. This hurts his characterization in some ways, as since there is so much written about him, there is going to be more to poke holes into as well as mischaracterize him. But it also kind of plays into a fun narrative that I personally ascribe to, that Horus is this social chameleon who is too prideful to let others down. So the person he is in private is close to the real Horus, but the one he is around his brothers is different depending on the brother. It's why he can be a bit inconsistent from time to time. Like a good example is that how can almost all of his brothers, with little exception, like him? That's almost impossible due to how different their opinions are and what different characteristics they enjoy in others. Like, Sanguinius is only the second place guy for most likable, and even then, a lot of his brothers still didn't like him for who he was. So Horus has to play to the strengths and weaknesses of his brothers for them to like him. With that being said, I do think that that kind of inconsistency is a good thing and a bad, though I should say I'm not fully done the Horus Heresy. I'm going really goddamn slow because I want to enjoy it and absorb as much as I can. But with all that being said, you kind of catch my drift. So what truly happened? The actual thing, the event. Well, for one, he encountered chaos when not protected or mind-wiped by the Emperor. Essentially, there was a minor demon incursion on the planet known as 6319, and although he wasn't the one to kill Samus, no, not that one, he saw a lot of what happened. It was the first crack in his armor, so to speak, as things started to kind of unravel. He deemed it time to change over his legion to the Sons of Horus, which might be insignificant, as fundamentally it's the same army, they just changed the name, but it shows a change in his mentality, a change in his representation, the change in the front of what he represents to those around him, as these were now his property. The creation of him. The Blood Angels were named after a reference to Sanguinius, who is an angel of blood, but they are not named directly after him. They are not his property. The Space Wolves are named after Fenrisian traditions of the Vilca Fenrica, which is a cultural thing. The Iron Hands were named after Ferrus Manus' Iron Hands because they thought they were cool, I guess, and also Ferrus... you know what? The Iron Hands can technically be considered named after Ferrus Manus, because Ferrus Manus you know what? I kind of lost myself there, but you catch what I mean. To force the name of your army to be the Sons of You is a good way to put yourself at the head of this faction as a demagogue, someone who is not necessarily to be criticized, only to be obeyed. How could a son of Horus disobey Horus after all? That leads me to reveal to you that he actually later disbanded the Mournival, which is kind of a bad thing, because now he doesn't have any dissenting voices at all. But that is much further into the future. To get back to the story, Horus ended up having two major events outside of that caused his psyche to shatter. And I will say, even if chaos wasn't trying to corrupt him, he probably would have never been the same after these. The first is the Interrex, a hyper-advanced race of humans that had allied themselves with a bunch of monkey aliens by the name of the Kinnebrak. The Interacs were aware of chaos due to their relationships with the Kindabrak, and were worried about Horus being their envoy. You know, the title of the War Master didn't exactly bode well, but Horus had them lower their guards so that they would treat with him. Much to the chagrin of everybody, as, again, the Kindabrak were aliens, and the Emperor kind of made that guide a little bit honest, that you're not supposed to treat with aliens, but hey, he was trying his best. So, to continue forward with this, he wanted to go a peaceful route. He was tired of war. He was realizing that he was losing some of the closest people that he loved. Genuinely, his favorite soldiers, the people that he enjoyed, were dying, and it was eating away at him, so he wanted to try and force a peaceful solution and see if it was possible with his level of charisma. He was going to meet with the various leaders of the Interacs, and with him was an honor guard of Space Marines, yada yada yada, but due to Erebus being Erebus and looting an ancient chaos relic from an Interax museum before burning it down, which is the Anathame Blade, yeah, that kind of went up in smoke, because basically the Interax just assumed that Horus the Heresy Lupercal was trying to steal chaos relics and was just under the guise of being a non-chaos individual. Horus just shattered, as he really wanted to try for peace, but he never got to. Again, Erebus is kind of responsible for a lot of horrible goddamn things. The encounter, or at least the recollection of the Samus demon on 6319, was the thing that caused a small crack in Horus's resolve. The Interax debacle was what caused that crack to spiderweb, turning into this myriad shattered image that was barely held together. So after that, Horus received the second thing that was kind of the final nail in the coffin here, which was there was some news that a planet that he had conquered had began to secede from the Imperium and openly rebelled under a governor that he had instated himself, a man by the name of Yugen Temba, and this planet was known as Davin. Davin was kind of an important part of Horus's story because he trusted Yugen Temba. He remembered this man. Primarchs don't usually forget anything, but he had a high regard for this individual. He ended up going to Davin to quell this rebellion because, well, this is kind of an unprecedented event. If his brothers had found out that the War Master, the one who was supposed to lead them all, wasn't able to keep one planet in pacification, then, well, why would he be the War Master? There'd be petitions, and the pressure was mounting, so Horus had to go and find out. He showed up to Davin, specifically looking at a few of the moons of Davin that had ships that Yugen Temba would be on, as well as going to the planets that are nearby, but specifically to the main moon of Davin, which, whoopsie-poopsie, is a Nurglite plague moon now filled with zombies. It's also orbited by Yugen Temba's ship. So, to kind of skip past the boring bits of the constant fighting, Horus beamed onto Yugen Temba's ship and was going to slaughter him and, you know, put a end to this as quick as possible so that he could regain control of Davin and all the associated planets. Unfortunately, this is where the Anathame Blade kinda shows up again. See, the Anathame Blade is a Nurglite chaos relic. It is one of the most powerful relics in existence because it is the ultimate assassin's weapon. In order to activate its power, one simply has to state the name of the individual who is supposed to be killed by it, with the intent and so on and so forth. And then the weapon's poisons become perfectly matched in order to kill them, which is one pretty bullshit hack. I don't know why they wouldn't make this into like a bolt or maybe like a crossbow round or some shit. A sword, a knife, who cares? It works, you know? But yeah, he was basically cut by the blade. Not deep, but just enough for the poisons to take hold. Horus was now dying. He ended up winning the fight, being pulled away from the area by his men who came to recover him, which led to a small massacre of civilians that got in the way on Horus's ship. See, what happened were the Space Marines were carrying Horus's body to the Medicae, but civilians were getting in the way and not moving out of the way fast enough, so they just charged through them like a battering ram. it was literally just steamrolling people and causing them to be a smear on the ground. It ended with them putting Horus under and were trying to surgically extract whatever poison and disease tissue they could. He was visited by memories, visions, warp entities, and chaos ghosts, slowly being killed, and is eventually convinced to be brought down to the surface of Davin by Erebus to conduct a chaos ritual to bring him back, thus corrupting him to be the dick we all love and know now. He, from there, had a radical shift, allegedly, in what he was shown to believe in. But I think it is just the most logical leap into what happens next, with a little bit of his emotional state being amplified by chaos. When you push someone like this to the edge, when you give a man absolute power with no oversight and no one to police him, then what do you expect to happen when you treat him his entire life as a tool and then give him infinite authority with no repercussions? Hell, even if he rejected chaos, I feel like he would still rebel against the Imperium at some point. It was just kind of a matter of time. If I remember correctly, when Wolfykins himself stabbed him with the Spear of Truth, causing him to revert back to his normal uncorrupted Horus self, he basically came to the same conclusion that he needs to ride this out to the end, making Leman Russ seem a bit confused, but you know what, we wouldn't have a series if Horus the Heresy Lupercal didn't, I guess, hate the Imperium enough to siege it. There's a mix of reasons as to why he would choose this. He's killed billions. He killed his own brothers, either through order or by his own hand. He is by his own making a tyrant. The reason? He was sick of the world, sick of war. He wanted there to be nothingness. This was basically him trying to end his own life the long way around. He was trying to burn everything to ashes in his own rage at being a tool. I think he's also been confirmed to have seen all the fuck shit the Emperor lied about, and had all the memories that he got wiped brought back to him, which is more than not at all, which even if it was once, that's still pretty fucked. But do you honestly think the Emperor only did it once? Nah, bitch, I could name at least 4 times. So I think his old memories were reawoken. The great lie of Mars was told to him, and man, when he found out about the planet Moloch, he was pretty pissed at the hypocrisy of the Imperium of Mankind outright rejecting chaos. So it's like when Guilliman awoke to find out that the Imperium had turned into a religious bureaucratic shithole rather than a regular bureaucratic shithole. But instead of Guilliman, who is relatively stable, you had Horus, who was surrounded by the various murder gangs of Chthonia for the majority of his childhood. I like how in lore it's stated that if Horus won, he wouldn't have even done anything productive or successfully. The Cabal, a group of super alien psychics who wished to see chaos removed from the universe, they saw the perfect vision of what would happen on either side, and if Horus won, he would literally just burn all of humanity to the ground before he would be killed himself. Which is pretty par for the course with Baby Rage. This is going to sound super pretentious, but it has a lot to do with the repression of his sense of self. When you don't allow yourself to express your negative and positive traits properly, they manifest in other ways. You can grow to resent the world around you for not being able to control yourself well enough. That you would be perfectly fine if you could just simply be a bit more disciplined and hold back all those negative traits that everybody's seeing. Once you get to a certain rank in your armies, you'll be fine. You just need to lock in for that long. When in actuality, not showing who and what you are is one of the most dangerous things a person can do for personal growth. Within reason, pushback and judgment mixed with self-reflection and realization is one of the most important aspects of life. It's how we develop. We learn through the views of others. We learn what faults in ourselves we wish to correct, and then we adapt and overcome them. When you don't have that kind of internal monologue, and you don't have that kind of representation to the world around you, well, you can never become better than who you are now. You will stagnate. You will become just that, which is where we are with Horus. A man who never was. Bro is literally just the Patrick Bateman of 40k, what can I say? Regardless, Horus died the way he was supposed to, and I think his impact on the series could never be understated without him. The Imperium of Mankind would be probably sitting pretty high right now if he wasn't around. But where's the fun in that? So, while we're on the topic of mental illness, Lorgar!
Yeah, this is one of those cases where the Primarch of discussion is a little bit more divisive than usual. As you could expect, I have quite a lot of friends in the 40k community, or at least people I talk to on a regular basis, and half of them believe that Lorgar isn't as bad as you think, and the other half believe that Lorgar is to blame for like the majority of the issues involving the Horus Heresy, the 40k, and well, pretty much everything in the setting, if I'm being honest. So there are many different views to cover for him, and I have a lot of ways to do so, but well, I have a bit of a middle standing opinion between the two on Lorgar, and that is, well, that he's kind of a pawn. He's probably the most manipulated of all the Primarchs, by a large margin. I think Lorgar is often misinterpreted, but also I think I could be just using my own biases to spin a semi-unique narrative to make myself feel a little bit more special. You know, propping up my opinions about a character in fiction that is often controversial for money and widespread acclaim, which is unheard of. Who would even do that? No one's ever done. Okay, let's just get back on topic. Lorgar is the 17th Primarch of 20, and is one of the weirder ones, and I know this might be a bit of a bold statement, considering we already passed one that is literally a mutant angel, and one that has alien metal hands, but Lorgar is a different kind of weird. See, it is canonical that by Primarch standards, he is not actually really that good at many things. I'd say in a direct fight, he's probably worse than even Curze, which is saying a lot. Lorgar is also not that great in terms of military tactics. He is also not the best at the political thing, albeit he is still, like, a Primarch, so he's still, like, in the top percentages of all humanity, but in comparison to his brothers, he's kind of low on the rankings. But what is his strength if those are all his weaknesses? What is his biggest benefit if he is kind of lacking in the others? His gift is oration. This man is a scholar and a damn fine communicator. He can tell stories that would rouse the most dried, dead, and cold heart, filling them with a fervor the likes of which the other Primarchs could only dream of achieving. It's why the members of the Word Bearers are often the most fanatically devoted to their Primarch in comparison to probably the rest of every other Space Marine in existence. He has one hell of a charismatic streak in him. Hell, even if you look back at the Word Bearers, before they were even found by the Primarch, the Word Bearers were referred to as the Imperial Heralds, and they also were blessed with the gift of gab. Unfortunately, you see how this kind of gets twisted over the years, as Lorgar, like his brothers, was sent on this long walk across the cosmos. He was sent to a desert shithole by the name of Cultus, and this is kind of where the problems arose. See, Cultus was a planet that was pretty well known in lore for its intense religious holy wars and the fervor of its citizens kind of defending their specific religion. So Lorgar, someone whose main gift is generating fervor and belief, being sent here was like sending a polar bear to the land of seals and drunk unarmed stray Russians. Needless to say, he took it like a fish to water. Though, unfortunately, he was in the category of Primarchs that had a pretty shit parents. Though I think I could honestly say, outside of Primarchs that had no parents, or parents that were murdered in front of him, Lorgar probably had the worst childhood out of everyone here. Corferon is, like, such a horrible person that, in my opinion, he honestly makes the Emperor seem just a little bit reasonable with his parenting tactics, because Corferon was just an absolute brute with an infant Lorgar, beating him constantly as a child and berating him as well. Corferon took this weird desert nomad child into his custody and kind of just ruined him. There is a lot of stuff I'm leaving out because there's a lot more stuff that I want to talk about later, but in short, Corferon practiced an old faith that was literally just proto-chaos worship. It was sort of the faith that Lorgar adopted, but Lorgar also kind of manifested psychic gifts that allowed him to see things that others wouldn't be able to. Not really controllable powers like his other brothers, think more like Curze light, where in fits and bursts he would see into the future in non-standard visions. Like he wouldn't see things directly, it would be more like symbolism and imagery rather than actually seeing what was going to happen in the future. And he dreamt of this golden figure descending from on high to visit him, and this was going to be God, or at least the God that he recognized. Thus, bing bang boom, the Emperor appeared, to which Lorgar, in a moment of extreme religious rapture, ended up basically bending the knee to him instantly. Which makes a lot of sense. It's like, I mean, if you believed in God and you believed in like a day where he was going to show up, and he did, and said that you're the son of him and go do my bidding, it's, you know, you'd
you'd kind of end up just like Lorgar, so I don't blame him for feeling the way he did. I do kind of blame the Emperor, because this is where the problems really start to fold up. The Emperor isn't a god. Well, sort of. It's a long story. But the Emperor at base is literally just a really, really strong superhuman entity. Yes, who is psychically powerful, but so is Malcador, Magnus the Red, and a whole bunch of other people in the 40k setting that you'd say are really powerful, but they're not gods. But herein lies where the problem actually is. Lorgar had been deluded his entire life to think that gods are real, and more importantly, real gods never admit their divinity. Thus, when the Emperor had a rather stern talking to with his baldest of sons, Lorgar took this rejection and even admonishment of his faith as a sign that the Emperor is actually a god and this is a test, which is unfortunate. But the Emperor is a little to blame here because he really didn't crack down on Lorgar as hard as he probably should have. Like, he could definitely have seen where this was going if he paid a little bit more attention. Like, go the whole 9 yards, decommission his brain, probably kill Corferon, but from what I've read, it just wasn't nearly enough what he did. So Corferon ended up getting elevated to what is referred to as a Demi-Astartes, which is basically like a fully grown adult man given all the gene seed organs that are possible and all the augmentations that are possible to make a Space Marine without actually making them a Space Marine, because it would likely kill them. So there's a few Demi-Astartes that exist that are more or less on par with regular Space Marines, but not as good. Like, you know, you got Luther, you've got Corferon, and so on and so forth. Since Lorgar was now really in charge of his legion, renamed them to the Word Bearers as they bear the word of the Emperor, yeah. Lorgar began to pen many great books talking about the religion of the Emperor, talking about how important and powerful he is, while also pacifying various worlds to bring into compliance. Now, Lorgar kind of fucked the universe, and is at least mostly the reason why the setting of 40k is a religious hellhole, because he would bring worlds into compliance by using his gift of generating fervor in others, and this time directing into the religion that is worshipping the Emperor as a god. And if they didn't accept the religion, well, they just burn the entire planet to ashes. This had a weirdly high compliance rate. Lorgar was pretty good at what he did, but this also did something that was going to backfire on him a smidge. See, the purpose of the Great Crusade was to bring about a secular regime of people bound together by the status symbol of a singular entity, aka the Emperor, this golden figure. The Emperor was the one who basically called all the shots, and all his delegations were sent down to individuals whom were supposed to follow his order by the letter. These individuals were pretty much the most important individuals in the entirety of the universe. If you were one of these people on Terra, you were part of a small group that basically controlled every single planet. You would gather taxes from other individuals, you would get them to work towards the singular cause that was the Emperor's main goal, which was spreading the secular truth, spreading the idea that humanity is the strongest entity in the universe, and just making sure that no one believed in anything superstitious like gods or religion. You work to further the goals of the Emperor and his Imperium, or you are burned to death in the fires of some big meaty fellers with bolt guns. Now, I know that that sounds like an offshoot of religious fascism with a lot of extra steps, but we're not allowed to call it that because a lot of people get really mad if you call it fascism in the comments. Huh? Okay, now that I've successfully rage baited a few people to type out some pretty mean and angry comments, this secular truth-based regime was kind of going to push everyone to be on task. So having one of the most important figures and most prolific figures in your army pushing a non-secular truth instead with a great degree of success was kind of flying in the face of everything the Emperor wanted and basically being counter to the cure. This kind of culminates with Lorgar half-assedly being told all the time to stop doing the religious thing, but him not. It all added up to what ended up being the Monarchia issue, probably the biggest bag fumble in the history of the setting, if I'm being completely fair. No one really came out of that situation clean, and dare I say most of the people that were in that ended up regretting the majority of their actions due to what they led to, and also just the morality and ethics of it. We shall get into the burning of Monarchia. What is Monarchia, and how it all led to here in just a moment. Monarchia. Where the fuck do we even begin with this? Well, for one, Monarchia was a city on the planet of Kur. Kur was a planet brought into compliance by the word bearers, and after having said that, you can imagine that probably means it's likely not going to be the easiest of topics to discuss without tugging at your collar with an exasperated face. See, Monarchia was kind of like any other city that wholeheartedly believed in that shit that Lorgar had to say. They saw the light of the Emperor for its holy splendor. It was a pretty decent place to live, albeit nothing incredibly special. I wouldn't go as far to say a utopia, like some would say, but the people here were likely a lot happier than they were than your average Imperial citizen at the time. And that was why the tragedy of its burning was kind of, a big deal. Golden murals, beautiful churches, and a land of vast beauty that even by the Imperium standards was put up there. But the thing that made it a target was that it was the standard for Lorgar. He would make these shrine cities to the Emperor when he was told not to do so by the Emperor and pretty much every other Primarch. So in a sense, Monarchia was the symbol of the thing that the Emperor did not want to happen. It was a symbol of faith, and the whole thing with symbols is that they had to be burned to the ground by the Great Crusade. It was the whole purpose of the goddamn thing, which is why when Lorgar finally was going to see censure for what he was doing in terms of religion, Monarchia was the site that had to bear the brunt of the Imperium's wrath. Using his psychic abilities to bind the entirety of the word bearers to kneel and watch Monarchia, it was burned to the ground and destroyed brick by brick by the Ultramarines. Fun fact, Guilliman would come to regret this decision and even feel like it was genuinely one of the worst things he had ever done, and it brought the Emperor's judgment abilities into focus a little bit to show that maybe he's not exactly as smart as everybody thinks. The consequences of the burning of Monarchia are so fucking widespread that I feel it's genuinely understated the emotional impact and tangible impact this one event had on the entire setting. It was a literal turning point. It was when Lorgar realized that even if the Emperor is a god or is not a god, he did not care, for he is a god not worth worshipping if he is. And thus he turned to find gods that are worth his worship, which the old faith of Colchis was more than willing to accept him. Which, if you go back a bit in the video, you remember that it was literally just a weird form of proto-human chaos worship, and thus Lorgar's path to damnation was kinda set in spite. He was manipulated by the gods, manipulated by demons, and to be honest, his ideals are more or less warped from this point forward. Due to the manipulations of these demons, Lorgar believes that the fall of the Eldar was because they didn't accept Slaanesh as their one true god, since they were the god birthed by the desires of the Eldari people. So for humanity to prosper, they needed to embrace the gods of chaos in order to survive some form of extinction, which is bullshit and a total lie, but you know what? When you see some of your finest achievements be burned down in front of you by someone you did nothing but idolize your entire life, you can become a bit radicalized against them, and that's where Lorgar went on to kinda fuck the whole setting, if I'm being frank. Erebus, although was already a sadistic piece of shit who murdered from a young age and stolen the name Erebus from someone else, which is a tale for another time, he likely wouldn't have gotten far enough if Lorgar was more resolute in his worship of the Emperor, or was disillusioned in a way that wasn't so heavy-handed. When the punishment for the crime is so severe that it overshoots your perceived actions, it can cause you to, instead of seeing the error of your ways, well, you'll become bitter and resentful towards the one who punished you, which is one of those things that turned Lorgar more or less into what he is now. Listening to the gods of chaos, he became jealous and wished to usurp Horus as the big bad grand dick daddy of chaos undivided by basically erasing him from the crusade to Holy Terra, which, considering Lorgar sucks at fighting and Horus is one of the best fighters of all the Primarchs, didn't really work out the way he wanted, which led to him pulling out his support last minute. It led to one of my favorite monologues from Horus, that the war itself was not something that can be contained, it can only be ridden out like a fire that has been lit, which is kind of what happened. Horus knew that in the final confrontation, he probably wasn't going to win, but he had no choice. There was no going back. And that's kind of how Lorgar is. He's lived his entire life a certain way, and because of this, he now has to continue down this dark path. He is used to this, and I can't help but feel like I see so many people like him in my day-to-day life, in our communities, no less. Yeah, I'm going into my weird melodramatic pedantic section where I talk about how my own personal experiences relate to Lorgar, but I feel like this one's a little bit more generalized to you and pretty much everybody you know. It's kind of just the spot that I like to pretend that I'm smarter than I am, but I believe it was in the Mortarion video that I kind of remixed an old phrase that I heard somewhere, that resentment is chemo for the cancer that is individuality. And for Lorgar, that is doubly true. Instead of learning to be something else and accept new identities and ideas, he decided to hate and resent those around him, dedicating himself to their destruction and the opposing forces to his dad, thus robbing him of his individuality. He is now part of the nebulous other, this space of radicalized individuals who band together with chaos, not because they truly believe that chaos is the best answer, but because they want to use it for a tool to accomplish something. More power, revenge, protection from the Imperium, or in Lorgar's case, just to fill the hole that was at the center of his being, left by him not having a god to worship. I feel trying to lead by example and by force through censure and punishment, the Emperor would never have reached Lorgar to remove that part of him. It was just kind of not in the cards if that was what he was going to always do. I feel the Emperor took the time to find a common understanding with Lorgar and focus more on him, then he could have been able to remove the deep-seated ideas that the Emperor is a god, simply by addressing the ideology of gods and monsters, to remove the mysticism, to remove the idea that the Emperor is in fact not a god. As when you look like fucking this, it's kind of hard not to think there's something divine at play, you know? And I find that this is kind of the practice I see in a lot of people, especially in the 40k community. Allow me a moment to get on my soapbox, and you can throw your tomatoes afterwards, just hear me out here. But I find it's easiest for others to decry nebulous others, people who we deem as bad people, thinking that they are always fucking idiots for their beliefs without trying to understand it. Find the commonality in your fellow man, woman, or other. People refuse to let others in, as it's deeply ingrained in us to find a way for us to feel like we're special, like we are something more than at least one other person. I have met people who will pick apart minutia just to find ways to say that they are better than you for some reason that you could never truly ascertain yourself. I'm better than you because I make more money. I'm better than you because I look better. I'm better than you because I'm stronger. I'm better than you because God chose me to be better. But the thing is, I find that these individuals are often the most lonesome. I don't pity people. Pity is something you give to people you think lesser of. But I see these individuals, and once the bravado and posturing of superiority is gone, in the silence of an empty room no less, when you take away a man's possessions, his home, his friends, his clothing and status, you take away everything he's ever known and stick him in a dark room, not a lot of people can say that they're in good company. And when the smoke settles from the song and dance, I notice a profound silence in characters like these. Which is why I empathize with Lorgar. I know Lorgar. We all do, and I think a lot of us refuse to admit that sometimes people, even if they are people we absolutely hate, they're still people at the end of the day. We all have a tendency to act a lot like the Emperor in these positions, where we demand punitive measures rather than rehabilitative ones. Am I being pretentious and finger-wagging at you guys to be a better people while talking about a guy who is ostensibly evil Mr. Clean? Fucking kind of. But, I mean, that's what you guys sign up for, right? I think there's a lot of lessons to learn about Lorgar. I think he is a good character. I think he is a flawed character. I think he is a great villain, as you can see and understand the logical steps it took for him to get to where he is. He is a mustache-twirling maniac, but I think people often understand him as he is constantly put into positions of being the comedic evil villain, but I like him. Though I guess he is a bit of a mustache-twirling villain, like I said, especially now that he's a demon man. Which, yeah, no, he's a demon prince, if you didn't know. He took the final step to becoming intertwined with all the chaos gods, and it is probably near permanent. I say near as the Emperor has partially confirmed in a very obscure single sentence that he may be able to reverse demonic ascension, but yet no, it is what it is for now, right? Lorgar and the Wordbearers are probably some of the most interesting characters in the 40k setting, as even most of the other Chaos factions fucking hate them. As well, they are kind of a weird hive mind of people that all think and do the same thing. In essence, they are no longer individuals. They are simply single-minded hate machines dedicated to the death and destruction of all the Imperium stands for and the spreading of chaos. Man. Single-minded hate machine is a really fucking good band name. I'm stealing that. This video is going to be fun. I think that I have a lot to say about the particular subject of today's little soiree. And I'm gonna try my best to speak my truth and try to be as funny as possible while doing so. The topic, the target, and the lovely individual we are covering is the kind-hearted giant, the Primarch of the 18th, the one, the only, Vulcan. Winner of several Best Hug competitions, as well as responsible for at least one or two war crimes in his day, Vulcan is a pretty fun lad. I think with all the Primarchs combined, it's easy to say that he is the kindest and also one of the most beloved. There's this thing that, I don't know what the name of it is, but there's probably a term for it. It might just be hindsight biased. But if I ever went to someone and was like, hey, what's your favorite Primarch? And their response was Alpharius. My immediate response is, oh, why is that? Not because there's anything wrong with any of the Primarchs or that I judge Alpharius for his mere existence, but usually because when someone picks one of the weirder dudes, I feel there is either a justification or a story behind it that I'm curious to learn more about. But if someone ever says Vulcan, I literally don't need any further explanation. He's just kind of cool, is all. Same with like Guilliman, Rogal Dorn, and the like, you know, the guys that are like you could immediately understand the appeal of. They're all solid choices, and I think that Vulcan is kind of the top of the heap there. He exemplifies the concept where my exact response whenever someone says Vulcan is just, nah, I get you. I understand the person on a spiritual level after that. He is one of those guys that if you identify with him, I bet you're pretty chill. But yeah, we do have a lot to cover as per the usual. So I'll do my normal formula. Discuss his relationship with his family, discuss his relationship with the Emperor, discuss his relationship with his Legion, all that fun stuff. But I gotta cover his start, where he began and who he is personally. Before I get into any of that, I just want to say, if you like the video, make sure to like the video. If you like me, and you think I'm cute, then subscribe, as it helps a lot. Vulcan, during the scattering of the Primarchs, was sent to a planet that I only marginally hesitate to call a shithole, because I feel like I overuse that, but it kinda is. Like, it's a sun-baked volcanic planet by the name of Nocturne, and it is literally covered with dragon-like creatures called salamanders, which are, well, they're dragons that are more or less immune to fire. He was adopted by some random blue-collar worker by the name of Unbal, who basically saw Vulcan as kind of a mythical, prophesized, chosen whatever. Which, when you reach 6 feet tall, by the age of like 4, have glowing red eyes, and have literally fallen from the fucking sky in a burning meteor, which, yeah, I'd probably be a bit invested in the child's safety after that. Yeah, it does make a lot of sense why I came to that conclusion. The thing with Vulcan is he was taught the trade of blacksmithing, as Inbal is just kind of a regular guy, a commoner. And this leads into what, you know, Vulcan and all the other Primarchs kind of tended towards, which is when they were taught a skill, they immediately became the best at it. But there is an important distinction to make with Vulcan. See, with, say, Perturabo or Ferrus Manus, it was kind of a similar situation where they were taught a specific trade or craft, usually around the creation of metallic goods, and they just became the best of it. But with Perturabo, Ferrus Manus, and, you know, any other craftsman Primarchs, you find that there isn't a level of passion there. It is a dispassionate idealism, this idea of I am the best, therefore I make the best things to suit whatever needs that I have. Meanwhile, Vulcan, it kind of comes off to me that he creates things for the purpose of creation. He enjoys the process of blacksmithing, and so he does it. He does things that he likes because he likes doing them. There doesn't really need to be a reason for him to do it, he just does it because he wants to. And that leads to his artisanal equipment to have a bit more flair to them, if you mind the pun. But yes, at the heart of Vulcan is passion for his art, and I think that's a very endearing thing, but we'll come back to that later. Vulcan does things because he wants to, not because he's told to, so we'll stick a pin in that specific idea for a little corkboard for later. But yeah, Vulcan, as is with most Primarchs, grew up to help the people of Nocturne, and in a way, we can all agree is fair, balanced, and even fun by slaughtering a shitload of Dark Eldar. Yeah, Nocturne had a bit of a Dark Eldar problem, and thus he kind of developed a hatred for them early, like any based man should. But yeah, After purging the Dark Eldar from Nocturne and making it very evident that they should not fucking return, and being considered a pretty cool guy, having done so, Vulcan entered into a competition. A bunch of tests of strength to bolster their morale, as well as celebrate everything that's going on Nocturne with a bunch of the other common folk. Here's where something particularly interesting happened, though. See, during the celebration, a stranger appeared. He was kind of out of place, a pale man in robes that seemed of a material that didn't really fit Nocturne, and no one could really place exactly where it would have come from. He was not from the lands, obviously, and he was also incredibly pale, which on a planet that's baked in sun as much as this wouldn't exactly survive that long. But yeah, he showed up and talked one hell of a big fucking game, but yeah, basically he stated that he could best any man on Nocturne in any challenge. Now, see, everybody here was gassing up Vulcan because bro is like Ronnie Coleman skilled up. Vulcan, always humble, accepted the challenge and allowed the stranger to compete. Most people kind of bowed out after they realized that the dude who came around out of nowhere, yeah, he was kind of not McFucking around, as him and Vulcan were actually comparable in skill at all ends of the spectrum, with competitions of strength, cunning, tactics, intelligence, all being neck and neck for the majority of these competitions. It came to the final trial, the final game, to see who would be the victor of this, I guess, competition between brotherly, manly men. So, two things. One, the stranger was capping to hell and back, as by his own admission he could best any man at any challenge, and in order for him and Vulcan to have been tied, he would have had to at least lose a few games, so fuck him, I guess. The second thing is that this meant that it would come down to the final challenge, and I forgot to mention what the stakes were, as there is a lot on the line. Whoever lost the challenges at the end would have to swear fealty to the other and pledge service for eternity. So to say there was a lot on the line is a bit of an understatement. Regardless, Vulcan and this stranger had to embark upon the final challenge, which was craft a weapon in 1 or 2 days and then go out and kill a salamander, drag its corpse back to the judges, and whoever had the biggest salamander would be declared the winner. Now, as weird as it is to say, this is kind of going to be where I diverge a bit from what everybody else believes. Though, don't yell at me, I'm literally like 6 years old and also an idiot. So, I haven't read the entirety of the Horus Heresy yet, so this could probably be proven wrong later. But how the story goes is the stranger and Vulcan created weapons. The stranger made a very finely created sword, and Vulcan made a hammer because hammers are cool. Vulcan had been the first one to find a big salamander, one of the biggest ones he'd ever seen, before the stranger did, obviously. But due to a sudden eruption of the active volcano that they were on, Vulcan's life was kind of on the line here. See, in one hand, he clutched the tail of the salamander, refusing to let go, and on the other hand, he gripped the ledge of the mountain itself. Magma flow was kind of right beneath him, so if he let go, he would die, but if he dropped the salamander, he would lose the challenge because he had no more time to do it. He hung on there for hours upon hours upon hours until he was losing grip. Eventually, the stranger shows up, holding an even bigger salamander than that of what Vulcan would have, but in a show of compassion, the stranger throws the salamander into a thick bed of lava and uses it as a platform to jump on. See, salamanders are resistant to heat, so he had enough time to get across, but the salamander was still destroyed in the end. He shows up, grabs Vulcan, saves his life, and even saves his salamander. They head back to the competition judging grounds. Vulcan wins because he has a salamander, and the stranger does not. And this is when it's revealed that the stranger, whose surprise or fucking prize was actually the Emperor of Mankind. Who the fuck else would it be, dude? But yeah, there are several interpretations of the scene, and mine is optimistic. But the main way people see this is it was a ploy by the Emperor to convince Vulcan through kind actions to serve him, as he could probably tell that this big lug wouldn't truly serve him if he had just won. So showing this kind act was a way to easily sway Vulcan to his side. I think it is kind of nihilistic to see the Emperor in such a light. I like to think that the Primarchs are actually each shards in some way of the Emperor's personality made manifest. Now, there is also the impact that the societies they were sent to have on them, which is mixed in and kind of dilutes it, but the inherent kindness and compassion that is in Vulcan, I believe, is also in the Emperor. I think the Emperor was being genuine when saving Vulcan, because, I mean, realistically, would Vulcan say no after the Emperor revealed himself to be his actual dad? I think that all worked out, literally, because real respects real. I think it's so fucking cool that the Emperor chose to be kind as well. In all honesty, he didn't need to go through all this. He could have just shown up and before the competitions even began, been like, ah, yeah, I'm endorsing Vulcan and I'm gonna send my best champions and we're gonna have a great time. There's so many different ways he could have done it, but instead he decided to sacrifice the win, sacrifice his pride, go against the expectations he set, and still, you know, lose the competition and get Vulcan on his side. I do think that there is probably multiple perspectives at play here, because the Emperor, I think, is a very complicated individual. I think that there is always more than one specific angle that he is working at any given point. Does that mean that he was inherently cruel and just doing it to manipulate Vulcan? I don't fucking know, I'm an idiot. Or is he doing it because he's kind? I like to think it's probably a mixture of 5 different motivations behind it, like he does with everything else, but I like to think the more optimistic look at it. But yeah, the same old song and dance occurs. The Emperor recruited this lovely, the huggable man into his armies, and with all that sorted, he got to work with his legion, the Dragon Warriors, which he renamed in honor of his duel with the Emperor to the Salamanders, which I think is cute. But before we get into that, I kind of want to go on a brief aside about something that is only partially related, but no one ever brings up, or at least no one that I've ever seen. But yeah, 1 second, let's just take a brief intermission. We're doing this again. Okay, cool. Sorry about the video being late, by the way. You know, it's about a few minutes to an hour if I'm reading this correctly. It's been one hell of a crunch time because, next week I'm going to LVO, so I'm getting a lot of this done beforehand, and this is one of the last ones that I have to get done. So, yeah. Hi. Hello. How are you? Hope you're enjoying the video so far. I just wanted to take a minute to just discuss a topic that I think is weird that no one really brings it up, or at least no one I've ever seen really talk about it. And that's that when the Emperor actually abducts his Primarch sons, he brings them back to Terra and just kind of lets them chill there for as long as they want. I don't even think there's a time limit. I think that in general, he takes them to Terra to teach them the entirety of the history of the Imperium of Mankind, teach them the ways, teach them the languages, and then lets them tinker around with whatever technology they want. I know that the adjustment period is described as weird at the best of times, and I know that some Primarchs adapt to it better, but this is basically so that they get as much time as they want with the Emperor of Mankind before they're set off into the universe, so that they know what they're fighting for rather than just fighting and dying for absolutely fuck all nothing. Now, there is some interesting notes to be had here. Apparently, Vulcan was one of the most pleasant ones to be around when he was on Terra, though Malcador, if I remember correctly, was very opposed to the level of hugs and kindness and physical gestures that Vulcan would give. I think it's very interesting that they never bring that up, because it's such an interesting idea that is where they get their idea of humanity, from its core, from its center, as well as a mixture from their home planet. As it stands, I think that Vulcan is one of the quicker to be dispatched Primarchs from the planet, leaving to go help his sons on a different faraway world like I'm about to mention. I think contextually, the Primarch who took the absolute longest to leave Terra was Jaghatai Khan, though I don't think we have reference for many other Primarchs. I would love to see how long it took Curze to say, fuck this, I'm leaving, but you know, it is what it is. Regardless, that was just an aside that I wanted to bring up because no one ever talks about it. And yeah, we're just gonna get back to the video. Hope you're enjoying the Vulcan video so far. Hope you like the little random trivia fact that I'm just spitting here. Okay, with that bullshit out of the way, let's get into the second half of the video. Vulcan meeting his legion is one of the most emblematic relationships I've ever seen between Primarchs and legions. See, when a Primarch meets a legion, it usually sets the tone for their entire relationship, for the most part. Perturabo meeting the Iron Warriors and demanding they decimate themselves due to recent failure. Then Angron having be sent to gay baby jail for a bit too long due to him throwing a bit of a tantrum when he was beamed aboard the ship before he could, you know, die with his friends. And then probably slaughtering quite a few of his own world eaters. It just goes to show how the relationship is going to progress in the future. But with Vulcan, it's a bit different. See, the Dragon Warriors were fighting a massive orc incursion on some planet. They had a
massive predilection towards self-sacrifice, so they were losing numbers rather rapidly. Vulcan has been sent there to help with 3,000 new recruits that were raised from Nocturne, the first Nocturne initiates. Also, fun fact, while this was going on, the Lion and 2 other of the unknown Primarchs were actually battling the Rongda, which is really weird that this is happening at the same time, because I feel like Vulcan probably should have been sent there, but like, you know. Vulcan appeared on this planet to save his sons at the last minute, rallying his troops and basically saving the day. His sons almost genetically knew he was their gene sire, a legend in the flesh, someone that they share a tangible heritage with. So they instinctively knelt in appreciation of his support, but in a show of his character, Vulcan actually told them not to. He told them that they had been fighting long before he showed up, and he was simply the final hammer blow force to aid them. He should be kneeling to them, as they are the true heroes here, and sons of him true and blue. Which is such a fucking Vulcan thing to do. Dude, he praised them for their heroics, their compassion, and their willingness to sacrifice it all if it meant that they could save just a few more civilians. They truly were genetically his kids, and this dude was happy as can be about that. So, cut ahead, and you have yourself one of the happiest legions out there. Sort of. Well, happy when they aren't dealing with, like, Dark Eldar, which is pretty common, as they did enjoy dealing with Dark Eldar from time to time, but that would get really dark really quick. And when I say dealing with them, I actually mean war criming them to death with flame-based weaponry. Now that we kind of have an idea of him up to the Horus Heresy, let's kind of talk about what actually happened during the Heresy, at least touch upon it before we get into, like, my wrap-up of the video. As there was kind of a lot that happened to Vulcan during the Heresy. He didn't do a lot, but a lot happened to him. There isn't much detail needed other than Vulcan kinda got fucked over from the start, but in general, so you know the Istvan 5 drop site massacre, where a lot of loyalist forces were deployed to apprehend Horus and a few of the traitor forces that were down there, only to find out that half of the reinforcements that were sent were actually traitors and slaughtered the majority of the loyalist forces there? Well, the Salamanders were a part of that, which is, not good. So a lot, if not most, salamanders were killed during this excursion. Check out my Promethean Kings video to know a bit more about that. But in general, the idea to self-sacrifice to save the others kinda cost salamanders the majority of their ranks at this time. It even led to Vulcan getting a nuke dropped on him from orbit, killing him with his sons. Okay, sort of. See, this is where we find out that Vulcan is something that is referred to as a perpetual, like his father. Vulcan is kind of a true immortal. You can throw him into the heart of a star and somehow he will respawn a short while later, and might I add, also he will be incredibly pissed off. So he did that, but all good things have to come to an end, and he ended up getting captured by the Night Haunter, which, if I may be frank, in the top 5 worst fates to be possible in 40k, I'd say being captured by the Night Haunter is likely the worst, with a close second being Hanzo existing on the same planet as you, but I digress. So Curze, being the girly pop he is, decided to torture Vulcan in as many ways as he possibly could think of. Finding out that Vulcan could actually never truly die, he just dedicated a huge swath of time to torturing him and trying to break him mentally and psychologically. He would put him into tests that would completely break down Vulcan's character, or at least attempt to, such as an area filled with civilians with a massive anvil over it and affixed to a massive chain, and Vulcan had to be the only person to stop the chain from dropping on top of them. It was basically to make him give up and crush them early, just because, like, you know, it's kind of a foregone conclusion, but that's kind of the interesting part. He held the weight until he couldn't do it anymore, because even though the end point is kind of predetermined, the struggle is what matters most here. But death after death, time after time, Vulcan would never break, and his morals would never be sacrificed. And this all led to the ultimate final battle between Curze and Vulcan, where Curze left Vulcan's super magic special super mega hammer Dawnbringer at the end of this massive labyrinth that was constructed in his honor. See, Dawnbringer had a teleporter inside of it that Vulcan could use to teleport back to his ship and get to safety. And, you know, all he had to do was just go find it. It took an uncomfortable amount of time, but he did it. He found his hammer after being murdered over and over and over by Curze. He hefted the hammer and pressed the teleport button to find it wasn't working. The hammer's tech shit had not been working at all. Curze laughed at Vulcan's face, having appeared from the shadows behind him just to taunt him, to tell him that he was a fool for ever believing that he would let his prize leave so easily, that it was so funny seeing him try and fail, that he had stripped the teleport bullshit from the first second it landed in his tech bay. Curze wanted to drink in the misery of Vulcan realizing that he truly couldn't escape, but Curze was interrupted by Vulcan stating a simple fact. "You're forgetting one thing, brother," to which Curze, still amused, asked, "Oh, and what's that?" Without hesitating, Vulcan kind of puts his hammer in both hands and simply says, "It is also a hammer." He proceeds to beat the ever-loving shit out of Curze and berate him through the entire endeavor, which was really satisfying to watch, even as someone who's a bit of a Night Lords fan. It was a pretty fun experience, and the sentence, "it is also a hammer," has kind of become a bit of a vocal stim for me. It's pretty fun. Regardless, the end point of all this is Vulcan disappeared. There was a lot of steps of him having weird pain dementia, but like, I'm not that far read in the Horus Heresy, but we'll get there someday, I promise. But he ended up disappearing, and there's a lot of other smaller bits, like he did come back for the War of the Beast and then disappeared again, but he kind of pulled a Leman and said that "I will return once certain criteria are appeased," which with Vulcan seems a lot more reasonable than what Leman did, because what Leman said was, "I will return when shit is really bad," which, well, shit's kind of really bad right now, so I guess that means it has to be bad-er. No, Vulcan, what he did was he basically said, if you collect my 9 super magical special whatever artifacts, then I'll return. Which they've been doing a pretty good job of collecting them. But we don't really know where Vulcan is. We know that he disappeared, probably goes on a soul-searching mission, and wants to test his sons to see if they're going to maintain his level of kindness and his level of protection of the civilians. So, doing this video, I have gained a much greater appreciation for Vulcan than I did before, to the point where I have been looking at salamanders in a different light. I love the miniatures, especially for the Horus Heresy. I love just the aesthetic of them, and I love the fact that they're kind. But Vulcan himself, he's a good guy. His Legion are good guys. He is a fun dude to hang out with, and honestly, I don't think I'd want it any other way. But the thing I admire most about Vulcan is kind of ubiquitous to the setting, and that is the indomitable might of the human spirit, but not in the way that we are a wrathful species and will burn the entire universe down, a society of individuals dedicated to war. No, it's more, we are primitive, yes, but at our core, we do seek the betterment of others. We do seek to make the lives of our fellow man and woman better. The fact that Vulcan and his sons are willing to sacrifice themselves in order to save people who are, by all facts of the matter, less than them in terms of usefulness, not just because they were told, or not just because it was an order or some genetic imperative, but because it was the right thing to do, it makes me enjoy this setting more. I think pacifism and kind acts in a vacuum mean literally nothing, less than nothing, honestly. If someone in my relatively low violent crime rate, albeit high drug arrest rate, island came to me and said, yes, I oppose violence and I'm a pacifist, then it just comes off as moral posturing, because, well, you're never really confronted with some kind of situation where you have the choice to overcome that or to stick to your ideals there. But that's why I enjoy Vulcan. With those individuals, you're just supposed to infer that if they were ever in a position to decide between violence and non-violence, that they will always choose violence, but they're never going to be put into that situation. But I think the inverse is where it's important, and why the Salamanders are one of my favorite chapters in Legions of Marines. That is because, well, they are the good men in a universe filled with monsters who punish good men. They're the people who, even if it means they will sacrifice themselves, they will do it every time if it means just saving one person who cannot protect themselves. They will do it no matter what. Not because they are predisposed to do so, not because it was something
something they were told to do, they will do it because it is the right thing to do. It's the kind thing to do, which is why salamanders stick out. They actively put themselves in harm's way, not just because they are space marines and they are the sword of the Imperium, but because they are the shield of the people of the Imperium. They know that you're not just supposed to attack the things that are trying to destroy your way of life, but defend your way of life as well. A lot of Marines tend to forget that. It's why some of my favorite interactions in the setting are between Black Templars and Salamanders, as they are two opposite sides of the same coin. Salamanders have never forgotten. They are the shield that protects the weak, and Vulcan is the distillation of that. Vulcan is a champion of humanity, and I love him as a character. I think we can all learn a lot from Vulcan, to do the right thing even if it comes at great personal cost to ourselves. Corvus Corax is often regarded, at least in the circles I frequent, as the Primarch that just turned into a demon. That's kind of all we know, and that's kind of all people bring up. To be fair, I was one of those guys, and to go even further, I think I genuinely fumbled the bag in my first Raven Guard video, as I think I didn't cover them to a degree that I think is acceptable. But with Corvus, I kind of want to rectify this and see if I can give you the make of the man, the sum total of who he is and why he is the way he is. I'm gonna be real with you. He's probably in my top 5 favorite Primarchs right now after doing all my research on him. So, I'm not gonna mince words. Let's get into the early life of Corvus Corax and discuss how he ended up being the way he is. Am I being vague about everything I'm going to be discussing at this point? Yes, I am. The funny Birdman is naturally a pretty vague person, and I want to portray him in a way that makes sense. Let's get into Corvus. Number 19, the Pale Child, the Raven Lord. His weird landing on one of the shittier planets in 40k, like Chaos, a large moon that hovers around another planet by the name of Kievar. It was kind of known for one thing, slavery. Yeah, it was basically maybe one step above New Syria in terms of personal satisfaction, because at least here you die for a marginal purpose, which is mining, unlike on New Syria where you just die for the entertainment of rich people. Yeah, it was a slave colony of miners who were forced day in and day out to work until they dropped or were allowed to stop for a short period of time to maybe get some food and water. There is this fun little moment as Corvus was being raised. He was discovered by these miners and seen as kind of a savior figure, this mythological entity that was going to remove them from slavery, and he was protected his entire life. But there was this moment when he was growing up that the prison guards who were going to basically search for anything that was out of the ordinary in this colony, they found that there were some weird hidings that were going on throughout the mine, and they were trying to find out what was responsible for this. So they found that these were basically small hiding places for Corvus Corax, and they found Corvus Corax, or at least they think they did. See, Corvus was hiding. He wasn't fully grown at this point in a small cavern. He was in plain sight, and this is where we find out that Corvus has a weird Primarch power. Now, from a reductionist standpoint, I could just describe it as he turns invisible, but that's not really what happens. See, the people who walked in could not see Corvus Corax, and that is because Corvus can remove himself from your perception, which is different from being invisible in a few minute ways, because he can make it so that you don't hear him, you cannot see him, but he's still there. So he's picked up by cameras and automata and all that, because they don't have brains and organic senses that can be manipulated, but he himself can basically make it so that you can't even perceive his power armor, his existence, and so on. And with that being said, I know it's a bit pedantic, but there is a very fun distinction here, and it does lead to some very interesting situations. Like, apparently in lore, it's genuinely horrifying to go up against him, because you could just be on patrol with your little goon squad, and suddenly a dude explodes into gory chunks as Corvus Corax is ripping them to pieces. It's actually a pretty grisly mental image, but I'm getting off track here. So using this ability, as well as the hit-and-run tactics he had mastered from knowing that he had it, he began teaching these kinds of methods to the other individuals in the mines of Lycaeus. He managed
to take back the moon itself from the slavers that had owned it, only to find out a lot about the location itself. Like, the mining colony itself was used to gather resources for the planet of Kievar that the moon was rotating around. See, on Kievar, the main governing body were the tech guilds. This massive, I guess, meritocracy. It's basically just like an anarcho-capitalist society where if you have the most money, you basically take over the world type deal. So there really isn't any rules or laws outside of just, I have more money, therefore I am right, which is horrible, and these are the people that Corvus kind of hates the most, actually. So once he found out all that, this was kind of the weirdest timing ever, but this is when the Emperor, of all people, just appears to tell Corvus, hey, I'm your dad, you're a Primarch, you're going to lead massive legions of troops, but I'm just going to let you wrap up here and give you time to kind of finish your business, which is kind of a smidge out of character for the Emperor, considering that whole Mortarion fiasco, but you know what, it's fine. With Lycaeus now being liberated entirely and being renamed to Deliverance, Corvus found that there was this massive cache of nuclear projectiles, and he was caught between decisions. Do we nuke the planet below, Kievar, kill thousands, or do we go on a ground assault and kill only those that deserved it? Weirdly enough, he said fuck it and nuked the living shit out of Kievar, which, as a reminder, was the planet Deliverance was rotating around and had civilians on it. And I think that that's kind of an interesting decision because it shows the character of Corvus. Now, he could have gone the peaceful route, but I think it shows that his character isn't 100% the Vulcan, I do everything the right way. No, he understands the importance of symbols as well as the importance of showing that he is willing to make the hard decisions to the people down there that are thinking that they can get away with shit. So he wanted to destroy the tech guilds on Kievar so that they could, do away with that whole slavery malarkey. These fat cats were the kind of thing that Corvus stood against most. See, growing up as a slave, he has seen his friends and family be beaten and whipped his entire life, and he grew to resent people who lorded their power over individuals, but he especially hated people who did it for no reason other than their own greed. He absolutely despised people who basically subjugated others just for the sake of power and nothing else. So it's kind of one of the reasons why, in a vindictive streak, he ended up nuking Kievar and kind of bringing everything into compliance. Now, once he nuked Kievar, cowed the tech guilds into compliance, he was then brought into the folds of the Imperium, which leads to a very interesting interaction involving his legion that he was meeting. See, Corvus Corax is a very humble Primarch, but he sticks to his ideals. And when I say he's very humble for a Primarch, which still means that he's going to pull rank whenever he wants to. But in terms of combining legions with their Primarchs, we always tend to talk about the cruel ones, the weird ones, the rough ones that kind of happen that are kind of a big pop, like Angron murdering every single one of his sons until Karn showed up and talked to him, or Perturabo showing up and just asking for them to decimate themselves. But Corvus actually did basically the same thing, but a little worse in terms of percentages, but the intent is kind of what shows the difference between the two camps. Say, the original Raven Guard, the legion that was born from Terran stock, were actually all tyrants. Well, not all tyrants, but they were pretty much completely occupied by individuals whom had this obsession to sow hopelessness. Similar to that of how the Night Lords operated, where they wanted to sow fear, and using whatever methods they could, they did so. They used cruelty as like a main weapon. With the Raven Guard, the big distinction between them and the Night Lords of the time was the end goal wasn't fear, the end goal was cruelty. It was to make the opponent feel as hopeless and like they could do nothing as humanly possible. And they tended to delight in that kind of cruelty. So they had kind of a tyrannical approach to individual bouts of war. So Corvus, seeing all of this, took it as basically an affront to everything that he believed in. He believed in the freedom of others. He hated tyrants. So I basically just took about like 80 to 90% of the Legion and just told them to fuck off and die somewhere. I'm not kidding. He basically separated most of the Terran Marines and sent them off on missions that he didn't have to govern over, where he was just hoping that they would die. So he ended up replacing the majority of the individuals in the Raven Guard with the ones from Deliverance who grew up in the slave pits with him. So with Corvus in charge, he had to kind of have
his preferences be implemented in a bit of an odd way. He basically made it so that the Raven Guard had a looser command structure. Sure, there were the standard Legion ranks, captains, lieutenants, chapter masters, so on and so forth, but there was a larger degree, or at least larger than most, of freedom. The individuals who were in charge of certain areas of expertise, like, your Moritats, your Praevians, your Centurions, and so on, these individuals were allowed to, command over their specific fields, but everybody was allowed to speak up as if they were the same rank, and they weren't supposed to be reprimanded. Speak their mind type deal. And with Corvus, he wanted that to be the same with him. He wanted his Legion to feel like they could speak up to him no matter what. And for the most part, it did work out, though sometimes Corvus would pull rank if it meant getting his way, because we're going to find out later that he is a bit reckless in how he goes about things. In terms of comfort of being an individual, Corvus and his Legion are probably second only to the White Scars in terms of freedom. Hell, in the rulebooks for the Horus Heresy, because of how comfortable and cool the Raven Guard are to kind of be a member of, the only really defectors that you can play in terms of traitor Raven Guard were either A, the Terran-born legionaries, who were kind of jilted over the whole exiled on a death quest thing, which, okay, reasonable, or just random dudes who felt that Corvus Corax had abandoned Deliverance before he got the job done. As the tech guilds were still in power, they just had greatly diminished power, so they saw that Corvus abandoned them with the job half done. The relationship of Corvus and the Raven Guard is a lot like a father with his adult son, equals in all but experience, but at the end of the day, father kind of supersedes the son's desires, right? I'm gonna do a quick aside, because I don't really have a good spot to put this section in, but I'm just going to use it as a point to make a quick intermission, and we're going to talk about the fact that Corvus has a genetic curse, because I don't know how to make a good script that flows into this, so I'm just going to cut to that. We're going to talk about the Night Haunter and his relationship with Corvus Corax, which is one of the most interesting brotherly relationships of the Primarchs. You're going to have to trust me on this, but one second, I want to talk about the Sable brand on this, brief intermission. Because I'm bad at making things flow well, and I don't want to interrupt my explanation of something a little bit later, I'm putting a bit of a pacing break here, because one, I edit things in 10 to 15 minute stretches, so it's easier for me to handle, and two, I don't know, I just wanted to kind of put a break in here, and also this allows me to put in some editor's notes after the fact once the video is pretty much done. The Sable brand is one of the lesser known gene seed curses, and it's kind of important to know about. Basically, as I interpret it, your body's ability to process gene seed kicks into high gear for a short period of time, making you adopt the nature of the Primarch more closely, as well as gain more of his traits. Those that get afflicted by the Sable brand have their eyes turn black, their skin turn paler, and their hair turn even darker. But outside of the physical afflictions, their sanity begins to fray just a little bit, as they get this sort of grim resolution that they need to kill. They have an inherent desire for violence so powerful that it often overrides their normal thoughts. There is also a certain level of hallucinations that begin to manifest, and they usually manifest as birds, the voices of dead comrades and enemies alike, and just a bunch of, emo shit. Probably the worst one, the big one, is they lose all sense of self-preservation, and even in some aspects believe that their death is what is best for those around them. Now, there is ways to cure the Sable brand, but they are usually pretty esoteric. The flaw is likely genetic, but also probably psychic in nature, kind of like how Corvus is. As through sort of a solitary confinement mixed with meditation, some people can be relieved, and through intense combat, others. Combat tends to help the most, but it feels like once a debt has been paid and you've walked along the abyss's edge, that's the only time that you can truly come back from the Sable brand. It's basically like a lesser version of the Black Rage, where the people affected become more berserk and more likely to commit acts of intense violence with a little bit of a boost to their sensory awareness, but they can actually be reversed. So with all that being said, the individuals afflicted were often put into this small subsection of undesirables known as shadow killers. Now, not all shadow killers were people with the Sable brand. Some were just people from the original Legion that Corvus Corax didn't really want around, but I digress. These murderers were sent on missions that most men, even legionaries, would die from, and the killers themselves usually did too. But sometimes they didn't, and the ones that didn't came back from it with a higher chance of being cleansed of the Sable brand. One of my favorite ways to explain this specific unit is during one of the books, I cannot quite remember which one, it was stated that on one particular mission there was a 40% survival rate for all of the legionaries involved, which for any other unit is considered an abysmal failure, but for the Shadow Killers it is considered a pretty decent success rate. But in the modern days, there have been practices put in place that allow the afflicted that carry the Sable brand to be a bit more controlled. They're able to reduce the symptoms of the Sable brand. So it very rarely manifests, but if the Sable brand does manifest and it isn't cured after a long period of time, they are taken back to the Ravenspire and experimented on by the apothecaries of the chapter in secret in order to find further ways to cure it, or at least help those who are afflicted. Though personally, I think it's more of a psychic and mental thing than it is physical, so using apothecaries doesn't make as much sense as using, I don't know, a Space Marine therapist. I think you'll kind of come to the same conclusion I did with it and how it relates to Corvus Corax as we go further through his tale. You'll make the correlations that I think, but I just wanted to cover this right now so that you had that kind of context as to these individuals become more like Corvus Corax for a short period of time, much to their detriment. But now that that's out of the way, let's get back to the actual main video and, finish this shit. Okay, so with that out of the way, I can dive into the main topic here that I think would be important to discuss before I do my wrap-up, which is Corvus's relationship with the Night Haunter, aka Konrad Curze. From a top-down perspective, if you stripped them out of their armor and put them in the same clothing, you'd say they are pretty similar, almost twins, as they had very similar aspects, even similar traits. Both preferred stealth, hit and run, both were wildly passionate and feverishly obsessed with the concept of justice and its pursuit. They both had the desire for terror tactics, both had pale white skin, black eyes, and black hair, which I think is interesting. Their legions even operated in a similar way, but this is a point where I have to get super pretentious and ask a question. Are you guys familiar with the idea of convergent evolution? Yeah, so fun fact about me, I think I've mentioned it once in my entire video catalog, but I'm a university dropout. I was in university for 4 years for vertebrate paleontology, and even worked in the field for about a year towards the end as a research assistant. But one of my favorite topics was always, okay, this is going to be a mouthful, and I'm spelling it from memory, and it's not lining up no matter how I spell it in my little Word doc here, but it's called phylogenetic systematics. It is the study of the tree of life, the evolutionary branching points where one species can break off into a new one, creating a new species. You see it a lot in a lot of metaphors to discuss how things have evolved, but the tree itself is just to show how things evolve. It's a guide for the layman to understand. Divergent evolution is the process where things that have a common ancestor develop to cover a different niche. See, evolution is commonly misinterpreted as things evolve and get better with time, but no, you just get more specific to the location that you're in. So with divergent evolution, you can see things like in warmer climates you have elephants, and in colder climates you had mammoths. Both came from the same ancestor, but went in two different directions. Thus, they have similar traits that are becoming slightly different with time, thus diverging. But the process of speciation I want to talk about today and right now is called convergent evolution, which is the exact opposite, and it's one of the coolest ideas I've ever seen. Basically, it is the process where species evolve certain traits to occupy the same niche as other creatures that they are not even remotely related to. Don't understand? Okay, so let's make this easy and kind of point out a few things that makes my analogy a little bit more intuitive to understand. This right here is the skeleton of a raven's wing, and here is the skeleton of a bat's wing. Both of these perform the same task. They allow whatever they're attached to fly. And from a top-down perspective, you can look at that and say they're basically the same tool, as they're both wings that allow you to just fly. But both have reached this ability through completely different means of locomotion. Just by looking at the skeletal elements, you can tell that these are just from different animals and have evolved a different way and work completely differently. It just ends with them kind of doing the same thing. The difference between the bat and the raven is the same difference between Corvus Corax and Konrad Curze. You might think, just by the outset, that they are basically the same, but when you get to the pedantic minutiae of their legions, their genetic curses, their abilities, well, you realize they're incredibly different. Where Corvus uses stealth to accomplish missions that are important to his legion, Curze uses stealth to scare people as he likes to scare people as his main form of tactic. Where one sees justice paramount in order to build a society, and that to be righteous is more important than to be vengeful, the other sees punishment and retribution as the core foundations of justice and seeks it out through simply that, punishment. One sees fear tactics as the solution for compliance, and the other sees fear as the enemy of true peace. Understanding is the key feature to reconcile differences between people. Curze is a pessimist who believes that the world itself is horrible. People are horrible and should never be trusted and treated as anything more than cattle. But Corvus is revealed to be so optimistic that he's often labeled as naive in the eyes of his brothers, for how often he trusts people that he shouldn't. Hell, this is the deep shit. I kind of glossed over the fact that even if you look at them like close up, they look genuinely different. Like Curze's eyes, for example, they're not even black. Curze's eye shape is naturally just like a normal pupil iris sclera, but because he grew up on Nostromo, his eyes adapted to the extreme dark, and because they adapted to the extreme dark, the iris of his eyes expanded so much that they almost are completely black. Corvus's eyes are actually completely black, and it's stated in lore that if Curze was to give you a sidelong glance, it'd be one of the most unnerving things ever because you could just see a little bit of white at the corners of his eyes, which I think is super interesting. They are just, through their weird-ass upbringings, ending up in kind of the same position, stealth-loving warriors that ended up at the same point. Curze, because he learned oppression was the only way that he could control the people of Nostromo, and Corvus because he lived his entire life in oppression as a slave of Lycaeus. It's actually a stated fact that Corvus was always worried about being compared or even referred to in the same way as Curze, because he saw Curze as, he probably should have as a monster, but he never wanted to forget that justice, it's about putting a wrong right, not punishing someone so they are afraid of the punishment if they do it again. It's them genuinely learning and growing as people to be better. And it's stated that Curze always envied Corvus for how his brothers looked at him. He saw Corvus as the better version of himself, which I think is cool as all hell. The narrative between the two scary boys is one of my favorite throughout the entire Horus Heresy. I wish they interacted more with each other, to be completely straight, and hell, I'd love to just have a full-out ground war between them and their legions. I think it'd be pretty damn neato. The closest we ever got was like Istvan 5, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, with all that being said, I kind of want to get into my closing points for Corvus Corax, but pointing out these comparison points is kind of interesting as it's easy to understand his fears. He wants to pursue justice, but he doesn't want to come off as a tyrant. He doesn't want to reign his truth over other individuals like the slavers that owned him did. I want to discuss why he is such a powerful and fun Primarch in terms of just writing in a narrative sense. Before I do, I want to kind of mention the war gear of Corvus, as it's a bit of a very peculiar set of tools, as he has chosen the tools of an oppressor. See, as I mentioned, he's an incredibly optimistic and almost naive individual who tends to use symbols more often than not. So the tools he uses is an electrified whip and this metal gauntlet it's a lightning claw, which is kind of common to the Legion itself, but it's to show the iron grip of an oppressor and the lash of someone who is pushing those in front of him. Corvus wishes to be the oppressor of oppressors, because that is one of the biggest things about Corvus. He wants to lead by example and by symbol. I think he is one of the most pretentious of the Primarchs, but less in a fart-sniffing, oh ho ho, I'm the smartest guy in the room type of way like Magnus, and more the, I am making this AMV fight montage in my brain while I'm taking a shower, and when I get out I completely forget it. Like, he genuinely just thinks in 3 Days Grace lyrics, which I think is great. He is such an optimist that he thinks that, given the choice, everybody would always make the right choice if presented with something that he deems as is the best option. And it's come to bite him in the ass in more occasion than once, but this kind of brings me to my closing points for Corvus Corax. Corvus is almost the perfect personification of the idea of noble optimism. He is one of these individuals who fights for what he believes in, even if it is going to embarrass him in the end if he messes up or even pursues it to its finality. It's something that I identify with a lot, because I myself tend to make horrible decisions just to stick to what I believe is my moral compass. And to say that I am a noble person would be such an overshoot. No, I go out of my way to cut in front of people at Burger King, and it's Burger King. Burger King sucks. But regardless, I'm a lot more boring than him, but on that sort of level of doing what you do because you believe it is right, even if it is going to embarrass you, is interesting to me. Maybe I'm just boring and love hybrid theory by Linkin Park a bit too much, but I kind of relate to Corvus a lot in his convictions as well as his ideals. But I will say, as I was reading about Corvus Corax, I was learning more about him as a persona and why I adored his personality, which is why I've kind of come to this conclusion that I find him more relatable than pretty much any of the other Primarchs. He's more down to earth. See, he has a track record of offering people the option of peace and to join compliance with the Imperium of Mankind, and obviously showing that this is the best option for their species and their culture, and then taking it weirdly personal when they should say no, to the point of even showing confusion on his end. Why would someone reject this offer in his mind? Why would the kind approach not work? And this kind of circles back to Curze. Punishment does have its place in the Raven Guard, but he doesn't want it to be everything, and this is why I feel that the Sable brand is such a fun curse for Corvus, as it represents the duality of his personality. See, when someone rejects his offer, it kind of drops the veil of that naive optimism that Corvus tends to manifest, and what is underneath is that sort of punishment, vengeance kind of personality. This persona that arrives that will not give up until an individual is dead that he deems worthy. The oppressor who oppresses other oppressors. A tyrant to tyrants. Thus, the Sable brand itself manifests in such an interesting way in his Legion, because it's basically the same thing. If the only real way to fix it, for the most part, is either deep meditation on how it is and abstaining from combat, or going into the most intense combat that you could ever imagine. It's basically just kind of speedrunning how Corvus fixes a lot of the campaigns he's bungled. He has to go to battle himself and fight for what he believes in, or else slaughtering until it is done. It is this one-minded obsession with making sure the job is done that makes the Sable brand, his idealism, his optimism, and his naivety kind of be manifested as a genetic curse. Hell, he once made a campaign last longer just because one guy he wanted to punish for his crimes escaped his initial assault, and thus Corax spent all of his attention looking for him instead of pushing forward with the war effort. Even his men from the Raven Guard told him this is a bad idea, and if you do this, you are going to set us back by like a year at least. But Corvus actually for once pulled rank and said, no, I'm the dad here, I'm taking this one, and actually ended up violently jettisoning this man into the sun. Slowly, I mind you, with the rest of his loyal retainers, recorded what their last words were, and then broadcast it to the rest of his empire, which, okay, that was pretty Curze of him, but, you know, the guy kind of deserved it. He basically released a non-Nurgle zombie plague that brain damaged everybody into being cannibals on his planet as a means for him just to escape. It's the kind of shit that even Curze would be like, okay, that's a little too much. Corvus has a kind heart, tempered with a deep melancholy. He is probably one of the most balanced Primarchs. I would say even more so than, say, Guilliman, as Guilliman is often regarded as cold, humorless, and even a bit stony in expression. Corvus is passionate, can even crack a joke from time to time, and show a bit of mirth with his men, and is a bit easier to read than Guilliman most times. Corvus is probably the most human Primarch. He makes a lot of mistakes that often get his ass in trouble, but the part I think is the best about him is that he constantly tries to do better. He learns from his mistakes. He will always fight to make the universe better as a place to live in for humanity, even if that means that he shouldn't exist, which was something that kind of came up in his timeline. He realized that the universe's major problems at the time were caused by the existence of Primarchs and their legions. So he had this idea that once the entirety of the Horus Heresy was over, win or lose, he was going to destroy himself and his legion. He He even tried to do so early. This also manifests in the Sable brand, which causes passive depressing urges that I feel like if I say that funny S word, I'm going to get a smack from YouTube, but you know what I mean here. But yeah, once everything was said and done, he actually, turned it around a little bit. But one of my favorite points in Corvus's story that shows his character was the birth of the Raptors. So, to kind of give you the short end of it, once his legion was decimated on Istvan V, as he was one of the members that was dropped there, the Emperor had trusted him enough to give him the key and the information to create new Space Marines. These were sort of the prototype for the prototypes of the Primaris Marines, because there's a lot of weird steps that came into making the Primaris Marines, but whatever. He was given the ability to make the genetic sequences as well as the tech that was hidden deep within the facilities to make these Space Marines. Now, what made them different was that they could be created within months rather than within years. And due to the way that they were created, they were adapted to fight at their maturity, even without any experience, and they were giving the veterans of the Raven Guard a hard time during combat drills. The first batch that came out had no problems, but it was what happened after that made them wrong. Basically, Alpha Legionaries disguised as Raven Guard sabotaged the facility and made it so that the Raptors that came out in the second batches and so on would basically be chaos mutants that would ravage the gene seed of Corvus Corax, turning them into weird chaos spawn bird monsters. They were barely sentient, which would only get worse with time, their bodies degrading as well as their minds. To a degree, these Marines were still useful as weapons against chaos, as they listened to Corvus Corax as well as the other legionary members. But these were once people, robbed of their agency, their freedom, their ability to think, and to Corvus, they were prisoners of their bodies, shackled there by the tyrants of the traitor legions. There is a notorious scene at the end of the Horus Heresy, or at least close to it, where Corvus shows up to fulfill a promise and finds one of these mutants holed up in a cell. This individual could barely think or barely speak, its eyes deadened with no real major intellect in it. He walks over and comforts the creature as it was slack-jawed and drooling through its beak. It actually crawled up to him and kind of looked at him with this innocent glint in its eyes, similar to a young animal looking to its father. He found comfort in Corax's embrace, still genetically knowing that this was his Primarch, and this made Corax despair, as he made a promise that all warp-born monstrosities would die by his hand if he could help it, which these were tainted by the warp. And so while this creature was seeking warmth from its father, Corvus, in a swift motion, broke its neck, before going to the remaining hundreds that were still alive from the assault to defend the Imperial Palace, and did the same thing himself. Now, for pretty much any of the Loyalist Primarchs, having to do this would probably break them a bit, but for Corax to do this, it was the equivalent of asking Roboute Guilliman to misfile thousands of documents that would ruin the Imperium. Corvus Corax, mentally so, was unmade on that day, the same way that Leman Russ was unmade at the loss of his original battle brothers from Fenris, the same way that Jaghatai Khan, once he had finally seen the end point of Horus's ambition, realized that he could no longer stay in this universe, he had to find his own battles. The same way Sanguinius felt when he realized he could not beat Horus Lupercal. He felt alone in a universe filled with enemies, and locked himself away in the Raven Spire, which is one of the main locations for the Raven Guard, and meditated for a year to the day. He had learned the warp-based nature of the Primarchs and found out how to channel it, becoming something more than a Primarch but lesser in the same sense. A lot of people said that he became a demon prince, but that is stretching it a little bit. I think that there is a way to describe it as a demon prince, but in the same story, Lorgar confirms during their next meeting, as one of Lorgar's men from the Wordbearers pointed out, that their men were being destroyed by a rogue demon, and Lorgar just openly states that is not a demon. It was still something of the warp. How I like to think of it is it's an extension of his ability to hide from people and from the senses of people, where he can transform the perceptions of himself into whatever he deems fit, but this time whatever you see is actually going to be able to affect you physically. So he can make you hallucinate that there is a flock of birds tearing you to pieces, and you will be torn to pieces. But I also think that he's probably a bird monster of some sort that can turn into a flock of ravens. I think it's a little bit more esoteric than just a demon prince. Speaking of Lorgar, Corvus ended up spending the majority of his life afterwards hunting down the bald fuck. And since it's been about 9,000 years since we last saw the evil Mr. Clean himself, Corvus, King Birdman himself, is probably doing a pretty good job. Corvus is a man of rationale, kindness, justice, and a man of the people. But most of all, he's a man of freedom. An individual that would be pretty cool as fuck if he came back as a miniature, because a giant bird monster would be a fun miniature to have like a Marathi mechanic from AOS where he can transform back and forth. I doubt it would ever happen because it's a bit of a complicated thing to do. Alpharius is probably one of the most frustrating of all the characters in the Horus Heresy and 40k as a whole to research, and is one of the most annoying characters to even try to parse through the information of. There is legit nothing I can really add to the conversation. See, as with most of these videos in the Primarch series, I try my hardest to add something to the conversation. Something to shift perspectives and give you guys a different view when it comes to Primarchs as a whole. But with Alpharius, it's kind of complicated because, well, in order for you to change the perspective of someone on a matter, you need to make sure that they know how to ask the right questions in order to shift what they believe. And with Alpharius and Omegon, there really isn't many questions that can't be answered with, oh, we don't know. The only real ones that I think are the most pertinent are really, was he only pretending to be an idiot for the entirety of the heresy, or is he actually just so brain damaged just to think that he could fight Rogal Dorn one-on-one and still win? Which, to be fair, the question of is he actually stupid or just pretending to be is kind of a question that goes through the entirety of his existence, because for someone who honestly prattles on a bit too much about how smart he is, he's kind of an idiot. Or is he? Well, my plan today is to lay out the majority of the necessary information for all of you and to have you all draw your own conclusions, as there is much to discuss at this time and there is something a little bit out of the ordinary that I'd like to discuss later. Let's get just right into it, though I do have one thing I want to say beforehand. You know the whole routine at this point. Like the video if you like the video, subscribe if you like me and you want to support this content, and now let's actually get into the most fucking confusing Primarch that is Alpharius. With these videos, I tend to go into the background of the individual Primarchs and discuss who they are and where they started, but as a running trend, you'll notice that in terms of unreliable narrators, you couldn't really ask for one more unreliable than that of Alpharius. I like to think that the true backstory is literally a mix of the three that we kind of got, which I guess is technically four if you count Omegon. I don't count Omegon, but regardless, these backstories range from fleshed out to barely believable slop that most people discredit. Much like with most of the lies that Alpharius tells, I tend to think there's a grain of truth in all of these. But to give the backstories from least to most likely in my opinion, and then I'm going to focus on the one that's the most likely to be true. 1. He was discovered and brainwashed by the Sloth, which are the weird worm men that are kind of prevalent in the setting and kind of a big threat. He was turned into a weapon of war, found by the Emperor, and then decommissioned and returned back to the Imperium as the 20th Primarch. 2. He was found by Horus Lupercal at the head of his own empire, and at the head of this empire, he waged a bloody war against Horus and even got onto the Vengeful Spirit, which is the flagship of Horus's fleet, to fight Horus, and they ended up, ending the war before anybody actually got really killed, though he did end up fucking up a lot of the Justaran honor guard that Horus keeps. And lastly, I think the one that is the most truthful, but I feel like it should incorporate the elements of the other backstories, is the one where, well, he wasn't sent off-world when Erda had her, woman moment and was actually sent to Russia of all places, or at least what ended up becoming Russia on Terra after thousands of years. He was found by the Emperor relatively early, and by relatively early I mean pretty much immediately upon landing, and was there for the discovery of all the Primarchs as well as the destruction of the Thunder Warriors. I say this one is the most likely as there are a few more facts in this that back up the story more so than any of the other ones, but there are some bullshit things in here. It's kind of hard to parse through it, and I won't point out all of the inaccuracies, but yeah. But to get into one that is one of the most debated, but I find most interesting, is that fun fact. Apparently Alpharius was the one to start the blood games that the Custodes engage in, where they try to kill the Emperor, which I do believe is partially true, because it does make a little bit of sense, which the shorthand of that is one of the geneticists, Amaro Astartes, hired to work under the Emperor to help with the creation of the Space Marines, rebelled with the remaining Thunder Warriors, caused a break in the Imperial Palace's defenses, which was kind of a big deal, but it ended up getting squashed by, Valdor and the Custodes. So to prove a point, Alpharius, who had been, pretty young at this point, staged a break-in into the palace, and under the guise of a Custodes that he had killed under the palace, found his way into a position where he could have harmed or even killed the Emperor. He did this just to prove a point that the defenses of the palace are not infallible, and if someone who had the strength of a Primarch could break in, then it might not actually be as foolproof as most people would think. This led to the creation of the Blood Games, allegedly, which, to be fair, you could also just state that the Blood Games started as a natural result due to that sort of uprising because of Amaro Astartes, but I digress. This backstory states that Alpharius was the first Primarch discovered and was taught to keep himself a secret, so that he could essentially learn about the Imperium, learn from the other legions, and be the Imperium's hidden trump card if necessary. The perfect defense against all that would seek to damage the ideals of the Emperor. See, he was smaller than the other Primarchs, and using his stature, he managed to infiltrate a lot of the other legions as they were being discovered, which I think is very interesting, because here is where we get to discover that Alpharius actually has a weird Primarch power, and I guess subsequently Omegon does as well. And it's kind of allowed him to break into various other legions as they were being discovered and kind of implement his own underhanded tactics. The best way I can describe it to you nerds, in a way that you could probably appreciate, is that in an old tabletop RPG game that's still running to this day called Shadowrun, there is this trait that you can take on when you're creating your character. I genuinely cannot for the life of me remember what the name of it is, and I'll be damned if I'm going to go through the bins and boxes I have to go find the rulebook, but if you know, you know, but it's basically something like mundane or blends in with the crowd. The way that it works is as you make your character, you can pick this trait and pick it up to a certain level of intensity, and what happens is your character becomes incredibly nondescript. They have absolutely zero aura, and they are incredibly hard to remember as a byproduct of it. It's nothing supernatural, but at the max level of you upgrading this specific skill, your character, if they walk into a crowded room, talk to someone directly, and later that person is asked to describe what you looked like, the best they could do is say a guy with an average build, average height, and average facial features with maybe hair. This really helps for slipping in and out of stealth operations, as this means you can basically go undetected even if you are seen. This is the best way I can describe Alpharius' Primarch power. He has the ability to make you perceive him as someone he is not. It's like he can snuff out any aura he would have as a Primarch without actually changing his appearance. He can make you believe that he is anyone he wants you to just by talking to you. Case in point, if we believe his backstory, one of the steps he took to infiltrate the palace in order to initiate the first blood game was to play the part of a really tall dude who was working in like an ore mining field in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere, Australia. He was hired to basically just be muscle on some oil rig, and they just thought he was a normal dude. A big guy, but he was a normal dude, which is insane because he's a Primarch. But for some reason, the humans around him just thought he was some unassuming big guy that was just really strong, which I think is very unique. It's kind of like a social stealth version of Corvus Corax's ability to blend in. I mean, technically, he has a second Primarch power, which is, there's, two of him, but like, whatever, man. So with Alpharius having his ability, if we do see him as the first Primarch to have been discovered by the Emperor, then we have to acknowledge that he was essentially infiltrating each of the legions as they were being erected to try and find out their secrets. One thing that we know for sure is that when the Primarchs met Alpharius for the first time, they were kind of confused as to how skilled he was at leading his legion, because, well, he just had met them, allegedly. And also, fun fact, Alpharius fucking hated Leman Russ because he thought Leman was gross, and he actually refused to infiltrate the route because he thought they smelled bad, and I think that's really funny. That's really cute. Allegedly, as well, Alpharius, as the Emperor was collecting other Primarchs, established a unique hierarchy in his legion, as well as sleeper agents nestled on certain planets that other Primarchs were bringing into compliance. But he would launch these kinds of sneak missions, these stealth into enemy territories disguised as a regular Marine. He also encouraged a community of open-minded discussion on his legion, which would allow them to discuss anything with him as if he was an equal to them. And from what we know, he was pretty proud of his legion. Okay, so as convoluted and confusing as this first half of the video has been, it was kind of there to set the stage that Alpharius and Omegon, to an extent, are incredibly confusing and also incredibly weird. Every single piece of lore that we've had about their backstory has been kind of given a caveat that, oh, this is also just a lie. We don't know truly what Alpharius is like, but because we don't know what he is like, we have to fill in the gaps ourselves. So I'm going to hard pivot into something different. I needed to get aside these sort of descriptions of his abilities, what he's known for and what he does, because I wanted to discuss something that I couldn't help but think about while I was researching him and reading a bunch of the books that he was in, or at least sampling the ones that I could find. And I think I'm going to make a claim here that more so than Corvus, more so than Angron, and more so than even Curze, Alpharius, Omegon, and the Alpha Legion are the most horrifying Primarchs and Legion to go against in a warfare setting. I had to give you the backstory just so that we could lean into it later and you'd know what I'm talking about. But before we do, in order for me to kind of give you the proper understanding, let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen the movie Cure by Kiyoshi Kurosawa? It's a fantastic film. Hell, Ari Aster, the director of Midsommar and Hereditary and Beau is Afraid, once stated that there is an argument to be made that Cure by Kiyoshi Kurosawa is the greatest film ever made, or something to that effect. The reason I bring this up will be apparent soon, but just let me cook here. It's a Japanese flick that was released in the 90s, if I remember correctly, 96, 97, and it follows a detective who is trying to get behind a murder spree, trying to figure out what the cause of it is and who's doing it. The thing is, it's not 100% certain if this is even a serial killing, as the murderers and the murders themselves were weird. Basically, reasonable people who had normal jobs, careers, and lives, people whom genuinely were friendly, just had a switch flipped in their head, and suddenly they just killed someone and carved an X directly into the center of their throat. It is a very gruesome way of killing, and every single person responds in the same way once interrogated afterwards. Because yes, all of these killers were apprehended, and they all just seemed confused, as if it was the most natural thing to ever be done. They do feel regret over the people that they killed, they just don't know why they did it. There is only one connection. The X carved into their throat is the only connection. These people don't know each other, they've never met each other, they're from different sides of the country, but they go into some trance that makes them do the darkest things you could think of, and that's the only major thing. They consider it viral, they consider it maybe even some kind of curse. But this is when you find out that there is one more connection. One man, Mamiya, and we're not even 100% certain that that's his name. He is a drifter who seemingly has no memory, but every time he interacts with a person, they go on to commit acts of great violence, and it's almost without any understanding as to how. We see the process. He simply asks them questions, talks about how he can't remember, and sometimes even passes out. He always seems as if he's in some kind of drunken stupor, but it's as if the words he says, so melodic and so well-defined, is the cheat code, this kind of shortcut in your brain to make it short-circuit just by hearing the right syllables that cause you to do something reprehensible without thinking other of it. Husbands kill their wives, bosses kill their employees, nurses kill their patients. He does it with this level of laxity to him throughout the film. He almost seems as if he's in some kind of trance himself, or or even just straight up intoxicated. But the thing is, there will be moments of pure lucidity that you see him demonstrate in the film, and you learn he's a sadist, and he's intentionally doing this. We don't know why, but you know that he gains some kind of enjoyment from causing people to commit these crimes. You learn more about his backstory, but you truly never find out 100% why he's doing what he's doing. Now, there's a lot of people who've dove into the film and dug up all the references, but I find the confusion is the part that sticks with me. This guy just knows the right keywords, the right questions to mesmerize people, to make them do the most horrible things. That is what it is like to go against Alpharius. Not even the Alpha Legion, just Alpharius. Give it enough time, the fabric of your reality will be undercut by familiar faces who become strangers. You will never know who is going to do what, who Alpharius has tampered with, who is a sleeper agent, and who is going to murder the men next to him with the slightest of offbeat stimuli. No one can be trusted, but you will never know truly why, because Alpharius operates in the shadows. He can disguise himself as a laborer and work his way into the areas where command frequents. And soon enough, little by little, like a cancer, his web of deceit, lies, and death will grow larger and larger, until your force is eroded away. To be completely honest, giving him a legion of Marines is kind of nerfing him in a sense, because he doesn't need to rely on the CIA Black Ops mesmerism tactics. He just, overpowers you with Space Marines, which is equally as useful, just, more heavy-handed. To quote someone, I believe it was Stephen King that said this, but I'm probably wrong, but the greatest horror a person can experience is coming back to their home to find out that everything that they have ever owned was replaced with an exact copy. Which, to some of you dweebs, you'll respond with, well, it's basically the same thing, so why should I be nervous or scared about that? It's not scary at all. But for the rest of you who tackle a level of existential dread, you understand. That is the fear that Alpharius and the Alpha Legion sow in their campaigns. Millions of years old aliens cower at the idea of the status quo they hold being torn down, and that is what Alpharius does. He will wage campaigns where he will cause weird assassination attempt on loyal planetary governors, actually kill them, and then broadcast the death on television across the entirety of the world to make the dissidents of that governor, the people that are against the Imperium, pop up as sort of a rallying cry was sounded, thinking that this was an attempt to bring their cause to the forefront, when in fact it was a way to lure out the dissidents so that Alpharius can single them out and kill them, tricking the people dumb enough to jump on this and ride it as a wave. Why? So that they can crush whatever ounce of resistance they have in order to bring them into compliance. The flow and manipulation of information is key to why Alpharius is such a great threat. Where the Space Wolves overtaking a world looks like something like a raging fire consuming paper, the Iron Hands take worlds by means of consuming them like a well-oiled machine of war. The Alpha Legion is like mold inside of your walls. You will never know it's truly there unless you peel back the fabric of what you believe, but usually by the time you do that, it's already reached a critical mass and the mold itself is breaking through the drywall. And by then, the interior is nothing but black mold. This is why the backstory of Alpharius is such a hotly contested thing as well. Almost all of the books that are written about Alpharius are written from his perspective. Thus, they are likely all lies, or mostly lies, or 100% the truth. Because when your entire shtick is lies, then why wouldn't you make it so that the one thing that is most likely to be a lie is actually the truth? I think Alpharius is a wonderful idea. I think he is a bad character, though, as the unreliable narrator bit can get a bit stale, and it's overused in 40k enough as it is. But I think as a narrative device and a villain, he is the unseen, unknowable other, the thing that you cannot factor into your plans. Hell, most times the Alpha Legion are involved causes me to go into a schizo rant, because they're usually just a tangential force that's mentioned in some Imperium story in the 40k about, these weird shiny blue guys showed up in power armor, and I'm like, oh, so this is all just a psyop done by the Alpha Legion. That's great. Regardless, Alpharius is dead. But Omegon has taken his place and taken his name, though there is a chance that both are dead, as allegedly a person calling himself Alpharius fought Guilliman and was killed. But who knows? Alpharius being dead and so on would likely be true because he fought Dorn, and we kind of got a good idea as to how even that fight was. But what about Omegon, who now goes by Alpharius? What if both are dead? What if both are alive? We may never know, but regardless, yes, I am fucking confused by a lot of what I just said. Just go with it. I think it is very interesting that Alpharius is the way he is. Same with Omegon. They are the Hydra. You cut off one head, two more rise to fill its position. In 40k, you will find that a bunch of things are pretty common, one of which is that the references people pull for it are always pretty cool. Going back to the 80s and even the 70s, you find that what originated to Warhammer Fantasy and 40k and the like were all inspired usually by action movies, but also a bunch of cool-ass authors and literature that a lot of the people who were making the fiction for 40k and fantasy really liked. Tolkien is referenced a lot for Warhammer Fantasy, but in general, the orcs of 40k are goofy and sing-songy because a lot of Tolkien's writing was just kind of like that. They were just super goofy, but if you like power armor, you have to point out its origination with Robert A. Heinlein and, Starship Troopers, Paradise Lost, and more or less every action movie of the time was such a big inspiration of the muscle-bound, gun-toting whack jobs of 40k that it's actually kind of surprising that not a lot of people pointed out. Even looking at the Primarchs, you can see individual references to external media and just history. The Lion and the Knights of the Round Table, Corvus Corax, and I know that the origination of this film and comic franchise was a little bit late, but the Crow. Then you have something like Guilliman and Perturabo, who get a lot of their lore from the history of ancient Greece and Rome, which I think is really, really cool. So to cap off the Primarch series, I decided that it was time I dipped my toes into the sauce that is 40k fan creations and discuss a popular fan Primarch that I think is incredibly creative. With a long-lasting pedigree of intellectual properties that people tend to pull from, I want to see what the fan community of 40k tends to put into their works and just see where they're going with it and just see what they've created.
What the fuck? Bad dog!
God, I love anime. Or at least I kind of do. I like very specific anime and try to engage in the new stuff, and then just absolutely despise most of it, and immediately go back to rewatching the same 5. Okay, I just end up rewatching Bleach for like the 30th time, but I like Baki. I like the fact that Kaya Jaku looks almost identical to me. I even met and played D&D a few times with his English voice actor. Fun fact, I guess. Cool guy. But if you like anime more than me, which is pretty likely considering, then you will probably adore the Space Maids. The Space Maids are a fan-created faction of Space Marines that Chumi-chan, God, I hope I'm saying that right, made to fill a few niches in the building of a 40k Space Marine Legion. Mostly that 40k is so serious and so obsessed with its weirdly stereotypical manly references that they just wanted to go in the opposite direction and make something so absurd that I genuinely adore it. And thus was one of the reasons why I was so happy to know that they were okay with me covering their faction and even making a lore dump video about them for my Primarch series, and also just so that I can cover the Space Maids in general. So, let's talk about their Primarch, Nakona, which is a very fun and cutesy character, especially for such a grimdark setting. Yeah, if you were looking for something hyper serious, you're gonna dig this video, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta have some fun, not take things too seriously. 40k as a fiction is often too deeply invested in its own seriousness, so much so that it kind of robs it of any fun a lot of times. Like, a lot of people I've met think that orcs should just be brutish monsters more so than they should be a little bit goofy, but I think that's just fucking madness. I think that they should be goofy, but still be threatening in a weird way, I don't know. I'm getting off track here. So, the Primarch, the matriarch, Nakona. She was a lovely lady raised on a planet populated by such a wealth of culturally concentrated cringe that I think you all will enjoy every last second of the story I'm about to tell, or wince so hard you're gonna look like you just sucked on a lemon. Okay, so let's dive in. During the scattering of the Primarchs, Nakona was sent, much like her siblings, to some random planet in the middle of nowhere by the name of Satyr. Now, Satyr is one of those unfortunate planets to not have many records of the planet they came from, which was Terra. The records they did have were actually weirdly incomplete. So these records are old anime DVDs, and thus the majority of the planet's culture was based around the idea of mostly anime concepts from the mid to late 2000s. I know it's specific, but like, dear God, please follow me on this. Nakona, due to warp-based mutations as well as some genetic fuckery, developed some weird mutations, especially as far as Primarchs go. So the obvious one is Shikibbi, with a cat's tail and cat's ears, but the second one is actually kind of less obvious. See, in the most stable way possible, she is a psyker, kind of like how Magnus, without much training, was able to control his psychic gifts. Nakona wasn't even aware of hers, because, okay, we will get there in a little bit, but her gifts are kind of interesting, but like, just put a pin in this. But Nakona had a bit of an interesting time on this weeb planet, because it's a planet full of weeaboos who just found an actual cat girl that matured to be over 10 feet tall. It's kind of their idea of what Christ would be like, if Christ was a galaxy-conquering catwoman. So, just by virtue of her existence, Nakona likely rose to power pretty quickly, but the thing was, she wasn't a combat and conquering obsessed maniac like her brothers. No, she liked one major thing more than most, which is kind of weird even for Primarchs, and that was cooking. Like, she liked cooking food specifically from the VHS and DVDs that she was watching from the cultural records of Satyr. Like, basically, she would see the food that they were cooking in Studio Ghibli films and then be like, man, I gotta make me some of that, which she then learned how to perfect that. But here is where we kind of pull that pin out that I mentioned earlier and where her weird psychic gift comes into play. Because for some reason, when she cooks, a portion of her psychic energy causes that food to gain healing properties. Think of it like Tonio Trussardi from JoJo with his stand Pearl Jam, where his food somehow can pack a specific nutrient you need to insta-recover from any ailments. And I'm sorry if I'm losing all of you in the references that I'm making throughout this. It is kind of unavoidable. Please stay with me and just look at the jingling keys. I promise this is... I'm having a lot of fun right now. Just let me have this. Yeah, that's kind of how Nakona's cooking worked, but like psychic. Basically, you would eat her food and it would essentially heal you of a lot of the problems that you would have, and this gift would actually be transferred to pretty much all of her space marines, but we're kind of skipping ahead a little bit there. So going forward, she gained the trust of her people, and as expected, the Emperor eventually found her. And I'm not kidding, she called him an idiot before he introduced himself, to which even he, for the gumption of this action, was like, oh, I like this one. She got moxie. And thus, she was inducted into the Great Crusade proper without much issue. Well, without much issue initially. See, Nakona was not one to stand by her brother's idle desire to wipe out all things that don't look human. So, she actually enjoyed helping all species, including Xenos, and what have you. But she did kind of have to put that to the wayside because a lot of the Imperium didn't really exactly smile upon that. See, her legion, the Space Maids, kind of occupied a very specific role that not other Space Marine legions would have. It kind of goes back to what I said, where there's this psychic imprint of food that heals people, and as it stands, the inspiration came from the idea of Angron being a Primarch that was supposed to fill the role of a healer and support for other Primarchs as well as other legions. Being a person who could heal and provide battlefield support. Chumi-chan actually told me that specifically, but due to the Butcher's nails, he couldn't do that, so the idea around Nakona's superfood and the healing properties was to take that idea and fill it out. Albeit of obviously in a more absurdist way, I think it's still really cool. And it's very fun how Chumi wanted to fill that specific niche in such a cute way. But regardless, that is the battlefield role of the Legion of the Space Maids and eventually their successor chapters, where they would essentially, during the Great Crusade, the Heresy, and the post-Heresy, they would land on planets and provide aid to the various factions that were on there that were on the side of the Imperium most times. They would be hyper-specialized in protection as well as providing delicious quality food for everybody around them. Basically, they were just walking morale boosts, wearing bright pastel colors and all that jazz. The stuff is cute as like, if you look at all of their specialized ranks and all of their various different weapons, I guess you could call them, you see that they have a lot of hyper-specialized equipment for this, like a drop pod that
instead of deploying specifically troops or weapons, it opens up and has the equivalent of like a t-shirt cannon, but it fires out a small, perfectly set diner-style table in the shape of a cat paw that in the center of the drop pod there's actually a stove that the Space Marines involved would actually cook on. It's fucking awesome. And it's really cute. And the Space Marines themselves, the Space Maids, would actually work to provide guardsmen, other Space Marines, and what have you with whatever food they would want. There's other specialized ranks, like instead of having ancients and flag bearers and standard bearers, they would have the menu bearers, who would be someone who holds up the menu that the Space Maids for this specific chapter would offer to anybody who is there. It's very important to protect that menu, and it's a symbol of everything they stand for. I think it's really cute. But we're getting a little bit too into the Legion itself, so let's talk about relationships. Nakona, and specifically her relationship with her Legion, isn't specifically specified, but I assume it's pretty damn close considering they very much lined up in terms of basic principles. They both agree on the same idea of we care for those around us, not so much, I don't know, murdering everything that we disagree with. And alongside that, because of Nakona's mutations, similar to that of like Sanguinius, you had these kind of cat-like mutations that would come out in all of her Marines. So you would have like ears, nose, claws, cat eyes, each of them with their own benefits, but the majority of them would still have the weird psychic stuff that they would use to support. And alongside that, one of my favorite ranks is the weird support staff that they would have, the serfs, specifically for individuals to tend to their cat-like needs. So people who would set up scratching posts, people who would de-fur with like these giant lint brushes that would comb off all the hair that they would shed, because sometimes they do develop cat hair. I think that's very cute, but this is kind of the relationship that they had. They were very, very close. Mother-daughter type shit. So, with all the Horus heresy being afoot, Nakona did not vibe and actually did one of the smartest things anyone could have really done and essentially became an entire legion of Black Shields. She just did not side with anybody and decided to ostensibly become a renegade that didn't help anybody unless they were within range. Like, she would offer support to anybody as long as they were, like, not obviously evil, but, you know, she didn't really pick a side, essentially, is how I was interpreting a lot of the lore. There is a bit of a blind spot here between 30k and 40k, but the implication is that leading up to the 40k era, she still provided support to the Imperium as she believed in her father's dream. And this is likely why they are allowed to be kept alive and not raged and don't have war being declared upon them at any given point. Because, you know, the moderately psychically inclined battle siblings create magic food that heals people, and that's kind of an incredibly important thing to have in the modern day. And fun fact, they actually don't think it's psychic. They aren't aware of that. I would assume they just argue with people that it's not even psychic because they just agree that it's the love they put in their food that heals people, which I think is really cute. So with that out of the way, let's wrap up a few interesting facts about the Legion itself, as well as a few other facts about Nakona that I kind of wanted to cover so that you guys have a better idea of who she is and what she does. I'm also going to be covering some of their offshoot chapters, not too in depth, but yeah. In general, Nakona, even though she operated outside of the Imperium, has in fact gotten a hold of the Primaris schematics for her Legion, and thus has a bunch of widespread successor chapters like you wouldn't expect. It never is specified exactly why she has all of these pieces of tech, but I like to think that personally it's due to the fact that she is personally helping the Imperium quite a lot, and sending her daughters to aid pretty much everyone. But also, she is seen as like the daughter of literally God in the setting, so that does probably give her a bit of a gambling chip to get what she needs. Also, the fact that she can give Roboute Guilliman tea that essentially acts as an antidepressant to help him get through his long-ass workday, that helps a lot, I would assume. That helps quite a lot, actually. So, with a lot of the basics out of the way, let's talk about the Legion and the chapters, shall we? The Legion itself has a bunch of unique and different ranks as well as roles to play in the world of 40k. Most of them are for morale and service, so keep that in mind, but don't get it twisted, the Space Maids can throw down like any other Space Marine chapter. A few of my favorite are obviously the menu bearer from earlier, the hospitaller, who occupies the same niche as the apothecary, but more so for the mending of clothing and dresses and, I would assume flak armor on the battlefield, able to fix uniforms and treat up any aesthetical damage as well as any practical damage, albeit likely leaving things a bit more pink. No real formal name for it from my research, but there is a bunch of modified dreadnought versions out there, and my favorite is the modified Leviathan Siege Dreadnought that is equipped with ovens in her chest to cook various baked goods to serve on the front line, while soaking up as much damage as humanly possible because it's a fucking Leviathan Siege Dreadnought. Oh, and how can I forget the assault delivery bikes, where the driver fights tooth and nail to get whatever food was ordered to the person who ordered it. I adore this so much, and I adore so many of these designs. They have such a level of creativity to them, all revolving around this singular idea, and that is if Space Marines were anime catgirl maids. But we're gonna break away from the unique ranks to talk chapters and successors for a minute, as there are a few. So, starting from the top, the Striped Skirts are a fun successor chapter of the Space Maids because, much like you'll see with the majority of these chapters, they have a bit of a fun gimmick. This gimmick is that they are themed after 50s roller skate diner girls who get the food to you as fast as humanly possible. Thus, they are equipped with the Phobos pattern Mark 10 armor and modified roller skates called Rider Blades. They're basically the assault troop equivalent for a Space Maid in the nicest way possible. The T-servers are the Goth Maid successor of the Maids, which obviously makes them my personal favorite for reasons I will not elaborate on. They specialize in serving drinks mostly, and only smaller meals alongside them. But the thing that sets them apart from the other chapters is their more serious and stoic demeanor. They adhere to the rules of service more so than any other of the chapters and refuse to break protocol, which is why their armor is equipped with significantly more stabilizing equipment, gyros, and so on and so forth, to make it so that they could always hold their drink trays upright without worrying about spilling a single drop. The Oven Mitts are on the opposite end of the spectrum, being a bit more boisterous of a successor chapter and significantly more explosive, specializing in baked goods so magically delicious you feel like you're eating literal manna from heaven. They are known for being actually pretty good fighters in combat, with their namesake also being a reference to these special modified power fists the Space Maids tend to use. And before you ask, yes, it looks like a fucking cat paw, so don't at me, I think it's cute. The Scrubbers are the next chapter, and they are the ones that make me realize there isn't really a specialized anti-disease chapter in 40k to my knowledge. Something that specializes in dealing with viral warfare, but regardless, the Scrubbers specialize in cleanliness and removing all forms of dirt. Their archenemy is obviously the forces of Nurgle, and because of this, they arm themselves with specialized tools to make sure they can really get into the grime-encrusted spots. Disinfection guns and so on and so forth. The White Claws are the last one that I want to talk about, and their name alone made me realize how brain poisoned I am to old memes. See, the White Claws are not a group of overly drunk individuals who are particularly violent. They're actually a group of battle siblings that, instead of being traditional cats, they're actually based off of the lynx, and thus they're significantly bigger. But also, they're if a lynx had the same job and duty as a St. Bernard. They are even bigger and bulkier and hardier for colder climates. Their whole shtick is they specialize in search and rescue, going to the most dangerous of locations to save fellers and bring them a brew that is tied around their neck, known as the Seltzexen, probably not pronouncing that correctly, which rapidly raises body temperature and likely has similar healing properties that the Space Maid's food actually has. So with all those being said, those are all the known chapters that I could find outside of the Chaos Corrupted versions, which are comically enough called the Strays, but regardless, the Space Maids have such a fun history, and so too does their Primarch Nakona. There are a few fun facts that I do actually want to go over before I finish the video, but these are just things that I couldn't really fit anywhere because there wasn't really any good way to bring them up. Now, the canonness of this is not actually 100% confirmed, but I'm pretty sure it is. But it's Nakona can actually do a magical girl transformation to be a bulky as muscular version of herself, because normally she just looks kind of normal with basic human proportions, but in order to fit in her armor, she goes into a Primarch form, which I think is kind of cool. Think Biscuit from Hunter x Hunter. Next, there is in fact Catweed. Yeah, they have a bit of lore where, much like the Space Wolves trying to find a way to create alcohol that affects their bodies, Space Maids have found an herb that, when smoked, causes similar narcotic effects. Yes, they are smoking super catnip, and yes, it is really funny as a mental image to see a Space Marine rolling up a blunt before making cookies and ice cream for a guardsman detachment. But you know what? I see the funny thing, and I like the funny thing. The last thing I want to bring up is that even though these interesting individuals tend to lean towards the whimsical side of things, there is some grimdark lore in their lore. And it kind of pokes its head through the menu bearers, the ones that I mentioned earlier, the ancients that hold up the menu for the different individuals to read and order from. Who do they order to, though? They don't go directly to the menu holder. No, they go to the servitors, which are servitors that were created with the express purpose of gathering the orders of the people on the battlefield to bring to the maids to prepare. It's nothing too dark, but it is a level of grimdark that I think fits and adds to the whimsy rather than detracts from both, and doesn't really contrast with it. But I really like the design of it as well. But with all that out of the way, I want to say my final thoughts are this. I love this. I think it is cute. I think it is fun. And I think creativity like this is super common in 40k. There is this idea that I like to describe. I don't know if it's already a thing, but I call it creativity in a box. Because how it works is you have to have a template, an established and hyper-focused rule set that you have to build within in order to create something that would fit within that rule set. You have limitations that you have to adhere to that are pretty strict. The best example is creating a loyalist chapter of Space Marines. They are very, very specific in how you can build these specific chapters, so you have to follow the rules of what successor are they of, where do they come from, planets, specialization, and are they codex compliant, and so on and so forth. So there is this building block set that you're given, and it is up to you to kind of piece it together, kind of like Lego. And that's kind of how Space Marine chapters and creating Primarchs is like. I think out of the box thinking where you focus on breaking the established rules is good and all, but the problem therein is when you have nothing to focus on. You have a problem around the idea not being solid enough to stand on its own. Thus, when working within the boundaries of a strict set of world-building rules, you can create shit like this, where because of the existence of the setting, you don't need to fill in all of those gaps that are already filled in by the world itself. We know what a Space Marine is, so the subversion of what a Space Marine is with the Space Maids is genuinely really nice because it's basically counter to what most people would think a Space Marine is. And I think it's light, I think it's fluffy, and I think that it's inoffensive. I think it's a very fun thing that I think more people should bring their eyes to. And I once again thank Chumi-chan for letting me talk about the Space Maids on here. He's been wonderful to work with and has been lore dumping to me ever since I went in to talk to him about this, and he's known for quite some time that I was going to do this. But yes, shit like this would never actually exist in 40k, but the creation of Nakona is one of those things that just makes me happy. To be blunt, it's the main reason I don't ever want the 2nd and the 11th Primarch to ever be brought back. It would kind of discredit these kinds of fan creations, because in my eyes, I should state, well, because those gaps aren't filled, that means any idea could be just as plausible as the others. So if you filled it in, that means that people would focus in on that rather than what people make on the side. It's why in all of the alternate heresies and alternate universes, you focus in on the parts that we don't have filled in rather than the parts that we do. It's why we remember characters like Ikari and Enisim, but we don't remember characters like Endezos and Betty. Even though they're both cool as I should add. And by the way, if you don't know who those are, please, dear God, look up the Ikarian Insurrection or any of the other tangential media for that alt universe 40k.
And that was all 20 Primarch videos lined up with a little surprise along the way. If you made it this far, congrats. I don't know many people who could, but you know what? Good on you regardless. Thank you all for sticking around, as this series, weirdly enough, meant a lot to me. If you did sit through the whole of the video instead of skipping to the end like some weirdo who's impatient, then you'd know there's going to be a pretty personal moment in this video. But weirdly enough, I have gone through quite a lot of life in between the beginning of this series and the end. My channel has pretty much doubled, if not more, in size, and at minimum, studying the Primarchs was a way for me to reflect on my own psychology, take my own experiences and put them into a different light, imprint how I feel on other fictional characters that are the culmination of people. They are humanity exemplified. I enjoyed making these videos, but they did cast a grim reflection upon me and my views. I think I am better for it, if I may be so bold with you all. Last year, I went through what is likely the darkest period of my life. And it happened while I was making these videos. Not because of them, don't worry, I'm not that easily folded. It was something that happened almost dead center of this series. It was something that built up. It was multiple different things, but the culmination of it happened quite literally in the middle of this series. And you can actually hear it if you listen close enough to the Sanguinius video that I am not okay. I could hear it while I was editing this video, and it was not easy for me to listen to. I remember struggling to record that video because it was the darkest day I had experienced probably in a long time, if not my entire life. I will not tell you what happened because, one, multiple things happened. It was the culmination of a bunch of different pieces of bad luck and bad judgment on my part, as well as just me being me and getting into shit that I probably shouldn't have. And it ended on the day that the Sanguinius video was being recorded. There's a lot of things involved that I don't want to bring to light, and it's my personal stuff. But these videos have kind of been there while I was going through it, and you could see this personal evolution of mine as I was going through them, the change in my mentality. Another thing that happened was, I remember my editor, Alice, she showed up relatively soon from then, and was a godsend, weirdly enough. She has been basically editing the majority of the videos since that I put up, which is likely why you've seen an increase in quality as well as video length, because I'm able to split up work and do things easier and better that way. More time to read, more time to conceptualize. Because in general, my dudes, she is a fucking beast. Amazing at what she's doing here. She has been helping a lot, and even recently, I hired a new editor for my members only videos right now, and that's Linky, which is her username. I don't know. She's doing a great job so far. There is room to improve, but she has a good eye for comedy and has been doing some of the funnier edits I've seen come out of my videos in a long time. I do a bunch of other videos behind the scenes thanks to them, and have been working very hard to get this video up. By the time you're seeing this, it will be 2 days away from my plane trip to Wisconsin to go to Adepticon as a guest to that convention, and I get to see a bunch of you. I would not have been able to get this video up, any of the videos that I have planned for while I'm gone up, if it wasn't for them, and I wouldn't have them if I didn't have you. I owe the audience quite a lot, and I know that it's a very cliche thing for YouTube man to say that the YouTube game would not be a thing without the people to watch the funny video, but it's true. Members, watchers, all of you who support me in any way, shape, or form, commenting, subscribing, liking, all of it. It's hard to parse, but I would not be able to do this as a job, and I would not be able to enjoy things the way that I have been without any of you. I came from poverty. I was a very, very poor person and was too stubborn to go back and live with my parents, so I was living paycheck to paycheck when I started doing YouTube, and because of that, I have now been able to reach a degree of financial freedom that I have never been able to do so. I'm not out of, the slums just yet, but I'm able to do more than I ever have, and it's because of this YouTube thing that I started. It sometimes overwhelms me, in a way. I don't know how to feel about it. In a lot of ways, my perspective hasn't changed, and in a lot of ways, it has. I still have this feeling that I'm just some dumb guy in my bedroom recording, which I am, but I don't know. I feel like I'm recording to maybe a few hundred people at most, and then I see that I get a few hundred comments, and I'm like, oh, okay, I guess there's more than I thought. But I don't know. The perspective never really shifted. I've never changed my mentality. I still produce videos the ways the way that I've always wanted. I've always tried to get better, of course, but there's that, and in other ways, I always think about doing the next thing, trying to make things bigger and better. Very business savvy, I suppose. I guess that's the way that you can see it. I kind of want to maintain this. I want to maintain this momentum and try and do better. We're in a bit of a lull right now, but, you know, for those who don't know, the first quarter of the year, kind of bad for YouTubers, so if you see people running around with their heads cut off on fire, that's probably why. But, yeah, you probably can tell I've gone off script at this point. I just decided to say fuck it and just throw caution to the wind and just give you my raw, unfiltered thoughts. So, in general, yeah, I'm glad that you guys sat through this video. I'm glad that you sat through that series. I'm glad that you guys are here to just enjoy my content, and I look forward to doing this for as long as possible. I know that all YouTubers have a set amount of years that they're relevant for, and I'm not the type to fight against the dying of the light. If things don't go my way, then I will simply move on to something else. So, until then, I do hope it goes well, and I'll ride it out until then. Thank you all once again for watching. Thank you to my channel members, thanks to my subscribers, and thanks to you. Specifically, you, the dude who is listening to this video as you fall asleep. I'm glad I could at least entertain marginally. I look forward to the next set of videos in the next series. And until then, I'm Arthur Bones, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Thanks again to Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus for sponsoring this video.